Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, puffed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role, 1xbet.
On to the next one.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to the YaLLa Compass Winter Contender Stage 2025.
All right,
okay,
we're
all
starting
right.
this one with a bang. Now, were you muted or weren't you muted? That's the big question. But hey, you know what? It doesn't matter. That's how we start off a day of online Counter-Strike, right? That's how you know everything's falling into place.
Yeah, I'm looking down and I'm being told that I'm muted, but everything seems to be unmuted on my side. So that's a little bit of a confusing way to start the day, but we're here, man. You know, it is early morning. A few mistakes are going to happen, and not just for us, probably in the server as well, where we're going to be looking, because Ted, you know, it's another exciting day here. We're day 2, week 2, so you know it's beginning to shape up nicely. We've already got, you know, a couple of teams that have been making it up into that 2-0, one game away from actually qualifying for the main stage. Also a team that are sadly 0-2, which are one game away from elimination, so that's going to be a little bit tough. But we're looking up at today's matchups, and you know it should be a pretty exciting day all in all. 9 taking on Partisan and ITB taking on Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, we get 2 winners games, right? We get 2 matchups that I think are going to provide a lot, and there's a lot to unveil, right? A lot to unravel. On one hand, we have the first game between 9 and Partisan, where there's a lot of roster changes to be talking about. Well, I say a lot. Both teams have made one roster change in recent history, but for both those teams, that changes quite a lot in the way that they approach the game, and in general, the way that the team is going to be looking in the server. And then in the second game, we're going to get to see the ever-changing Zero Tenacity, in quotation, because they never do, against Into the Breach. But yeah, that's gonna be an exciting day, straight up.
Yeah, it really is, man. I'm excited actually to look at this game as well, because I was kind of having a conversation with you saying that I haven't watched this Partisan team in a very, very long time. You know, I haven't got the opportunity to have a look at them in the server, but we'll focus on them maybe in just a minute, as we're going to be looking at this 9 lineup, who it's changed massively. I mean, you know, Sound, Masuta, Refresh, all gone from this lineup. That's the way that they were lining up
Sure.
just coming up to last year. Now they've got Bob XD, they've got Favin, and they've got most recently Kragan coming into this lineup. And 9, I want to say, we're a little bit underwhelming. You know, if we're talking a couple of months ago, it looks like they felt the exact same way. Now they've made a few roster changes. They're bringing in some heavy hitters, especially when you're looking at the likes of Favin. You can see his rating there is absolutely spectacular, and he's already been performing in this 9 jersey. Do you think that this 9 team could really make a difference and could really be one of the standout teams in this event?
I want to say I like the facial hair from Kragan, because it's something new. I know it has nothing to do with what you were talking about, but he's rocking the lock.
He looks a little bit more distinguished now, you know.
Yeah, he does, right? He looks like the gentleman with blue blood that's just gonna take away your fiance at the dance, right?
I think he's actually entering his villain arc as well, you know. It's
Yeah,
kind
might
of
be.
Yeah, it's kind of that, you know, like that goatee that's just very dangerous. I can picture him, you know, like sitting in this big office in like a turnaround chair, like a Bond villain stroking a cat. Maybe that's just me.
Sure.
But,
Yeah. But yeah, back to what you were asking about. I actually believe this 9 team is probably the best iteration of 9 that we've seen ever since the... I would even go as far as to say that I think this one has a little bit more potential than even the Polish lineup, right? Now you're bringing in... you have Rouse and Mantu, who obviously were, I guess... the pillars of the previous iteration of it. Ra's an incredibly experienced in-game leader with a lot of tenure, many years under his belt. And then you get Mantu, who I think on the last couple of projects that he was on, both Big and OG, a lot of people could agree that it wasn't really his fault that things weren't working out. He was already looking solid, always looking like he could deliver in important games as well. And now you bring in Faven, who's looking to rejuvenate his career. Bob XD as well, bringing in all the talent. Kraken coming in from Gaming Gladiators, and Barry in the coaching slot. I think that team of Partizan, or of 9, sorry, is incredibly exciting to watch. But it is the same conversation we could be having about their Serbian counterparts, thinking about the fact that we get to watch Vladan, Kindo, Dragon, Collins, and Emmy on the same team in 2025. And I am really excited about this, because I feel like this is probably the best Serbian team we've seen in a couple years.
Yeah, this is kind of one that it's kind of a blast from the past for me. You know, these guys were, you know, always kind of knocking about in a lot of these events, but you know, I haven't really seen too much of them in recent times. But this Partizan team, honestly, it looks like they've been really kind of stepping up their game. And I mean, picking up Vladen, to me anyway, it just looks like they mean business now, and it looks like they could be a team that could, you know, definitely, you know, continue to compete and continue to perform, and you know, and qualify for these later stages of these big events. I mean, Dragon seems to be in absolute inspired form at the minute, and I think Vladen is only going to be one of those players that is going to complement that as well, because he's just such a reliable player. You know, we always spoke very, very highly of him when he was in Bleed, even when he got removed from Bleed. You know, we were talking about Vladen being just such a dangerous pickup for anybody to go and get, and it looks like at the end of that Bleed fiasco, he has ended up on Partizan, which is, I mean, just going to be good news for them.
I feel like it's great news for the Serbian scene in general, right? And it's I don't want to compare it to what obviously Kindo and Collins went through, but I guess you could have the same conversation about a lot of those Partizan players. A lot of them had their international tenures that didn't end up in a successful way, right? If we're talking about Emmy, obviously you gotta go back in time to the days of Contact, Crazy, most recently Taiwu, but we don't really speak about Emmy being on Taiwu. Then you're looking at guys like Kindo that had their international stints with Secret. You're looking at Collins on Entropic, but all of those projects just didn't seem to click, right? And now they're all back. Now they've all gathered some international experience, and they're ready to give their domestic fan base the, I guess, level and performance and results that they deserve. Because again, this team on paper looks incredibly solid, and I completely agree with you there. I feel like the addition of Vladan is just going to be complementary to already the good form of some of those players. But with that being said, we're gonna jump into the veto, and I'm already disappointed, Partizan. I take everything back. You're not an exciting team. Insta-banning Train is a really weak move.
And then instantly going for the dust too as well, you know.
No, that's a little bit more expected, but come on, let us enjoy a Train.
I mean, look, it is just kind of a straight swap for Partizan. They were just not gonna try it. It's not like they were gonna be removing anything else. It's the same old story as well with 9 getting rid of Mirage. This is just an expected veto. Anubis being picked out by 9 or Nuke, excuse me, as a decider. Honestly, I think this probably does favor 9 a little bit more. I don't really think that there is, you know, a veto or is a world unless there's a massive mistake on the 9 side where Partizan are going to actually have an advantage. So it is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle, and Dust 2 just becomes this really super important map for Partizan to take, you know, especially because we haven't even talked about the point that, you know, we don't know. We have a rough idea who is going to be back on the AWP for them, but you know, with Vladen coming in for Roga, it's not like it's a straight role swap. There are going to be some mix and matches in this team.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're probably looking at, obviously, the good news is that Dragon used to be an oper back in the day on iNation, right? And we know he's completely capable of both rifling and oping. So now that Rogue is out of the mix, you're probably expecting Dragon to pick up that AVP. We know one thing for sure, that is Vladan's not going to be oping on this team. And I think that changes a little bit, but in the same time, it actually makes the team feel a little bit more natural and a little bit more comfortable. You're looking at some of the opening attempts on the side of Roga, for example. He was an incredibly passive oper. Even on the CT side, Dragon was still the guy to go for the most amount of opening fights, right? And now that you have Dragon slot into that opening role, it kind of feels like it's a little bit more natural, right? It kind of feels like the CT sides might become a little bit more dynamic now that the Oper is going to be going for more opening fights. You're still going to have a couple of the other guys like Collins or Kindo try and go for picks as well. But the fact that Dragon has that aggressiveness in him, in his nature as a player, I actually really like. And I think that especially nowadays when a lot of the Opers are incredibly static, incredibly passive, everyone's trying to take care of the money, everyone's trying to play it smart, it's actually a bit of a relief. It feels like a breath of fresh air to have an Oper that we know is going to be hyper aggressive on both the T and the CT side. And as you said, again, the fact that Vladan, who's an incredibly reliable yet really passive element, slots into the team, it just means that, I don't know, Dragon can afford to go for even more opening fights, because he knows even if they don't go his way, Vladan's just going to be right on his back with a triple kill if needed.
See, the thing is as well, it could go the opposite way, and I do agree with your point.
Sure.
You know, it could go the opposite way, where, you know, Dragon, as you can see, you know, he is that aggressive rifler, and he is that guy that has been performing for Partizan. But because he is now in that new role, and you are getting, you know, that kind of more passive player in Vladan, could that entry success kind of fall off a little bit? You know, with that AWP, it's completely different. You know, it's just completely different than when being on that rifle. And I just wonder, is the performance of Partizan as a whole gonna suffer because of it? But, you know, we're gonna see. Only time will tell. And we are actually in the server. We're jumping into a Dust 2, kicking us off today very early on. It is a T-side pistol for Partizan. And we've already got Kragan close by in the lower tunnels. Julie's ready, and he needs to be ready. There's 3 players coming his way.
Yeah, he needs to go for that ace sometime. Kragan might need to get the first one. Able to connect on the dual Berettas. HE lands right on top, but not in time to save Kragan's life there. Still able to go 1 for 1, and with the bonus damage on both Kindo and Dragon, this feels like a bit of a win exchange here for the CT side, especially with their numbers still being primarily stacked up in towards A.
Yeah, 4v4 right now, and 9 are going to be put under a little bit of pressure when we're talking about these pistols. Ral's sitting on the ramp, just ready and waiting for these short players to make their way up. Ral's already stopping 1. It's getting a little bit difficult. It's getting a little bit hairy. He's got a bit of an assist here from Favin, who peels back for 1. But now Ral's is in trouble. He's being pinched from both sides. Needs those rotates to arrive quickly. But actually, he's going to get away safely into CT here. Bomb is still dropped at the minute, and the CTs have this one under lock and key, it would seem. 35 seconds. You've got to cross to the site if you're Collins, and you just have a high load to deal with. This is just such an awkward engagement to be peeking into these fights right now. And I mean, 9 are just showing absolutely no fear with the numbers advantage in play, and they will get that numbers advantage over the line to kick things off.
Yeah, it's really important for them to have a good start here, right? When you're looking at 9 with Kragan, obviously this is the debut matchup for Vladan on Partizan, but you're looking at 9 with Kragan. They already had the chance to play 2 best-of-3s, right? And the first one was here in the YaLLa Compass. It was a flawless 2-0 win over Ecstatic. A 13-7 on Nuke, a 13-5 on Inferno. Kragan was unstoppable, Mantu was unstoppable, Fabin was unstoppable. But then yesterday, they did drop a series against Cybershock, and I feel like this is a game that obviously 9 would be feeling like they should be winning, especially on a good day, or even on a medium day, to be fair to them. So now you get a good start against a really competitive Partizan side, especially on a Dust 2. We know notoriously, when you go back in time, how prominent Serbian teams have always been on Dust 2.
Already a little bit of respect being demanded by Partizan on this second round. Deagle headshot hit onto Rals. Mantu tagged down to just 5 HP. This is where 9 really need to have their wits about them. You cannot be caught out by a round like this early on. And although it hasn't really gone perfectly so far, you would say that 9 are still in a really good position, especially Kragan here. Kragan peeks in. Oh, it's only half cleared, and Kragan is going to get away with murder. It's a lovely double. Dips away, and actually going to double dip back in for a second, but Vlad will put him down. The speed bomb site now compromised, especially with the Deagle hitting another. This is all falling apart right now for 9.
Yeah, this is the firepower coming in. Eagle's able to charge it, still a little bit of util, still the M4's going into the retake. Colin's able to land another one though, and that's gonna leave Favin in a 1v2 clutch. Needs to be perfect, but the double peek will just come in, and Kindo is there for the closure. It's Partisan getting their first round on the board, and they didn't even force up.
Just an insane round to kick things off, really, especially after Kraken, you know, he gets that double, swings back in and goes for maybe just a little bit more there. I know he wants to try and buy a little bit more time for the rotate to come on in, but it just felt like Nine were really disjointed there and just giving those pistols 1v1s. And I mean, if you're going to give Partisan 1v1s, eventually when they get that advantage, they are just going to make good use of it, and it's exactly what happened. Now Nine are going to have to pay the price. Down onto the pistols, down onto the scout. They've invested everything they have into this round. They need to really just return the favor here.
Yeah, you've spotted that player throwing some util in towards middle early on. Mansu's repositioned straight up in towards the back of the A-bomb side. And when he's looking for an angle right now, Op on the other side. And it's actually Kindo on the Op. It's not Dragon. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, Kindo was probably the second guess if he's going to be the full-time Oper of the team. He was transitioning into a bit of a star back on Secret, but that is definitely an interesting one. You gotta love Balkan Counter-Strike. It just delivers in all the unexpected ways sometimes. Who would have thought? Go back 4 years, Kindo on 4 Glory being a support player, and tell me he would be an Oper on a team with Dragon, Vlad, and Collins and Emmy in 2025.
It is a little bit of a strange one. Maybe it's the right move, and that's kind of, you know, kind of coming back to the point that, you know, maybe I was hinting at in the pre-game, in that you obviously don't want to change too much, but I mean, if you're changing your star, if you're changing, you know, the player that has been performing time and time again, surely you just want to keep that as comfortable as possible. So maybe they're just testing the waters here more than anything, and then, you know, we might see Dragon on that AWP.
Sure. Well,
if it doesn't work out.
Kindo was hoping for a small part of 2024, we gotta say. He's not a complete newbie to the gun, so to speak. Especially in CS2. Because that does make a bit of a difference, right? Because when you're looking at Dragon and his experience with the OP, I mean, yeah, he was a full-time Oper in CSGO on iNation. So technically in Dragon's career, he hasn't really oped in CS2, and we know that the dynamic is a little bit different. So yeah, thinking logically, I guess this is probably the angle that Partisan were going with. And seeing Kindo as an Oper is definitely going to be exciting. And as you pointed out, it kind of allows Dragon to keep doing what he already was and what was working.
Partisan going to keep doing what was working. Out towards long, they were trying to make a play, but it was a little bit too quiet. They leave Collins just checking. You don't want to be baited into a trap here. This could be a nasty surprise ready and waiting. And I mean, right now Partisan just seem very set in their ways. They seem to realize that on these rounds 9 do enjoy going for a little bit of a push, but I fear that eventually they're going to be caught out by this trap, and actually 9 go a little bit too early. A little bit of pressure out towards long. Now Partisan realize exactly what's going on here. Just a really good read as they run down middle and try and make sure they can get this smoke down before the rotations come on in. 9 should be locked out right now, but this boosted and elevated angle from Kraken could be a real difference maker.
Yeah, it could be, but they're already out the B-bomb side, right? They know they don't really need the split. They can just send the bomb back in towards the tunnels. Just leave one player here to hold the cross, and this round is going to be converted. And 9, they seem to realize that now this one is all about just getting a couple exit kills from here on out.
Just about how many exits you can actually get if you even get any. There's one. Favin. Looking to maybe get another rifle. Needs to be careful. If he drops down into CT, he could be dead meat, but he is anyway. 3-1 Partisan, looking good. I mean, it looked like they were pretty prepared for that kind of anti-eco. They were kind of aware that 9 were going to be either running kind of some kind of setup, or they were going to be playing pretty aggressive early on, but finally we land on a gun round. And it's not going to be wielding an AWP on the side of 9, so it's still a pretty easy start for Kindo. Hasn't really been overly tested just yet, and oh how about that? Pretty easy start right to the door. Bob XD gone.
I think it might have been. And still Ross is able to lock down Long just a couple seconds later, so that is going to give them a bit of a relief here. Still, you have the op on the T side, even in the 3 versus 4. When you have Collins, Dragon, and Kindo alive, I mean, those are the 2 most dangerous rifles on the T side and the Oper. You never know what could happen, especially if they're able to make their way closer without giving too big of a sound cue, and the Molotov won't really tag them, meaning the CTs will probably rotate at least 1 player down in towards the mid doors.
I mean, it starts off so well that you get that opening advantage, but now you need to force your way into a bomb site. But Collins, that's a lovely double. Mantu just sitting tucked, yet to be discovered, and that's just going to be an easy 2 for him, going for the 3rd, and Kindo, he's going to not make good on that opening opportunity in the 1 versus 2, but still, he has a little bit of time to maneuver if he wants to. Doesn't want to be too loud about it already. Kragan has got over, so it is just going to be a double up here from 9, and they can just really slow this one down for now. They don't have to play aggressive. They know he's on an AWP as well, so trading is just going to be your friend. And right now, Kindo is just going to try and figure out, I mean, how does he get his hands back on the bomb? But I just don't think there's a world where he does.
No, that's a safe, and he already knows it, right? 25 seconds to reposition into towards CT. You're hoping to catch that B rotating player off guard, and the moment that you realize that you've missed out on Kragan's timing, you know it's going to be a safe. Now he's been spotted out, tagged down a little bit, so holding on to the big green, making sure that the CTs don't get their hands on it. And I guess this is a bit of a silver lining, the fact that 9 still won't have enough money to put Mantu on an AVP, but it's still around that 9 get. And honestly, it's all because of that genius mid-round call, right? It's 4v4, or actually a 4v3. You lose 1 more player, you decide to stack up A, double push short, and have 1 more player towards the back of the bomb side. That's the one thing that they weren't ready for, right? You spot out that mid to B smoke, you realize nothing is going on, you realize it's a ruse, you still have a bit of a timing, you trust your B player, you just double up into towards short, and even though Collins gets that magnificent double kill, they were never going to be reading into a 3rd player B towards the back of the side.
And that's a problem for Partisan when you're not able to kind of make good on that opening kill to start things off, and you are just getting multi-frag like that. That is just going to be a real issue.
I'd say under those circumstances, by the way, I will excuse them to the extent that that was a bit of a gambly call coming in from 9, right? And Partisan were ready to some extent. Collins was still able to get the double kill. I'd say this is maybe a 60-40 in terms of 9 just being really good in the mid round and not Partisan misplaying it as much. No, sometimes they're just too good.
He was really considering going through those doors there.
Yeah.
Molly comes in, actually just going to force back the short presence, which is really good news for Partisan. But the re-aggression here from 9 is going to be especially with Emmy trapped towards the door. He's going to get traded out instantly. Oh, top mid. Vladen actually misses that kill, which is going to be a big problem. Leaves the A bomb site completely open though, and Partisan are going to make good on that at least and get up, use their util, take this bomb site and get this bomb down. Issue is they are down a man. You're burning up. You haven't even been able to get the bomb planted, and Dragon's just going to burn out Kragan. That's just such an easy frag for him to get completely blind on the side. Collins tries to rescue that bomb and rescue the round, but it's simply no good. And Kindo didn't make good on the 1 versus 2. How about a 1v4?
That's not going to be an easy one. At least the first kill goes his way and now relocates in towards Long. The thing is, there's not enough time, so even if they were overextending here, he simply wouldn't have enough, and he might even go down after the clock. Bob XD just needs to turn the corner. Kindo's not looking. And that's going to be no money for Kindo going into the next round. Well, I say no money, no bonus money. He still has a little bit saved up. But this is a great defense out of 9. And in this round, it kind of felt like Kragan was everywhere. That's been the feeling since the start of the CT side.
Very mobile. Very loud about his presence as well. You know, announcing it with a couple of kills. Molly onto the bomb site was absolutely perfect. And Not really much he can do. I mean, if you're blinded on the side, you know, the flashbang caught him perfectly as well. He can't see. He's hoping that he's just not standing in the fire, and is just expertly plays Molotov. Man 2. Oh, that was your chance really to get an opening frag. Needs to be careful, and you can see that he's been granted safe passage all the way back up cap, but not all the way back up through short, as Emmy will pick him off for free. So Partisan, once again, they're going to find an opening kill. Can they make do with this one, though?
That's such an assertive play from Emmy, by the way. He had the bomb on his back, and he just peeks like that from T-spawn when there was nothing covering mid doors either. One scout or rifle watching it, he could have been surprised, but Kragan again gets tested in towards middle. He's been spotted out. First 1v1 goes his way, and he's got a little bit of util. There's no refrag potential here.
No, it's a good Molotov as well to make sure that they're not going to come swinging in through. They were thinking about it as well, but no trade, and Dragon unable to find the entry that time around. Bombs dropped in mid. Kragan has heard that. Issue is, you can't really make an adjustment off it. You've heard the bomb drop. They still have so many avenues that which they can go, but good news is for you is that long probably is open. There probably is an opportunity. It needs to be quick as Kragan tries to stop them from making their way through the doors. And well,
gotta
can't
go.
make good on this right now. You have to just sprint into this B bomb site, and Bob XD has already been picked off. He took the correct fight there. He just didn't win it. And now Partisan, to be able to get this bomb down. Steps surely being heard in the tunnels. This retake is on, but being smoked off will mean it is put out and turned off instantly.
Yeah, it's a great reaction coming out of Partisan. I was actually starting to get worried, right? Because 9 decides to go for another mid-round push towards long. And it's such an unorthodox way of approaching it as well, right? When on 30 seconds you decide to double push long, most of the time that would mean that those two players are going to be out of position and they're not going to be able to join in the action on time, right? Whether the T's are going out B, going out mid to B, or going up short. Either way, there is a big possibility those two players just get... their position just gets completely wasted, right? And it comes to no good, but... it's Kragan being able to, I guess, hold on with a double kill that makes it a little bit closer, and still you can just see how difficult it is to activate, right? Under those circumstances, essentially, they either needed Kragan to get one more kill, or you needed Bob XD to win his fight in towards the tunnels, which he wasn't far from doing. He did make the right decision, as you pointed out. Committed to the right fight, just couldn't land the shot. And still Partisan realizing what they were being hit with, and won all the key fights that they needed. And that's one of the things with that Partisan lineup, right? This is why they will be a really good Dust 2 team probably most of the time. They have an insane amount of firepower.
Yeah, you're seeing it already on show. Collins, Dragon, Kindo at moments as well.
Collins is probably one of the... I don't want to say he is wasted, because he's still fairly young. I think he still has a lot of Counter-Strike in him, if that makes any sense, if you know what I mean. He's still 26. He can still play higher level CS. But I think a couple of years ago, he was the one that people were looking at. And it wasn't even, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, it wasn't Vladan people were talking about. I mean, it was Vladan as well, but it was Collins too, right? He was the aggressive superstar of the Serbian team in the Balkan scene. And I feel like his unfortunate experience with international projects made people forget about how freaking good this guy actually is. And him finding his comfort zone on this Partisan team, that could be a game changer for them. It's not just Vladan, Dragon, Kindo on the AVP. If Collins gets activated, then Partisan can be real dangerous.
Dragon getting activated this time around, and it's getting a little bit dangerous here for 9 over towards the B bomb site, but as Dragon goes a little bit further, he will get punished. Still though, this B bomb site looks like it will fall. Ral's still picking them off one by one, just doing what he can to stay relevant and keep his team relevant, more importantly, in this situation. There's a big lurk coming on at the moment for the likes of Partisan. You can see nothing discovered over towards that A bomb site. Ral still stopped towards the doors, and Collins will at least make good on that. And now they know that there's nobody else coming from that side. They can focus directly on the tunnels right now. But 9 surely realize this as well. They have no money to go for this at all. It's going to be another save despite Ral's best efforts.
I actually like that so much for Collins, by the way. That I'm not sure if we can call it a role shift, but the fact that Dragon is going to be the spear of the attack most of the time, it means that Collins can go for his own aggressive plays, but but he's gonna be that hot and cold element of the attack, right? So he could go for a couple opening fights, but the moment that he gets into an aggressive position, then he can freeze, he can wait, let his teammates do something on the other side of the map, and then activate once again. So as of right now, this Partisan T side is looking really damn good, right? Some really good mid-round calls. You notice the amount of times that they've gone B every single time BobXD has been all alone, so they've been doing a great job at actually preparing the map or trying to condition the CTs to leave BobXD alone. And again, they just catch him on a really bad timing because of the presence that they're putting in towards middle and the work that Dragon does. And initially, you're going to look at Dragon get that first kill and push through the smoke, and you're going to say, this is such a silly play. But because he does commit to that play, everyone else just turns their attention in towards middle. And I mean, they just catch the timing on BobXD. This T side has been really, really good from Partisan.
Yeah, I mean, it might look a little bit silly. You know, you get aggressive through that smoke, but it just confirms, all right, well, Rottles is outside the doors. We know Bob XD is the B player. That's an easy kill for us if we just flood him.
Yeah, and, worst case scenario, he gets one kill. Right?
Exactly. And I mean,
if we've learned something from Bird from Sky, that is that being an orthodox and silly doesn't mean you're not right.
I mean, worst case scenario is he sprays down all three, but it's very rare. It's very unlikely that he's going to get all three. And Partisan's trading, truth be told, I mean, it has been quite good. So, you know.
By the way, where is Bird from Sky? I just said the name and I haven't seen him in a while.
There was rumors that he was coming back and then he was going to be playing on a team. I don't know if it's officially been announced. I did see some kind of talk about it on Twitter. I don't even remember who he was going to be playing with.
Yeah, because last time he had an official on HOTV was with that Mission Possible lineup, that really awkward one, right? With Veggie, with Maddie, the Polish guys, with Borup as well. But that was back in October. The Tier 2 Counter-Strike scene needs Bird from Sky. He brings in a whole lot of culture. It's kind of like having a Danish Nemanja, in a way.
Just checking there. It doesn't say anything. It was just that awkward team, as you were saying. Haven't really heard much. He is getting on now a little bit, you know, 31 years of age, still a good mind to have in the game, but it will be interesting.
Look at when things worked out for Snappy.
Yeah.
Always possible when you're a Danish IGL. Speaking of IGLs, feels like, again, the Danish one has made the right call. 9 have stacked up the correct bomb site. It's one thing having the right idea, though, a completely different thing being able to turn it into a round.
Yeah, early push through B, discovers that nobody's there. You know that it's going to be a long play happening right now. The issue is, are you going to be able to pick them off with the very limited weaponry that you have? The AK makes good on one, but still, this is very far away from being home and dry, although you're getting a lot drier. You have the towels out now at this stage, and this is where it's getting a little bit slippery on the site for Partisan. Bomb down, Kindo and Collins need to try and hold on. Damage has been done, but you are missing a lot of shots, which is going to be a big problem. Kindo now disabled with P, needs to find that kill onto the short player. Second player spotted, tries to get away to safety now as they're being put under pressure from this long situation. Scout tags being landed. Time gone on way too long, and it is a little bit scary, but that's all it is. It's a nightmare that you wake up from. You get away with the round, and Kindo is even going to be able to save that AWP as well. 9, really good effort, but not the result they were after.
Yeah, I mean, it's good damage, I guess, right? You're keeping the T-side money fairly low, and this is, what, the second, the third time that we've seen Vladen being a little bit shaky on a spray down on the lurk, something that we're not quite used to, right? And you can see the shake in the mouse. He knows it. He's usually one of the most solid players you're going to get on that level of competition. I guess everyone has slow starts. You can always count on Vladen to stay composed and redeem himself, but thankfully it's not around that his teammates end up dropping as well after he went down in towards middle, and a lot of it has to do with Kindo. He's been really reliable on that AVP so far. I know about you, but I think I'm going to be a fan of the Kindo Wall Park.
Yeah, I mean, if you can perform like this on every single map, definitely.
Also, notoriously, opers with numbers in their nicknames have always been good. Just think about it. Wonderful, simple, Flom.
Yeah, I knew there was a meme one coming. I was
do
just
you-
wondering.
well,
I was
yeah,
wondering where it
Wonderful's
was
too-
gonna be.
I'm gonna... Okay, you know what, I admit it. Wonderful's too young to be called one of the best, but in terms of simple and Flom, no discussion.
Partisan putting that pressure on middle right now, and they're looking to maybe explode up short if they can. Really well-timed Molotov there from 9, who are making good on the very limited util that they actually still have. 30 seconds. Partisan are going to try and split through CT to get up towards this bomb site. Dragon's just going to be in this position to lock off the rotations. As the execute comes in, Partisan will sprint their way forward. Still, Ral's in a really good spot. He's actually going to get aggressive. That's a lovely double from him, but still, that bomb site will fall. HE, if perfectly timed, it could do a lot of damage, but it just chips away at the health of Emmy here. In this 2 versus 3, this will get a little bit messy, but Vladen looking to lock down short, leaving his leader now to do it all, and he will not be able to compute a solution. 9. They will get back to winning ways. They will pick up a 4th round and cut Partisan's lead down to 2. And they felt like they needed it. You know, it really did feel like 9 needed a little bit of success in this first half if they wanted to stay competitive.
Yeah, it really does feel like it, right? I mean, on paper, you're not expecting a lot of the teams on this level to be as competitive with the Dust 2 or to the Dust 2 of Partisan, right? It's probably the best map in the pool for those guys, and you know, with the amount of firepower, they're going to be a tough team to crack. I mean, the last team that was able to take them down was 500, which was back in December. But this is a newly and fully enhanced Partisan now with Kindo on the op, with Vladen on the lineup, with Collins playing well as well. So the fact that 9 are still able to make it fairly close and keep themselves in short distance, I mean, that's going to... If anything else, that's going to put a little bit of pressure to Partisan, right? They know if they make a couple wrong moves, then 9 could level things up, and this could be a much more competitive game than what Partisan were hoping for.
I mean, as well, we are kind of going into a place where this is still a little bit of an unknown, right? Because this 9 team is still fairly young for the 5 that they have. So although,
sure,
you know, you might think that you will have an advantage on those 2, and I don't think Partisan are going to pick really into anything else.
Prep has been done, that's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely has.
Prep for that.
That is such a ridiculous shot to hear from Dragon, and that's just it. It's over. It's done with. 2 kills as easy as that, and I know it.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can't prep for, though, right? You even had Kragan in towards the B-bomb side this time around. BobXD lands a dink with his first bullet onto Dragon. Unfortunately, an exchange of bullets between an AK and an M4 ends one way and one way only. And that's not a pleasant way for the person holding the M4, in case you were wondering. Dragon, Kindo, instant on the headshots. And by the way, this is gonna be, I guess there always is a downside to having an oper that wasn't always a fully dedicated oper, but the upside of it is, when Partisan don't have money to put Kindo on an AVP, you can just give him a rifle and he's gonna be as efficient, right? Because he has rifled for the majority of his career, so I guess there is something good about it as well. Now they're gonna try and get a couple of the guns out of the hands of the CTs. They decide not to really throw themselves out there, which, considering it was the penultimate round of the half, maybe they could have afforded to risk 1 or 2 guns, but money was still not as solid as possible, so I guess gotta respect it. This is 4 out of the last 5 rounds now going in favor of the T's, and if they're able to get an 8 for half out of the half that they even lost the pistol round in, that would be pretty much perfect.
Yeah, I think this is a non-negotiable for the side of 9 though as well. This has to be one that they just need to win. Long control gonna be denied, which is a perfect way to start off a round. Double HE not really gonna discover much over towards this B bomb site, and Partisan burning through a decent amount of util already, but they still have a lot. These AKs, we've seen them make a massive difference in terms of the opening fights and opening duels.
Ooh. Look at the reaction from the CT side, by the way. Instantly, when they spot out the util towards the extremities, they just stack up 2 or 3 players in towards middle. They want to counter those mid walks out of the T's.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but when you're turned like that, Dragon is just going to get that one for free. So you had the stack there. You see the short play about to happen. Flash is going to be perfect, and Dragon's going to double up. Ral's trying to stop them himself. He does have actually a little bit of support here in Faven, and they are just picking them off one by one now. Bob XD is going to converge on mid right now, but still just pivoting. Vladden and Emmy trying to rescue this round, and they might have just done it. Ral's knows this is his only opportunity. He has to try and chase this man down to try and make sure that this bomb is going to be denied, but Emmy will be able to get this plant down, especially with that molly, which was perfectly timed. No way in for Ral's just yet. He's going to have to wait out that smoke, and he is still terrified that somebody might have tried to walk on through. And the longer he takes trying to clear this one out, Partizan are going to be more and more set up on this bomb site. Ral's, he just has to maybe peek in and hope for the best. I don't think a fight is going to be issued up to him or given to him straight away. It's just about the timing. There's the peek. It's been spotted out now, and Partizan can just play this one together. 3, 2, 1, peek in timing, and Partizan take an 8-4 lead.
Yeah, this is a great half coming out of the T's, right? You couldn't wish for anything else, especially in the last round of competition. I mean, 9 had the perfect call. They reacted in such a good way to all the mid-walks that we've seen from the T's. We've been seeing from the T's time and time again throughout that first half, and Partizan are still able to deal with it. Kraken caught on the timing. It was just a dry walk in towards middle, and even with the double push in towards mid, even with the AVP being towards the back as well, in towards CT spawn, the T's are still able to run away with this one. Partizan are going to be feeling damn good about their chances going into the second half of Dust 2 here. And for 9, I don't know about the last round, but this one is definitely a necessity if you want to stay competitive here. Loving the camera angle from Dragon. Sorry, I just had to put it out of the system.
Yeah, towards long, I mean, you make a few steps as well. This has surely been heard by the short players. Still, you're just going to give it a jiggle here. If you're Emmy, you're the man with a lot of util actually invested on the CT side, which is pretty rare, to be honest. I mean, if you're looking at what they have, 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and a HE, that's, you know, T-side utility for a pistol. But they've definitely got a plan in mind here, Partizan, as the presses towards long is just going to be spotted out. Nate comes in, Flash is coming in, and there's no way up right now for 9. This is such a horrible situation right now. Partizan are just going to be peeking off those flashbangs, and unfortunately they don't have any more, but still, they've already picked up 2. Make that a 3rd. This is looking just great right now, but all of a sudden, you answer back with a double, you get up onto a bomb site, maybe there's a bomb plant here, especially with another kill. It was looking so good for Partizan. All of a sudden, it looks like it's falling apart.
That was the 2v5. You can't possibly let this one go. They're just jump shotting, hoping for the best right now, but Faven will get that bomb down, and there's another Goosh. They know they have him trapped. They know this is now in favor of the T's, and Rawls and Faven might as well just be able to hold on to it. There goes another one. And that is the lesson to be learned, Partizan. Even in a 5v2, you can never count those 2 out.
Beautiful, beautiful idea from Partizan on that pistol to have so much util, and the flashes were absolutely destroying 9, especially the HE as well over towards long. That was just a really good start to the pistol. The problem was when they ran out of utility, it looked like they ran out of ideas, and 9 just made good on taking that space after that. When the pressure was kind of off them, when they were given an inch and they took a mile, they'll take that round. Need to make sure that they don't fall here. This is where they were first introduced to a few problems, and how about a few more? There's a double, how about a triple? No, Mantu needs to try and get away. He's low HP, that's the bomb as well. The T's are picking them off one by one, but it's not going to be enough. There's just so many Partizan players over towards long, and a roar there right now, and it is a victory screech coming out of the Partizan camp, because they know 9 have been put in the bin along with their money.
Yeah, I mean, Faven's face says it all, man. Someone has to give a golden medal to Dragon for all those flashes in towards long. It just felt like It felt like they were the clones from Naruto, by the way. It felt like they were never ending. There was just so many of them. Flash after flash after flash. Every single CT or every single T player that was trying to make their way out of the long doors and get into a fight and get a refrag was fully blinded. No chance whatsoever to get a fair fight. And I guess this erases a bit of the hype of the 2v5 that you were able to win in the pistol. Unless you win it with the pistols now. Then we're back on the hype train. Just follow Bob's lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're talking about the Partisan team that have actually looked really solid against these kind of pistol rounds. They looked very calculated in the first one they faced in the first half. Need to make sure that they're going to be calculated this time around as well. Oh, Emmy dead. Dragon dead. And all of a sudden, now Partisan are in a little bit of trouble. Swinging here, wide. Collins just gets instantly taken down, and 9 are actually doing exactly what they need to do to keep competitive, but still, Indo control a little bit of a spanner into the works here. Short presence now being felt as Bob XD rips another head off. These Deagles are dangerous. You do not want to be coming up against these pistols, it would seem. Vladen takes a chunk of health away from himself going for that fight. He wins it, but needs to just try and grant himself safe passage away. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. No, Bob XD will find one more before he's finished in 9. I mean, they do make good. They do correct their mistake. I just hope it's not too little too late.
I don't think it is too late, right? I mean, you're looking at a 9-6. Now the CTs are the ones that need to force it. It's going to keep being incredibly difficult to say that they put themselves in a good spot until they win 2 in a row. But look at how easy they make some of those kills look. I mean, you give Bob XD a Diego, he's going to make it look like an ope. Every single time he was going into a fight, you know, the moment that he sees someone on his screen, that guy is dead. And they all did go down. So the force buy wars continue. What are we looking for here on Partisan? We're looking for that M4 on Dragon. And potentially the Scout on Kindo. Everyone else is on the pistols. And again, there is a... Well, I was going to say there is a decent amount of flashes. There's actually only 2 of them. So they need to be the best flashes in the world. Collins. But this is Nine's ticket back into this dust too. This is Nine's opportunity to make this one a much more competitive map here. You have to convert this one. This is your second chance now.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, we can excuse once, twice. You're kind of like, okay, maybe, but if 3 times in a row, that's going to be a big problem. Aggression, shut down. Dragon does still get away with 1 though.
Yeah. That's still good though, right? You get a 1-for-1, you get the M4 ejected, it's in a non-recoverable position, and now you've been able to deal with the Scout as well. A lot of damage has been done in the process. Both Manto and Ross tagged down quite severely, but you still should be able to deal with the remaining pistols.
Yeah, you still should be. But still, Partisan not resting. Going for this boost over the top of the smoke. Not going to be able to discover anything, and that surely has been heard. Surely you realize that that is just going to be a boosted situation. But still, Partisan could find a kill here. Ral's pushing through the tunnels. Vladen is waiting to ambush him when he gets here. And you can see that the main brunt of this attack are just going to go in and clear. They're not going to send Rals in on his own, and he's going to realize now Vladen is probably pushed into the tunnel, so he's just going to post up. He's just going to get ready. Oh my goodness. That might be the worst timing that you're going to see all day.
That is the timing of all timings. This is the final boss of the most awful timings you can get into. And I guess Vladen's happy about it. I mean, he's able to upgrade himself on an AK, and this is 9 finally picking up 2 in a row. But at least if you're Partisan, you're holding on to that rifle. For Vladen, you're holding on to the pistols for Collins and Emmy, and Vladen can drop his 5.7 over in the next round as well. Collins, you can't really get on top of that, I don't think. Rate the try, though.
Terrorists win.
Can you actually get boosted there? I'm 99% sure you can't. I would have been shocked if they were able to.
I'm probably the worst person to ask about that. You know my feelings.
Because I've never seen that. Never.
Yeah. I'm not usually a Dust 2 enjoyer, so...
Oh, come on. Everyone's a Dust 2 enjoyer.
Watching it, yes. I mean,
Yeah, same.
I like
8 average on a good day.
but playing it, not so much. Collins with this AK, he's very aggressive. Then fired towards middle. Surely there's no way back through mid, but that AK is going to be scavenged, and Kindo now can maybe pick up the slack with it. If not, this is going to be an 8 round for 9. They are making the correct call. They're making their way up through shore. Emmy surely just going to be caught out completely here. Kindo goes down. Emmy can do absolutely nothing. It's down to just the B presence that was at the beginning of this round. Right. Actually has Bob XD trapped, but still back up into a corner. Bob XD will prevail, and Vlad is going off with that 5-7. How many more can he get? He's just going to be swanging surely through that smoke. Flash is perfect, but still, I actually don't mind this from 9 whatsoever. I'm just going to risk it swinging. They're going to play this one together. Don't mind if he's just saving that 5-7. They're going to wait out this smoke, and then they'll take him out of the round.
Okay. I mean, if you're Vlad, you're thinking those sweats. Not a single one of them wanted to push through the smoke. They just waited for it to fade away, but this was a much needed injection right into the system here for 9. And a round like this one, by the way, I know it was against the lower buy, but it just changes so much about how you feel about your own T side, right? You finally win one round where you get all the kills with no issues. You just walk into a bomb site. You even get them on the exits. No one even stays alive to tell the tale there for Partizan. And now they're going to go into a buy round, but it's one with a massive advantage coming out for 9. And the name of the game here is Oping, right? It's Mantu being on that AWP. CT's yet to actually purchase one. Money does not allow it. So this is 9 with a great opportunity. We remember how much Kindo was doing in the first half when the CTs didn't have an open. He had one himself. Now you're looking at Mantu and expecting to see a little bit of the same. Considering he's been a little bit slow so far, now is the time to try and unlock.
Yeah, you're hoping that you see that improvement from Mantu, because look, I mean, it just hasn't really been there. He just hasn't really been performing to the level that we know he can and probably do demand of him, I would say.
Yeah. It definitely helps having Rouse, Kragan, and Faven and Bob XD all performing really nicely as well, right?
Yeah,
but especially on a map like Dust 2, you sometimes need the Oper to take advantage of some situations. You could get away with a slower game, but you still need to find 2 or 3 impactful kills across both halves, and then you're fine.
I mean, look, if he finds 2 or 3 impactful kills at this stage of the game, 9 probably win.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
He could have an impactful 8-kill game on Dust 2.
Yeah. Kragan. Going to spoil the fun of Partizan here. Trying to get 9 back on level terms, but actually, not going to go too far into that engagement. Instead, backs up 50 seconds for 9 really to make their mind up, and Partizan are just respecting them right now. I mean, it is quite a passive setup from Partizan. They are just waiting for the site hits to come on in, but now the mid extremity maybe being exposed here. Flash is going to be perfect, but 9 were turned. Anti-flash ready, expecting that play to happen. Vladen peeking out towards the window, picks one off, a second as well, but that AWP traded right back, and Collins
gotta go.
Put to the test. That AWP still posted up. You've got the bomb. You have to get in. Mantu doesn't want to stick around. And actually, Collins not getting aggressive right now. It's down to himself and Kindo in this 2 versus 2. As 9 will try and hold on for dear life. Bob XD, though, will make it a 2v1 very quickly.
Yeah, and you're saving. Your Collins, 40 HP, no kid, no Yuto. The moment you lose your teammate in towards the B tunnels, you're just calling this one off completely. And Collins, you know he wanted to get into this round, especially after getting the first kill, especially after seeing Vladen deliver that double kill in towards B, but 9 just do such a good job to deal with that first middle player as well. And there was a little bit of fortune involved as well, right? Because I think the Oper might have been playing anti. There was no one actually holding for the swing. So if that player towards the left-hand side actually just dry peeks into the angle, there's a big chance he gets away with a double at least. No one was looking. They were both looking in towards CT or playing anti. But that just means the moment that the flash pops, they turn around to their left and there's 3 sets of eyes just staring at you with guns in hands as well. It was never really meant to work out for Partizan, and now they've lost 4 in a row. Now this is starting to look a little bit sketchy on the CT side. And it's terrifying because we're yet to actually see them on their first really proper investment, right? With an AVP and full utility on everyone. But they could already be going down 1 round here.
Yeah, and something that has to be talked about as well is that luckily the Partizan were able to recover after losing both pistols and at least picking up a couple of rounds here and there on each side of the half. Because if not, I mean, I fear this game could have been already over if 9 were perfect, but not so much against the pistols. And well, the only rifle in this round has already been put to good use for Partizan. That is Collins. Already finding an opening. Probably not going to do much over towards mid. Just a jiggle here from Emmy. He's going to be waiting. Kindo actually gets off the angle, so the AK can put him under pressure, and that is just a horrible timing for you to try and retreat into the bomb site. As this bomb site being toppled by the rifles, just being forced away if you have a deagle in your hand. Nothing you can do to stop 9 in this situation except wait for backup.
Yeah, and this is looking really comfortable right now for 9. Collins still going to give this one a go, though. Get up close and personal, but you need something truly special with the M4. This is a good start. You get 1 headshot. Now you're waiting for the long player, and you're hoping that Vladen is going to be able to win this fight into towards short as well.
Hoping, praying, but you are running out of time and you're running out of chances here. This has gone on way too long, and 9 are just gonna take this one. This is a great feather to put in their cap as well, although the rifles are going to be saved up on the side of Partizan, but now they've got the better of them on the scoreboard. 10-9, they're gonna have a lead. Still, Vladen sticking around here, a lot of damage being done, and actually just traded out right through that smoke, deagle in hand. As Dragon looks to try and scavenge that AK and get away with it, and it looks like he will do. Faven, does he want to get aggressive and swing a little bit wider? No. So it is going to be 2 rifles brought forward on the side of Partizan. That is at least something positive to boast about, but I mean, if we're talking about the second half as a whole, there's virtually nothing.
I mean, that's one way to put it, yeah. And this is the 1 round that they need to win as well. Now you have Kindo on the AVP, you have everybody else on the rifles, you have a good amount of utility to work with. Partizan, your map pick looked so convincing in the first half. You had an 8-4 lead. Then you win the forest buy in the second half, and now you're down. This map was probably supposed to be over a long time ago. You still have an opportunity to make it work. Gotta be a little bit careful though. Ope spotted. Kraken able to get into a comfortable position. Double setup in towards the B bomb side though. 9 haven't made up their minds, but Faven might get tested.
Yeah, they still can go absolutely anywhere here. Right, that aggressive stance being taken here by Vladen Dragon. Vladen actually is just going to back up. Yeah, that's why you can see the B presence is going to back up a little bit. Vladen doesn't stick around because they've left middle completely. They were getting just a little bit nervous, and there was a little bit of pressure going their way. That's a lovely jump spot. Good information gathered, but still, you might know what's going on. Stopping it is a complete different story. 40 seconds is not a lot of time for 9, and they've made their decision. It is going to be a B play, but can they make their way in?
They're just leaving middle though. They're just gonna leave Kraken in there. They're slowing this one down so much. They're making the CTs think they're doubling back in towards the A bomb side.
Playing them like a fiddle right now. 20 seconds. A step surely's been heard that time around, but it's too little too late. You have to try and rotate on over, and this space is being occupied right now. Vlad is going to be picked off, and nothing Dragon can do about that one. 10 seconds, bomb is going to be acquired. Need to stop it on the cross, but you're not going to be able to. Faven is just going to get this one down just in time. And Partizan, this is decision time for you. I mean, you don't have a kit, so I don't see there is going to be a way that you can go for this. And that decision might have just been made for you. 11-9. 9 are now 2 rounds away from closing out Partizan's map pick.
I just want to say it right now, by the way. Roz, with the 14 kills and the calls he's been getting, he's the real MVP of this map so far. I know we've seen a lot of great things from Faven, from BobXD, from Kraken in important rounds. They've been able to get really impactful kills. but the amount of times Rouse has been able to outmaneuver Emmy in the mid to late round has been insane. What a difference maker of an IGL this guy could be sometimes. And you just see how difficult it is for Partisan to find a comfortable setup to read into what is going on, right? It looks like a B play. You spot them out. You block them off. You feel like you've forced them away from the B bomb side. What do 9 do? No, they don't sprint back, even though they had that one player of Bob XD in towards the long doors. They just slow it down a little bit. They let the mid smoke fade away. They re-smoke without making a single step or throwing a single flash. And they make you think, well, okay, they're just re-smoking to keep us on high alert. This is definitely not going to be a B play anymore. And then they just go for the B split. That angle from Vladon is just not designed to deal with a mid play, though.
Nice push here from Dragon. Can he make good on this one? No, he can't. Bob XD, that is a wonderful entry. Dragon, usually that aggressive element, this time just gets instantly shut down. And actually lucky that Kindle gets off that boost, because he would have just been picked off by the players sprinting up middle. And this is a very quick round. This is a very high tempo being set from 9. They are taking a lot of space and absolutely taking no liberties in this situation. But eventually, with this man advantage, they are going to slow things down, knowing that space could be occupied now by the CTs that they weren't looking at originally. And that's why eyes are on long. If Emmy missteps here, if he plays a little bit too early, he could go down.
This is so uncomfortable for the CTs right now, right? On paper, you have everything covered, but you know if they group up and just hit a bomb site, you're going to be a really difficult spot. And now Emmy's been hurt. They know he was up close and personal. You know the mid rotation is going to be a little bit slower, even if there's one player, but where do you really want to go here? 9 have been playing the clock so many times, and the bomb is making its way back in towards B. This is going to be a short fake. Might even try and get one player to drop down CT here.
Yeah, might try and do it. Seth's being heard over towards the Xbox. You can see Collins, he's got a lot of information here, but he's got absolutely no support, so he has to do it alone. But that is still enough, it would seem. Mantu hits a nice shot. We're talking about him having impactful moments, but that is cut short very early by Vladden. The solo B defender has managed to shut down that play completely. You just back away if you're Bob XD. Not really too much that you can do. And it was looking so good there for 9 for a moment. It looked like they had the right call. They were going into the weaker bomb site. They just needed to deal with middle. The problem was the short players both died instantly. One picked off towards mid, was traded out. But by then, it was just already over.
Yeah, it was a good setup, right? Even when you're trying to fake up that short presence and drop players down CT, there still is a possibility that those guys trying to drop CT, even though they don't really want to engage into a fight in towards A, might go down. And if that happens, well, then you're just down to the players running out mid doors and the late B play, but they were focusing the majority of their attention in towards that middle part of the map. And again, the moment you lose those first 2 players, it becomes a lot easier for the remaining CT playing towards the back of the mid doors to just focus on the one-way avenue. So Partisan, finally, they get a buy round. Look at that line of consecutive rounds for 9. This is officially over. Now the question is, can the Serbians actually redeem themselves here towards the end of that Dust 2? They will get a couple chances. Money's looking alright. You have an AWP, you have the full utility, a couple AKs recovered as well. This is the last chance.
I mean, it would be the time to come to life, right? It would be the time to really do the business. Actually, interestingly enough, that HE didn't go deep enough for them to cross with it, but Mantu wasn't posted on that angle, so he probably could have got a freebie there. Still though, a lot to be done. HE trying to expose somebody, nothing to be seen. Once again, still nothing spotted by that AWP, which is gonna just be a little bit worrisome for the B presence on the side of Partisan, which has actually been reinforced. The 3 players this time around in the vicinity. Flash is going to be perfect to actually take that off the angle as the press being felt. This time 9 just try and walk out. They just try and exploit this B bomb site. Mantu, that's a very important kill. Vlad's going to pre-fire them to take him down. Kindle spots out that mid presence at least to deal with it, and it's down to just the tunnels players making their way, it's spilling out onto the bomb site. But where has that defender gotten off to? Where is Dragon lurking? That shot misses. Dragon still trapped in the corner. They need to try and pick him together. It's a little bit awkward, but Dragon Dragon will make good use of it. Kindo hits the shot that's needed, and Partisan, it looks like they're waking up right now towards the tail end of this game. 11-11, money called into question on the side of 9, and that's why we're going to see a pause.
Yeah, this is finally starting to work out here for Partisan, right? And it's a really good, I guess, conditioning coming out of the CT side as well. The moment that Kraken makes a little bit of noise in towards middle, instantly you're thinking, okay, they're trying to drag us in towards mid. They'll probably try and hit the extremities at a certain point, right? They've been so hard in towards middle. It's about time for them to switch it up. And then that good off angle from Vladen comes into play, right? He gets a freebie onto it, hides, eventually gets refragged by the Oper, but it doesn't change the fact that you still had a second player in towards B. You had a third player that had already crossed out towards the right hand side through the CT side, or through the CT smoke for the mid to B play as well. So you had the right pieces, I guess, in the right places here for Partisan. And Dragon able to step up with a key double kill. Kindo as well, putting in his foot in the door there with the op. He leveled things up. And if you're 9, this is probably the first time in a while you've had to actually have a serious conversation about how to go on with this one. Money's not worse for wear, but a couple of those players will have to take a couple hits. Kraken, Rouse, Galos maybe even Mac 10s if you want to have the full amount of Uto, and they decide to go for the weaponry instead. Utility's still going to be decent enough on the majority of their teammates, but this is 9 with a map that look theirs. Now being pretty much up in the air, and this is the last opportunity you're going to get. If you don't get a bump line out of this, you're going to have no money for round number 24.
Time for 9 pretty much to go big or go home in this situation, and Mantu already been sent packing. That is Kindo getting the better of him, and it's just been an absolute disaster of a map so far for Mantu. He's had a few important kills, but just not the impact that he probably wanted to have this game, and now he's left a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of the 4 players that remain. Good Molotov to force that short aggression that was actually going to really cause 9 a lot of problems. The dip in towards CT here, there's the aggressive play before it, and Kindo will go down. It's a good trade, and now 9 can split up towards this B bomb site if they want, but instead, they're actually going to go back.
Yeah, you can slow it down. This is a great moment of realization. You know Vladen's alive and he's the B player. You know Dragon's usually the mid to B guy, right? So now you know you've got them split. You have 2 players in towards B, 2 players in towards A. It's all about where you feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, where do you feel comfortable if you're 9 on the side of Partisan? You don't feel comfortable unless you get a kill, unless you stop the presence from making their way up. But already Emmy is going to fall. This is down to Collins right now, trying to hold on for dear life. The dink is not going to be enough. Vladen is quick on the short play, and he's actually got a little bit of backup in Dragon as well. Good Molotov is going to deny the plant for just a moment, but still, you're smoked off now. One player is going to have to reroute. 20 seconds. Not really too much time. Things get a whole lot closer. And if you lose this fight, Dragon, that is going to be the round sealed, surely. Vladen, are you even going to attempt this right now? I mean, 2 players are low. You have a kit. This would actually be a 1 versus 3 of the ages. There's the jiggle. Vladen has been spotted out. It's just to try and rescue this AWP and get away. And that is not a bad decision all in all, but still, that was your chance. You win that round. The game is over. Your map is yours. Now you're just playing for that one thing. It's not even a win in regulation. It's overtime.
No, and this is a bit of a desk slammer as well if you're Partisan, by the way. Even though 9 make the right call, even though they have the right idea with that short play and with the utility, if you're Partisan, you just feel like you were 1 kill away from winning the round, right? Whether it be from the Ram player or the Goose player, they were all doing so much damage. Dragon as well losing his fight into towards CT spawn. It just felt like there was so many instances in which Partisan should have won the round. Just 1 bullet away, pretty much. One that you're gonna be feeling really bad about. It's gonna leave a mark, definitely, especially if you end up losing here. But the good thing is, you still have been able to gain a little bit of momentum in the last couple of rounds. You need to go back to that. You can still fight for OT here.
Yeah, you can. You got a double up now, which might cause 9 problems. Might not be something that you're expecting. And, well, you've spotted 1 out if you're 9.
I don't know if Dragon has announced himself in the server, and we do actually get to see that Dragon AWP. A little bit of a risk, and now you should know. Now you should know that there's a double op.
Most likely.
No, you definitely
You're still
know.
holding though. Yeah. Now you know for sure. Emmy still playing that cold tango though. And it's all about being activated at the right time. And it feels like OT might be coming in unless Rouse has something to say about it. Mantu, AK, he's alone with the bomb though. This is such a sticky position to be in.
Yeah, this is a horrible spot. Reno coming in here though. Mantu has waited and bided his time. There's his chance, and he strikes. You can cross safely, Matthew. You can chuck the bomb over. You don't even have to peek. You don't even have to make a play. Partisan are just relying on a lot of noise being made by the CT player. But long steps being heard. Mantu has gone back, but it's still not enough as Vladen rips his head off. Bob XD and Rals. It is down to him. Rals look crisp on the initial shot, but he will get no more. And Bob XD, all eyes on him to try and save this one from going to overtime. Molly comes in, and Bob XD, swung by 3 players, picks off the first, but the double peak enough to seal it. OT is where we are going to have to split these two teams, because in regulation it just simply cannot be done.
Wow, what an intense game to kick things off today, by the way. That's been an incredible map of Counter-Strike so far. And it's such a roller coaster of emotions as well for all the Partisan fans, I bet, and for the Partisan players as well. You get into a 5 versus 3 here, and then suddenly you just lose 2 players. It's all about Vladen being able to get that first kill, Dragon getting the kill on the edge of the smoke. At this point, you just feel like if you let Bob XD get into a 1v5, even if you give him 1v1s, he's going to be able to pull it off. But with a triple peak like this one, it was never going to happen. Score is tied once again. We go into the first overtime, and will Partisan be able to finally pull it off? Fabian says no. He's one we haven't seen on the nope yet. Puts it to good use.
I haven't seen him on the op yet, but he's probably pretty close to equaling Matthew's kills with the AWP as well.
Yeah, you know, I thought about this. I thought it was completely unnecessary, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's...
I couldn't help myself. I seen it there. I was like, you know what?
Nothing like beating them up while they're down, eh?
Yeah, hey. Look. Sometimes it happens. There is still time to rectify and, you know, make good. Favin is going to do exactly that with the AWP, swapping over to the AK as well. He has already taken down 2 by himself. There's still 2 more players over towards this bomb site though, and well, both of them have ops, which is really interesting. Collins is going to fall. Dragon is going to fall as well, and that's just plain and simple for 9. They get that one over the line with ease. Mantu is going to be the only casualty there, and honestly, that was probably the easiest round that we've seen all day.
Yeah, it probably was, right? In terms of the buy v buy rounds, definitely, and it's a lot of it has to do with just Fabian being unstoppable, right? You give him the AVP for the opening kill, he's able to get that one, then he's ready for the aggression angle, impossible to flash with that flashbang inside of the doors, and then he was even able to find 2 more towards the end, then a massive 4K coming out of the German. Looking like a star in the making alongside Bob XD for this team. And Fabian is that type of a guy. He can be playing supported pros and still look like a star. Kindo, that is twice in a row now. He's been taken down early doors. At least then we might be able to get that refrag. I have no clue how Bob XD's been able to get out of there alive.
You want to know something? He doesn't know either. He has absolutely no clue how he's not been spammed down. That is just one of those situations that you just get away with one and you're kind of laughing as you're jumping through the tunnels. In disbelief.
Yeah. And if you're Kindo, you just feel like your life has been wasted. Oh, Nate. There you go. Finally able to punish that filthy Bob kid.
I mean, look, the trade came in. It just was 20 seconds later. And quite fortunate that Bob XD was still actually sticking around towards the tunnels, or else it wouldn't have happened. But however, you are here in a 4v4. You've no AWP though. So it's just down to these rifles to try and stop them. Good flash, but Kragan, he's just going to be ready, posted up with that AK, and Colin's going to be taken down, putting a lot of pressure on that B bomb site. So the A players have to make a move. They have to make a play here. A head going to be spotted. One taken off. A second one dinked. Really good from Dragon here as the pressure being piled onto this 9 side. And Dragon's just going to run on in. They're not ready for him to reaggress. Mantu looking at the ground, trying to drop over. Bogdan's Law costing them a player in this situation. And now you've got 9 sprinting up onto the bomb site. But they get that double, leaving Emmy in a situation where surely he's going to be scratching his head. They did all the hard work. And now all of a sudden, all eyes on the leader to step up, to lead by example. But 9, bomb planted. It's already a quarter of the way ticked. And they're already set up perfectly. I mean, Ral's is low, but he has eyes on long right now. He's going to be looking at this corner. Even if Emmy finds this kill, is it going to be enough? Because he does not have a kit. Tucked in towards CT, and Favin has been perfect in overtime so far. 4 kills, but he will not be able to get another as Emmy realizing the hunt is on, the chase is on to get up to this bomb in time. And luckily, he will just pull off this defuse. If he didn't have a kit, if there wasn't one littered on the bomb site there, that mightn't have gone his way. But Emmy steps up massively. A 1 versus 2 to save them.
Let's just talk about the IQ of Emmy going into that clutch, by the way. First of all, how are 9 able to make this one look winnable? How do they find those 2 kills? That is absolutely ludicrous. But Emmy, the only way he wins that round is if Favin is in towards the elevator and he just pre-fires him, by the way. He knows, even with the kit, he wouldn't have had time to clear Gandalf. He wouldn't have had time to force him out of short. Wouldn't have probably had time to force him away if he was hiding towards the back of the bomb site, right? The only way he wins this one is if Favin is there and he just pre-fires him, or maybe backside as well. But Emmy just plays it in such a smart way. And if you're 9, you feel like you won a round that you shouldn't really be able to pick up under any circumstances, and you just gave it away straight up. What a play from Emmy, and this is a great example of how you can be having a, on paper, underwhelming performance number-wise in terms of the kills, but then just turn it around with a couple impactful ones. What a 1v2 coming out of the IGL.
Yeah, I mean, numbers-wise, you can definitely make that point, but, you know, I wouldn't say that Emmy is underperforming in any way, shape, or form. That is beautiful. I mean, at this stage, Ted, look, I know I'm beating a dead horse here. Yeah, just let him up. Just let him up. You know, I'm like, and, you know, I was laughing,
you know
I was memeing, but
I like Mantu, and in his defense, I'll say, Dust2 is an awkward map. I know it's supposed to be an Oper's Paradise. I know you're supposed to be great on it with an AVP. I will give him the green card on this one because I like Mantu in general as an Oper.
yeah,
And if Favin is able to carry them through this one, let it be.
let it be. Oh, you're going to try and walk through this small college. You need to be so ready right here. And, well, just going to be instantly traded out. Favin picking up another kill. AWP swapping over to the AK. And he's just going to sprint forward. Mantu trying to lock off these rotations. And there you go. Vladen picked off for free. Niner going to take their 14th round here and take this advantage. Surely. Oh, that reaction is ridiculous from Kindo.
You know what? In his defense, nothing you can do there.
No, nothing you can do there. Kindo was just way too quick. He was ready. Still though, are we even considering that this one is doable? Surely not. Steps being heard, he's been mollied off, he can drop the smoke if he wants. He even realizes that this one is probably over and done with. It's only a matter of time before Kindo goes down. Bob XD with the lurk, and he will put him in the dirt. It's 14-13. And 9 have that advantage. Look good on the T side. Can that transition though? Can that change over onto the CT for them?
That's what you're hoping for. If you're Partisan, you're hoping you're gonna go back to the dominant T side that you had in the first half as well, right? That was an 8-4 T side for them. But ever since you switched sides, it just didn't feel the same. Favin's had a phenomenal map as well. 25 and 14 for him. He's not going to be rocking the double up this time around, of course. And Partisan looking for a straight up beat bop here. This is going to be really quick.
This is something that we didn't really see from the T side of Partizan, was this very fast and quick tempo, which actually catches BobXD sleeping a little bit. Still good for one though. Mantu discovers nothing as that nade exposes that smoke, but nobody spotted in towards the B bomb side here. Ron's just trying to tap away ahead if he can, and Nine are very close by. They were worried surely about this Vlad and Lurkus. The util is just going to be put down. You need to find this kill if you're Rals, but you're not going to be able to do it. Actually, the dink through the wall there is just not going to be enough, and Kragan goes and turns back to try and search to take him down, but I mean, Nine, are they already thinking about calling this one off? I mean, they're getting set up to maybe throw a few smokes, but unless you find a kill instantly, this surely is going to be over. And there it is. Kragan with 2. All of a sudden, you'll sprint into the bomb site to try and get them all. Favin looking to try and deny. Collins taken down. Kragan goes nuclear, and 9 pull off one of the best retakes you are going to see all event long. 15-13. 9 now have 2 chances to steal away this map pick.
Let's just rephrase that. 9 don't pull off one of the best retakes we're going to see all event long. Kragan pulls off one of the best retakes we're going to see all event long. This round was supposed to be over. This is a 3 versus 4 retake on the B bomb side, and Kragan was loud about him coming out of the tunnels. They knew it. Every step of the way, he was being as vocal as possible, and they just missed the shots. Oper is wayward, Rifle not able to connect, spray transfers perfect. Kragan gets an instant headshot onto the third one as well. And that's why you bring the Dane over to the party of 9.
Can Partizan be the party poopers? That's the question. Can they ruin this massive, monstrous comeback? Really, let's not forget, Partizan were 8-4 up in the first half, and 9 with a massive response. Even make this one competitive to actually get chances to close this one out, a singular chance to close this one out in regulation, and now they've got 2 opportunities to get it done in OT. Molly coming in towards short, still 9 want to hold on to this control. Partizan getting aggressive, Emmy exposed on the other side of that smoke, and he had no backup. Collins couldn't swing on through. Mantu finding such an important kill here. It looks like it is all falling apart for Partizan right now, as you see that aggressive. The short player is coming on in. The smoke is still up though, and a second one now as well. We'll just make sure that 9 can't force the issue.
And they freeze. It's just the quiet before the storm. 35 seconds though. The T's will have to make a move, and by the looks of things, it's going to be a short play. But Favin boosted on the angle. Might not be ready for him on top of the box, and he finds another one, and he's out of there as well. 27 kills for Favin, as he's even going to go back for more and lands the dink onto Vladen.
Rals trying to step up here. The dink, the damage is already done. Rals just has to do the easy job to try and find the heads, but that gunfight not easy whatsoever. And Dragon, this is the man you probably want in this situation, but not when he's trying to put the bomb down. There was just not enough time, and the CTs were just way too close. 9 will dominate really in that second half of that game, and it was enough to get it to overtime, enough to get it over the line, and enough to steal Partizan's pick away. Dust 2 does not go as planned for the Serbians.
Yeah, and we can now officially say, Mantu, your Dust 2 did not count because your team still ended up winning it, and you can thank Favin for it as well, because that was a pretty tough map for the Oper. But I guess this is one way that you bring out a Dust 2 and you win it, even when you haven't really picked into it. You just call Favin and BobXD and you're like, hey guys, can you drop a 27 and 21? Sure. 48 kills between Favin and BobXD. Kragan with a lot of impactful moments. Rouse as well. Mantu was able to, in his defense, find a couple nice kills towards the end there, especially in OT. But all in all, 9 just coming in with a really solid game plan and showing that with the new addition of Kragan and with the new additions of Favin and BobXD to the team, this Dust 2 is not going to be as worse for as it once was.
No, definitely not. And I mean, look, if they work on, you know, the conversion rounds after the pistols, this one could have been done in regulation for the likes of 9. Just a couple of slip ups really cost them a good few rounds. Now they made good on the second one, but you know, the first one, it gave away just a little bit of that advantage to Partizan. Looked solid, to be fair, on the gun rounds, and I am actually rating the finish flag beside Vladen.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Yeah. You play one event with Ents and you're an honorary Finn.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one, all right. But yeah, look, I mean, Partizan, you pick into Dust 2, doesn't really go your way whatsoever. Now we have to look towards an Anubis, which is not really a good map for Partizan at all, and it is a lot more comfortable for the likes of 9. But until we do head over onto our map number 2, we are going to send it into a little bit of a break. We'll see if Partizan can bounce back, or are 9 going to go 2-0 here at the YaLLa Compass.
Anubis 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Got phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Like a true sunside morning breeze, the side of 9 was able to breeze through that dusty wall. Maybe not as cleanly. Okay, let's be honest. Maybe it wasn't as clean. Maybe it wasn't as nice. Maybe it wasn't as soft on the skin. But you know what? It was still efficient. It was still there. They were able to steal away the map pick of Partizan, which is probably the biggest strength of the Serbians in their current map pool right now, Jack. So going into that second map of Anubis, it is a 1-0 game, so the pressure is not going to be as high. But still, if you're Partizan, you probably feel like you're pretty much out of the competition right now, and I guess that could be a good thing in a way, because now you're gonna get to play a bit more of a free type of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're down and out. I would say that they're definitely backs are against the wall though, going on to an Anubis. I think, look, that was their chance definitely to actually maybe be in with a shout to take this series. I really just do struggle to see on an Anubis where they're going to be able to cause 9 problems. If we go to a nuke, yes, there could be chances for them, but Anubis should be 9 home and dry. But you never know. I mean, we've seen the rifles performing on the side of 9. Mantu had a little bit of a worse for wear game. If we actually do see a little bit of a drop off in performance of, you know, the rifles on the side, if we see Favin not having you know, such a great game, Bob XD maybe as well dropping off a little bit, if we don't see Kragan having as much impact as well, then there are going to be chances for Partizan. But you know you're already in trouble when you're hoping that the others don't have a good day in order for you to have a chance to win.
So pretty much, if we're talking about the winning conditions here for Partizan, the winning conditions are every single one of the players that played well on Dust 2 for 9 to go completely AFK.
Not everybody, but you're just hoping for a little bit of a drop off. You're just hoping for a little bit of a drop off, just, you know, not to be hitting as many shots. You need to see a little bit of an improvement from the likes of Partizan. I don't even think Partizan played a bad game on Dust 2. I thought the calling was quite good from Emmy. I thought everybody was doing well in their roles. Kindo was having, you know, a good game on the AWP as well. You know, that's the first time we're going to be seeing him back in that role. So there's definitely a lot of positives to take for Partizan. It's just that 9 looked that much better on the rifles, in those engagements. So I think Partizan just don't need to play scared. They just need to go into these fights. They just need to say, all right, you got the better of us on Dust 2. Now we're on Anubis. Now it's our turn to show what we can do. We're going to start out on the better side. We're going to have the better first half, and we're going to put you under pressure.
I guess the good news is that yesterday, literally, 9 were left with a bit of a sour taste in their mouths after an Anubis, right? Lost at 7-13 to the side of Cybershock. They had a 13-9 win over the Eyeballers on the 3rd of January as well. Those are the only 2 maps they've played on Anubis in 2025. For Partizan, they haven't played it since the 3rd of December 2024, right? And this was in the ESEA Advanced playoffs, where they lost at 7-13 to the side of 500. They were able to actually play it 4 times in those ESEA Advanced playoffs. Lost 3 out of the 4 games they played. The only team they were able to take down was a European mix that goes by the name of Arrow. A couple familiar names on there. German Patrick is one of them. But yeah, I guess it's safe to say that Anubis has not really been Partizan's forte recently, but I guess the addition of Vladen at least is going to help it out a little bit, as Vladen's strong case on Anubis has been present for a little while now.
Yeah, of course, played a lot with Bleed before his removal and re-addition, I suppose.
Yeah.
Was one of
And
their
then
better
he got
maps.
paid for it.
Thankfully, he's going to go swinging into this B bomb site. This is a really good hold here from 9. They shut that play down instantly, but Vladen there gets activated. Bob XD picked off easily. Colin's trying to lock down these rotations, and that's exactly what he will do. 9 started this round off really well. That's such an impressive shot from Favin. He's actually going to get over towards camera as Partisan tried to rotate back in towards A to catch 9 sleeping. That smoke is going to do you absolutely no favors as it goes into the bomb site, and it actually costs you completely because 9 just disrespect you. They all swing in. The USPs hit the heads, and Favin, well, I mean, if the pistol is anything to go off, Partisan are already in trouble.
I mean, if we're talking about Bleed and making that reference, let's talk about Favin a little bit, right? Favin was part of the probably arguably most successful iteration of Bleed, even though when Jacob and Nog got at it, it made a whole lot of sense. Bleed was actually a little bit more successful before that, right? With Favin and Vladen and Cirque on the lineup. Favin was one of those guys that never really got to show his full potential, I think, on Bleed. And for a lot of people, it's been many years since we've actually seen Favin be the star player of the German scene that he once was. Now he's playing like indefinitely. At least at the start of this one. We'll have to do a little bit more. Bob XD, I'm actually shocked he's able to get away with a double here. Or a double out of this fight.
Yeah, he should have been a dead man even on the first. I mean, it was a miracle he got one. Just in such a horrible position. The timing was caught on him. Partisan can still get a bomb plant out of this, which is going to be good news for them, obviously, because they've invested so heavily. But anything more than that, anything else, it could be a little bit of an issue, especially with Kragan already finding that first kill. Damage done to him. This should just be the swing in and the clean up, and that's exactly what it is. So it's 9 with a 2-0 lead. They actually will not fall to pistols, which is obviously good news. But Partisan, that bomb plan helps things a little bit. We shouldn't see a reinvestment because so many players survived. But, you know, if that is anything to go off, you were able to get into the bomb site, get a bomb plant. That's a promising sign.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it still is impressive that Bob was able to hold on to that A bomb site early on. I'm still mesmerized by the fact that this kid is always able to make, I don't want to say impossible things, but make really difficult things look easy and standard for him, right? He's an incredibly reliable player. A great pure aimer, by the way. This is one of the things that people probably won't give him credit for most of the time, but Bob XD's pure aim, his pure mechanics, his pure ability to just click heads is insane.
Yeah. That's about right.
I'm sorry, Bob.
Head clicked.
Oh, yeah. What goes around comes around, I guess.
There's a really well-timed Molotov from Rals. There was actually a real chance there that 9 were actually going to lose control of that bomb site. I do like the re-aggression as well from the A players. They're going to push in. Discover Canals is pretty clear. It's just about, is Kragan going to be looking the right way with the players and they go back? And the answer is no, but he still gets 2, not a third. Mantu going to try and pick up the slack with the FAMAS, but he realizes if he goes down, that's going to be a big problem. Aggression coming in once again. He's still trying to swing in and find out this bomb to see if they can take it down, but Kindo, a double. All of a sudden, Partisan have a massive chance. They know Mantu was over towards that A bomb site. He actually doesn't have a kit, so time is going to be completely against him, but this reposition completely to go all the way through B main could be absolutely massive, and they're actually gonna double back here. They're holding for this. This is a really awkward position to be in right now for Mantu. He's actually spotted Dragon. Mantu tied down to half HP, needs to try and win this fight. Dragon backed up into the corner. This shot needs to be everything, and Mantu will make good this time around. A terrible dust 2 from him, but already the perfect start on Anubis.
You know what? I can't even focus on the clutch right now. That felt like the Henry G. He finally does something. A terrible dust 2, but what a clutch here on Anubis from Mantu. And yeah, it's a new page in his story. What a double from Kragan that was in towards Canals as well. But as you pointed out, it's a bit of a relief to finally see Mantu being able to bring in something. It's going to do a lot for his own confidence, you feel like. A 1 versus 2 clutch like this one. At least Partisan still do the damage. They still get a bomb plant. They still will be able to buy. But this is 3 consecutive rounds on the CT side here on Anubis for 9 early on. And this is probably the only CT side on which, even if you're running low on money and you're barely winning the rounds every single round on the board, you're going to be feeling really good about.
Yeah.
You really got me good with this one.
I mean, that Henry G moment.
Does something.
That Henry G moment is that's just a classic. It is just a classic. But
finally, after all this time, he did something good.
I think that might be top 5 all-time moments in CS casting. Yeah,
I'd say I'm not sure if it overshadows the insane amount of great highlights, but it's definitely out there in culture points.
Yeah, 100%. Excellent stuff. That AG is going to go deep enough to actually find that kill. That's traded back.
God.
Vladen, though, drops Bob XD. And actually, 9 have been no stranger to this. You know, going for these kind of gambly stacks, gambly plays in this situation. It is necessary. But a lot of the time, 9 have been correct. And that's just Ral's really reading into a lot of these situations. This time, they're going to go and look back towards the B bomb site. Well, Ral's is anyway. He's going to discover nothing. Is he going to double back to try and help out Mantu? And Mantu, I mean, he's 4-0, playing really well, and this timing is going to be absolutely excellent. He is so fast behind these right now. It's just about not making a step in the water. But Partisan, I mean,
ready.
You will never be ready in this situation. No. Steps being heard. Molly's going to be chucked on in. Collins is going to plant away. But Vladen, I mean, he should be a dead man. He should be an absolute freebie right now. Vladen turns around to have a look, and it is down to Collins here. Molly's going to force him wide. Rals will pick that one off. And 9, I mean, they can just do no wrong in this situation right now. Already on the CT side, 4 rounds up. And Partisan, I mean, yes, that's a relatively close one, but in all honesty, have they really been next nor near around?
No, I mean, they have been quite close, right? They have been near. I guess the last one was a clutch. This one is a 2 versus 2, but every single time you just look at 9 in the position they are able to put themselves in the late round, and I think you hit the nail in the head. On paper, it's a close round. In reality, you just don't feel like 9 can lose it, right? The mid-round calling from Rouse has been excellent, and the reason he just sticks to the B-bomb side is because they could have, on paper, I guess, walked tempo or connector on a timing, right? Catch them in towards water and still go to a great mid-round call coming out of Rouse, and 9 getting a 4-0 lead here. The amount of experience that Rouse is bringing into the table is clearly obvious. If you want to go back to the start of his professional career in CSGO, because a lot of people don't seem to realize the longevity that Rouse is bringing to the table, you have to go as far as the first couple majors in 2013. Let's talk about that in a second. That was a banger of a shot coming out of Dragon. They still have the guns out here, Partisan. Maybe you can put experience to sleep with a couple headshots.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon finding that kill, a little bit of tickle damage done to him, but no real danger of a trade, which was exactly what 9 wanted to go for. Dragon is just delighted, to be honest, that he wasn't being swagged. That flashbang was perfect to blind him. Speak about perfect flashbangs, Kraken can see absolutely nothing. This B bomb site will fall this time with Partisan. It looks like they're going to survive with absolutely everybody still on board. As 9, you shouldn't be going for this. Bob XD is still walking towards this B bomb site, which I really don't like in this situation.
I think he just makes a right and goes in towards the beach. Bob, you're hitting some good headshots, but it might be time to calm him down, cowboy.
Yeah, he's still way too close for my liking.
Well, we're gonna let Bob be. He might actually go down here. Tempo peak. Bob walking on ice. Now trying to make his way out of there. Okay, he's safe. He's alright. We're talking about Raz's longevity, right? There actually is a lot of experience in the server today. I mean, if you're... When you talk Counter-Strike, there's very few names that have been around since 2012, 2013, and they're still active and still playing and haven't transitioned to being coaches, right? I mean, even if you look at some of the biggest legends of the game, you're still thinking, okay, maybe JW, maybe Oscar, maybe Guardian, but a lot of them have had some weird tenure, some time off. Very few players have actually played non-stop ever since, right? And when you're looking at Emmy and Rouse, we have two great examples right here in the server, right? You're looking at Rouse, who started his career back in 2012, 2013. If we're talking his name, we gotta look at that N1 faculty team, the Danish one with Cajun B, Pimp, Glaive, Carrigan. And if you're talking Emmy, I mean, he used to play with Nico, Yanko, and Casado on the same team back in 2013. And yeah, that hits like a blast from the past. We're talking about the esports.rs lineup. Just imagine having Yanko and Casado on the same team. Alongside Nico as well.
Big flash push there. Dragon unable to get anything. Look to spread them all down here. Bob XD will only claim a double, but still, a lot of the dirty work has actually been done in this round for the likes of 9. Vlad and Dragon are both so low, but still, Vlad is super dangerous. The HE comes in, it's not going to be enough, but the swing might be. Ralls, that double is huge. And Mantu versus Kindo, up the up, but up the AK in this situation. And, oh, did Kindo spot him? No. I don't believe so. Mantu still just waited, still just posted up, and Kindo gonna try and jump up in towards the heavens. It's all about the timing right now. Mantu creeps all the way around, but Kindo will get the better of him. Mantu finally will fall his first death at the hands of his opposite number.
Yeah, and it's a big clutch coming out of Kindo as well. What a massive kill out of Vladen even before that though, right? If Vladen goes down a little bit earlier when he was probably supposed to, being 1 HP running in with an AK against an MP9, that probably would have been curtains. That probably would have been another round going in favor of 9, but no. Instead, Partisan hold on. Vladen getting an incredibly impactful headshot there on low HP, and then Kindo able to pull off the 1v2 clutch. And finally, the CT side economy has been put in a bit of a crisis. Just an eco coming up. I respect the fact that Matsu still purchased the smoke in a kit. Unfortunately, they haven't really stacked up the right bomb side.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, all this hard work from 9, right? It's just completely undone.
I mean, they still have 4 rounds on the CT side to start off with.
Yeah, but that 4-0 lead is just kind of evaporated.
You know what? I have a really interesting question for you. Which is your favorite, most random ex-player on YT?
That's a tough question. Favorite random player?
A random player on a random team. Like a player that you had no clue how they ended up on a certain team.
Oh, leave that one with me. I'm actually struggling to really
I'm still on the page of Emmy's career, and I was just gonna bring
up.
Oh,
well, like, yeah, Emmy and Coalesce.
Taiwu.
Yeah. I mean,
Pompa.
but like, see that Coalesce roster that actually came in to replace the UK Irish lineup. I mean, you could just say all 5 of those players. Like that was such a strange lineup.
Yeah, in case you're wondering what we're talking about, guys, there was a point in time when Emmy was playing on UK or Coalesce. The Serbian Emmy's playing on UK or Coalesce with Spaniard Sasso and 3 Swedes in Robin, Manon, and Jaquinho.
Yeah,
and that happened.
Thomas was there as well before that. I mean,
that was the thing.
Yeah.
Emmy, look, man, Emmy's done some exploration in his career.
Oh yeah, for certain.
He's been around and about.
I mean, probably Kia's on Simon now that I'm thinking about it.
Sure, he even played a major with them.
Yeah, if you're thinking about, like, you know,
I think my most random one would be Mages on Optic.
Oh yeah.
When they were still international.
Yeah.
But that's a blast from the past.
Bit of a strange one, alright.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, unfortunately.
I mean, it did for him. He got picked up by Astralis after that.
Oh yeah, after it. More so Optic.
Yeah, and the fact that he played with Freiburg on that team, those were weird times.
Let's see, back to the task at hand, and that's part of the time getting back on level terms. And Smoke gonna go in towards camera, gonna force Mantu away. This is gonna give the illusion that it is gonna be a B split, but it's actually not gonna be true. The back door, it looks like it. Partisan are gonna be heading straight through the front with two players making their way through main. You go back to try and clear out middle here. Kragan and Favin need to be very quick to get back on this B bomb site. You need to give some kind of assistance out here to Raz, and you are going to be here, but Kragan already cut down 17 seconds. Molly, really good timing on that one, and now it's just out to the A main presence, or B main presence, excuse me, that is sprinting right on in. Raz and Favin trying to put these M4s to good use, and that AWP has arrived just in time, dropping the bomb, dropping a second as well, and 9. They will have that round. Partisan, even losing Vladen after time, will do you no favours. And this is now really, really promising for the likes of 9. You've got a 5-3 lead. You fall short a couple of times, but now it looks like you're back in business.
Yeah, you're back in business. And Partisan, honestly, they just took a little bit too long, right? It felt like they had the right idea, but you just didn't look at the time, I guess. It still felt like 9 were doing a really late clear in towards middle, though, right? It felt like they weren't supposed to be back into the B bomb side in time, but Partisan just didn't make a move in time. Took a little bit too long. Great work by the Uto as well to slow them down. Even though Kragan goes down straight away, Favin was still able to hold on with a little bit of help coming out of Rouse, and the moment that Mantu rotated away, this round was pretty much over. Partisan still have enough money for the buy round, but as we said, it's all about 9 getting rounds on the CT side right now. And you're looking at 5. Every single other round that they pick up from here on out is going to be a big bonus, and that's a bit of a second lifeline here for Vladen in towards A main. Mantu probably hits that shot 9 out of 10 times. Fortunately enough for Vladen, that was the number 10 one.
Yeah, that should have been an opening pick. You miss your smoke, you don't realize it, you still try and walk in. Mantu should have punished him. Kragan's going to walk in here towards middle. Collins with nades out. Mantu make good on that one. Kragan getting aggressive. Dragging the other side of the doors. Kragan doesn't even take any damage. Knows he's here. Can get ready for the fight. There's the peek. And, well, not even a trade from Kindo. He can't hit that shot. A little bit difficult with his teammate in the way. But still, after he goes down, he can't find that refrag. At 40 seconds, Partisan already down to 3 players. Surely there isn't going to be a way in here.
Oh, definitely not. It just feels like it's locked in, right? No entry in towards B. Middle is not even in the conversation, and if you're Partisan, you should be thinking about a safe right now. Money's slowly going to start running dry on the T side. I say slowly starting to run dry. It's already out and dry. There isn't a single drop left. And 9 not only get this round, they will get it with 5 players alive as well, and only on the back of 2 kills. This is what makes you feel comfortable when you're a map pick as well. This is when, if you're 9, if you're Barry, you're just laying back on your chair and you're saying, yeah, that's job well done. There's nothing I should be doing right now. I'm just watching, enjoying. Mantu's had a recovery and a half, had a really slow map 1, but now he's already hit 9 kills. And for those of you that watched us too, he needed pretty much the entirety of regulation to hit 9 kills on the first map. He's already there 9 rounds in here. And the reason we're stressing this one out again is not to beat up on a dead horse, is the fact that Mantu's just recovered massively. And this is just showing what the mindset of a true pro is, right? You get a really slow map 1, you go into Anubis, you stay focused, you stay calm, and he's been truthfully a difference maker for 9 so far here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a credit to him, right? You know, he was able to recover from that map where, you know, he missed a good few opportunities to find very impactful and very important kills. Not saying he didn't get any in the game, but, you know, it is kind of difficult sometimes to pull yourself out of that hole, and you can get in your own head sometimes as well, especially as an opper, more so as a rifler, because, you know, you should have the advantage in the majority of the engagements that you do take. You do set your own pace as an AWP, but when you're missing these shots and they just keep compiling time and time again, it's very, very easy to just completely mentally crack. But we're not seeing that at all. He hasn't retreated inside himself or anything like that. He has come out swinging so far on this CT side. And Partisan are going to have to swing up onto this B-bomb site in just a moment. 40 seconds, Execute is going to come on in and, well, blinding. A lot of vision from the B players right now. This is going to get a little bit difficult here for 9 to really try and hold on. Partisan are going to take a lot of space, and it is just about making sure the Partisan do not get aggressive through these smokes.
Yeah, you gotta hold on, and Favin getting a kill through one of them is gonna help out massively. Dragon doesn't get that refrag. They don't realize there was a second player yet. Doesn't seem like it. Kragan gets another one. Favin is gonna double up and double down. And again, it's back to the German beast from map 1. Kindle left in a 1v3 clutch, but he's gonna eat the nade for breakfast, and Matu will finish it off with the AWP running forward, using it like a true shotgun. 9 hold on again, and Partisan, this is starting to look like panic stations now on Anubis.
It is looking a little bit desperate for Partisan, and we were kind of expecting this, right? We were expecting the difference on Anubis to be quite vast between the two teams. We knew that Partisan would be in a little bit of trouble if they fell short on +2. And unfortunately for them, now they've been put in this horrible situation where you're 7-3 down on your T side, hasn't bared any fruits whatsoever, but you haven't even really looked like you've caused too many problems. Mantu, really good shot burning up though. Refrag, not going to come in here from Kragan, so there is at least a promising sign now for Partisan, as they will occupy a lot of space over towards mid. They have this man advantage in play, but look at that adjustment from Favin already. Just disrespecting that smoke. He's pushed all the way through canals. He's got a fallback if Partisan go this way. Then he's going to go to try and clear it out, but how can you really be ready for this situation, as that refrag will come in? Deagle does the job.
Still winnable.
Still a 2 versus 3. That is very winnable.
Yeah, if you get the kill onto Vlad and he doesn't spot the second player, this is going to be a difference maker. And BobXD is just going to be ready for the jiggles. He's going to spot him out. Definitely, actually, wants to wait, but he's just going to get baited in. Spots out the first player, thinks he's got a timing. Now they know where both CTs are coming from, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bait situation that goes horribly wrong and horribly right, really, for the side of 9. Dragon and Kindo still going to be waiting for the fights to come to them, as Rals needs to get a little bit closer to BobXD before he really makes his move. Timing is everything, and Kindo exposed as he tries to creep into that smoke. Didn't realize that they were both coming through the connector, and BobXD taking absolutely no prisoners as he retakes that B bomb site. It's an 8-3 lead for 9, and I mean, Partisan there, it just looked like they got a little bit uncomfortable. They didn't really hear all that much. They were expecting maybe one more player to be coming in from CT or somewhere like that, tried to get into the smoke, and I mean, just that little bit of that comfort on the bomb site that left you, that's what cost you.
There's been a couple moments so far in this game that you can use for a highlight or a compilation of the worst timings in Counter-Strike. They were double holding for the connector play for such a long time, but because of how long 9 actually took, because of BobXD waiting for Ralph to get a little bit closer, they're able to get that kill for free. Kindo just turned around. And this is 4 rounds best case scenario on the T side, and you might not even get that. Vlad with a good opening kill in the meantime. Finally going to be able to shut down BobXD in towards middle early on.
Yeah, Kragan's already here. Mon's going to go over towards Broken, which is going to make it difficult for him to beat. Well, Mantu might want to try and get on through. Ral's completely blind, still finds that headshot. Smokes up, and still the CTs are holding on to this bomb site. Molly's forcing the T's wide, and I mean, a lot of space being occupied over towards this B bomb site. That was only a fake. That was only a ruse over towards that A situation that was going on. But if Dragon goes down here, this one is completely over for Collins. A little bit of a mess on the spray there, but Favin at least taken care of.
Yeah, you need to convert this one. Collins re-smoking in towards connector. Open the retake for Mantu as well. And Rouse is low on HP. There should be no way for 9 to pull this one off.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be at all, but there will be a chance if Mantu hits this shot. An awkward fight for an Opera to take though. Dragon on top of the stairs. Mantu, is he going to be ready for this at all? Yes, he is! Hits the no-scope as well. It's down to Collins. All eyes on him. Over towards B main right now. Is there a smoke for him? I don't believe so. Instead, they put it on the bomb. Mantu trying to pull off this defuse nade to try and see it. And yes, he will. He will take him off it, and Collins will do enough. A 1 versus 2. That is absolutely massive for Partizan's chances of survival.
It's a great moment of relief. It's not even a clutch that makes you happy, though. You can see Collins is not celebrating. He's just saying, well, thank God one round finally goes our way. It was probably supposed to work out so much easier, but then the re-aggression comes out of line. Dragon a little bit scrapped on this one, but still able to get it. The moment that Mantu connects on that no-scope, you're just seeing, oh no. This one is going to happen once again. I already know how it ends. Thankfully, Collins is there to step it up in the clutch. A big one to try and save their chances, but this is still 9 going into the T side of Anubis with 8 rounds, Jack. 8 CT side rounds. And a pistol round to dream for if you're Partizan. At least you have a 4-man stack in towards B. You need to convert this one.
They haven't won a single pistol all series long though, Ted. That's the only problem. Partizan really have been outplayed on these rounds. And oh, pop XD. Beautiful shot. Kindo with that refrag at least as the Diesel try and spill on in. It's a lovely bait setup, and that stack is working out the way Partizan would have hoped for. Problem is, Bomb has got away at Mantu. He can just sit in this close corner to see if anybody wants to take the risk and push through canals. But actually, really, if Ralls wants to double back over towards B, he can. Everybody's left.
Yeah, Mantu's just going to walk out, right? That was the, I guess, the goal of this entire play. You just sent Rouse out middle to make a couple steps, see if he spots something out, and Mantu's going to be making his way out the bomb side. They at least get a bomb plan out of this.
And that is not worst case scenario. I mean, look, you get this bomb down now, you can get set up. There is going to be chances here for 9 to actually win this. Problem is, you're very uncomfortable with where Partizan are going to be and how quickly they are going to be there. Don't really want to get funneled in together in towards connector. Instead, Mantu is just going to stay and play behind the pillar here, stay on the bomb side to see if he can spot anyone out. A little bit slow on the peak there, a little bit slow on the reaction. One player spotted out. Is that going to be enough for Emmy to creep on in? You know that Rals now is in towards Con, and it's just about dealing with him. Rals just trying to take the fight right now, but there's just so many bodies going to try and spill on in. We're just trying to buy enough time for himself maybe to isolate a duel, but it will not work out, and Partizan finally come good on a pistol.
You know what? This is a win-win situation, I feel like. If you're 9, you get a bomb plan out of a 2 versus 4. You probably shouldn't have been able to do so. If you're Partizan, you finally win a pistol round. And I actually like the fact that they leave the B bomb side and they just stay together, right? They wanted to make sure that no matter what, they get a 4v2, right? You don't want to have your forces, I guess, disjointed around the map. You don't want to have every avenue covered. You can let them have one of the bomb sites as long as you have a retake on offer. You did have the kit present as well, so a pretty intelligent approach coming out of Partizan. But again, 9 bringing that forward spy, and this is a great double to kick things off. Fantastic work coming out of Dragon and Kindo.
Yeah, really promising start to a round. Just an easy double up, really. And 9. It is back to the drawing board, really, because, you know, the sting of this attack so far has just been taken care of. And you can see Partizan now completely content with what they have. Just happy to play this situation from as far back as possible. Play for a little bit of information over towards middle. Timing is really everything in this situation. Well, Kindo actually gets caught out a little bit there. A little bit of a juggle of weaponry as that M4 is going to be acquired. And Partizan making pushes everywhere on the map. Seeing if they can spot anybody else out and trying to get set up. They know the wrap is coming in, but do they know which bomb site they're going to?
That's the one question. It feels like they do. I mean, Vladan's still exploring his or their options in towards camera, to be honest, Collins, this is looking really uncomfortable. If Emmy goes down, Collins is going to be on an island. There goes the Yuso. Now you know what the target bomb site is, and this is a big pickup coming out of Collins. Is going to set up the bait perfectly for Emmy, and he will be able to get away with a double kill. Partisan stand tall. Not only they win the pistol, but they're able to convert a second one, meaning a third might be on the table as well. Partisan really giving this one a good go here on the CT side now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm going to reserve my judgment until we actually see, you know, some proper gun rounds here. But Partisan, they're doing what they needed to. You know, they need to win the pistol, they win it. They need to get the conversion, that force spy, they win it. Now, this should be, in theory, the easiest of the lot. But that has not been the case in this series, especially not for 9.
Well, let's play a game. We have 2 Deagles in the server. How many 1 Deags will we see in this round, Jack? Quick fire question. I'll say 2. Might be wishful thinking for both of us.
Yeah, I think already with that pick off, it just becomes so difficult to do. But I mean,
I believe
right off the Deagles. This one, not going to be lined up perfectly. That Deagle gets nothing. It's just a Glock in play, and well, Raz has just ran completely away here. Yeah, we were both. Partisan get that one
for the first time ever.
Yeah,
never happens, guys. We swear. You know what's the secret of a nice partnership when you're making a point and one of you has to be right? It's just you gotta take 2 completely different extremities of an answer. And then at least one of you is gonna be close.
Yeah, and then you can argue that, oh, well, I was pretty close.
Yeah.
Even if you're still wrong.
That's strategical thinking, yeah. You can say almost. It's kind of like saying, oh, guys, I had a timing. Sorry, I just didn't kill him. Dragon's got a timing. He's got a lovely timing. Just gonna push right on through, and Matu's ready. Of course he is.
I think they seen him. That was the problem there. All eyes were completely on him. Oh, Matu's going to miss that opportunity now to find a second. So actually it's going to be traded right on back, and that aggressive stance taken from the CTs does actually pay off. Because you get it down into a 4v4. You are kind of spread for resources here. But ball dropped over towards mid. A big fight here for Emmy if he can win it, and he has done so. A lovely double up from the IGL. Partisan could be on their way to an 8 round here. How do you recover this bomb right now in this situation, especially when it is just Favin here alone? Drop in towards the water. He is going to be spotted out by Collins, but Favin will get the better of him this time around, and still a lot on Favin's plate. I hope he's hungry.
I mean, I hope he is. He's got a little bit of time to work with, but what a play that was from Emmy, and out of all people as well, for the in-game leader to step up in a round like this one. Definitely is going to make everyone else on the team feel a little bit more comfortable with themselves. And yeah, that one smoke just ruins the entire idea of Favin. I actually like that a lot, right? He runs all the way through T-spawn just to make sure he's got that right hand side peek, so they're looking towards the other side, and then they just smoke it off. So it's all wasted now, and he probably just ends up saving his AK in towards B lobby, and that's exactly what will happen here. This is Partisan leveling things up, and this CT side is yet to put a foot wrong. And the most impressive part about it all, it's not 1 or 2 players stepping up, it's everyone, right? You're looking at the kill distribution right now. Vladen's bottom of the table with 9, and then you have Emmy top of the board alongside Kindo with 13. Everyone in between 4 kills right now for Partisan. This is what a functional CT side team looks like, even though you lost the opening fight.
Yeah, look, even though you lose that opening fight, I mean, the fact that Emmy's just able to get away with that multi-kill just really kind of saves you around, because if he goes down for nothing there, then the problems have to be asked.
Yeah, that's my captain. That's what staying on Taiwu for a couple rounds does to a man. You start shooting like Ben Ted in his prime.
There is also a case to be made there that Mantu just claims the double with that AWP, and that round is just over before it even starts. So it was kind of a risky game plan from Partisan. Pays off though. You've got a level game now. You've got only one rifle in the midst of 9.
And a fragging Chinese IGL.
Sure.
Honorary. Chinese IGL. That's scrappy. Collins able to get away with one. Emmy under a whole lot of pressure once again. He will get a little bit of support. Might get another multi-kill out of it. And Emmy with one more double. Make it a triple. And there goes the for another one. Emmy really is on fire right now. And Tyloo regret letting him go.
Spectacular stuff from him, really.
I'll stop mentioning Tyloo now, by the way. Sorry.
Spectacular. I mean, from Emmy, like, he's had, I wouldn't say even an underwhelming game, would you say, on Dust 2? But we are kind of seeing the lowest fraggers in that opening game,
I mean,
opening map.
Emmy's that type of a really traditional, old school type of IGL that is, I would guess, still doing a little bit of micromanaging on the team as well. I'd say that with someone like him, he's got a really strong idea on how he wants to play the game, and he doesn't really care about whether he's got 16 kills or 1.6 average kills, right? If that makes any sense. So when you see his team being competitive, even if he's low on the tap, it means that he's doing his job well. But it's still a bit of a relief to see him frag out a little bit more. It still makes you feel... It still makes your heart feel warm, if you know what I mean.
But it is just interesting, the duality of man. You've got, you know, Emmy and Manti, who both played, you know, individually, poorly.
Sure.
Now they're fragging out. The ever consistent, I suppose, is Favin.
Yeah. I guess the duality of maps as well. Anubis was supposed to be a T-sided map. It's been the most CT-sided one so far in the series. Not that we've had too many, but still. Partisan yet to drop around here. That's 5 in a row on the CT side, and 9 going with another 4s by out of Utah already and going back towards the B bomb side. This time though, there's only 2 CTs here. This is probably the most winnable round they've had in a long time, but with that re-smoke, they might have to disrespect it and go through.
Yeah, they're going to do exactly that. Trey needs to come in. Collins runs out of bullets, and still it's a little bit of a task to take down Bob XD. Won't be able to do it. Right now. Still trapped in the corner. Oh, Emmy's going to have to let him get away. That's just a horrible situation for him. If he locks in that kill, this becomes completely doable. Bob XD is still tagged down extremely low. Look at this all the way around the world, but it gets nothing. Such a long way to go now for Vladden to get onto this bomb site. The 2 players are extremely low. You know that he's out on the bomb site. Madu is just going to stay posted. And well, Vladden has seen enough. He had a kit. He definitely had a chance there. But there just wasn't really enough time to find 3 players who are going to be peeking one by one. So he calls it a day. 9 level this one up once again. And it's 9s across the board.
Yeah, finally they're able to get around on that T side as well, right? And this one feels like a one that was coming in for a long time here. Kragan with a double kill, still a little bit scrappy. The moment that you see that re-smoke in towards connector, you know you're being blocked off. And if there was a 3rd CT in towards the B-bomb side, this round would have been over. Collins does an excellent job at holding on with a double. Still unfortunate that he loses his teammate in towards the back of the side without a single kill, and they had no quick rotations in play. That was probably the first time 9 were able to straight up outmaneuver the CT side. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep it going. 2 really close maps so far, and Partisan will be hoping for it to stay that way. You're hoping 9 don't just take off from here on out.
Well, 9 are hoping that they don't take off in this round very quickly, because Mantu still has to go back and get the bomb, and he will just pick that up, and looks like he's heading over towards B with it after a little bit of pressure. Actually, 9 are exploring their options up towards mid, and Kragan just gets picked off, driving, spamming through that smoke. That's going to be easy enough for him to take down 1, nearly a second actually, as Rals is very lucky to still be standing. Hit through the door. Only tagged down to 25 HP. Aggression coming in here from the CTs, but Bob XD ready.
Yeah. Oh, towards the back of the bomb side. Kindo, good for one. Collins towards the back of flat, able to get another headshot, and there goes Kindo. That's the defense you needed on the CT side. This is the medicine that you desire so much. And a couple heads spotted here for Mantu. This is a magnificent clutch to be in if you're able to pull it all, but it's so difficult with the amount of players in towards the back of the B bomb side, and Partisan stand strong once again. What a hold coming out of Kindo.
Just really good stuff from Partisan on their CT side, and you have to kind of take your hat off, don't you, and really just compliment the way that they played. And you know, the task at hand is definitely a difficult one when we're talking about being aim for it and going on to the CT side. Hadn't won a pistol all series long, needed to win one to stay alive, need to win those conversion rounds, and they've been near perfect. They've been just so excellent. And 9, realizing that as well, they're going to take their time. They're going to call their timeout, get a discussion on board, and see what they can do. Max loss bonus still going to be in effect, but if you don't get a bomb plant, it could be a troublesome buy in the next that could possibly be the one to deny Partisan from getting on to 12.
Yeah. Also, one thing that we haven't really talked about, but it is the fact that in their opening game in the YaLLa Compass, that was the first game for Kraken in an official, I guess, 9 jersey. He wasn't involved in a single opening fight. Yesterday when they played against Cybershock, and I feel like today that's been the case as well. He's been a lot more aggressive and involved in the early engagements, but he hasn't really been able to find a lot of success so far here on Anubis, which has been a bit of a problematic thing to deal with. There's no way Dragon just gets that opening kill and is out of there.
Yeah, just gets away for free. Nothing you can do about it either. Need to be careful if you're Kraken going for a spam like that. Kindo decides to just rattle off one through the smoke. You could be a dead man. That's once again the Dragon has found an opening towards middle, and 9 cut down to 4 early. It's going to be a triple up to walk in towards A main right now. Oh, Bob XD, he can only claim one. There was so many on the screen there, and he had an opportunity maybe to get a few more. Here's the peak, man. Ready. That's massive right now. It's going to force the rotates back.
Yeah, bomb spotted as well. You can't in good conscience rotate a second player in towards that B bomb side right now, meaning Emmy's going to be left all alone, and he's just playing this one on a retake, on a jiggle. But Partisan again, they're reading into this. It's too quiet in towards A, but the bomb is still in towards A main. Favin is just going to do a little bit of exploration work, and if he doesn't see anything, he's just going to call them back, but he doesn't realize he's calling them back into a stack bomb side. He needs to get that kill. Collins already.
Yeah, he pushes in though. Emmy is unbeknownst surely to Favin right now. Now he knows it. 20 seconds, and you know that there's one player here. It's a great Molotov. You're going to have to swing on through it. Oh, both players miss shots out of bullets right now. It's just a pistol right here. It's Magic goes chasing. Emmy trying to buy time. Missed opportunity. And a second one as well. Emmy doing the dirty work for Partisan. And that's all those fights were. Absolute filth.
Oh, he's a hero. Emmy is an absolute hero on this map of Anubis. But this is so crazy. I mean, it probably would have been better for them to actually lose Favin, right? It probably would have been better for them, for him to go down and for them to just commit to the A play. The moment that Favin gets that kill, he's thinking, okay, surely that was the only player in towards the B bomb side. Surely Emmy's not going to be in here, but Emmy just pushes forward, gets all 3 of them. What a big round from the IGO, and now you get a great opportunity. Kindo gonna get out of there. Pistols running, Tech 9s, ATs, Kindo's dead. What?
Dragon, oh my god, once again, man, he just saved them. He's just saved them. Look how low both of them are. And now it's into Vlad just trying to hold this bomb site, but he actually falls at the first hurdle. There's a big chance here for 9 in this round. 3v4, yes, but 2 players are extremely low, but if Bob XD peeks willy-nilly like that in towards CT, he's going to be punished. Still 2 rifles in play. The 2v4 would be just such a monstrous round for you to get under your belt right now, and if the T's swing together, this could be huge. Both players are low in towards CT right here. Dragon still finds another kill, but it's down to Kraken. Swing into the bomb side here. Kraken tries to isolate these jewels, and he has done so, but Emmy once again is the bane of 9's existence. Kits picked up, ops acquired, and Partisan will get all the way onto 12, and we have to really just talk about 9's T side, man. They have been not good enough since they've swapped over onto sides, and Partisan are punishing them.
Yeah, and it feels like some of them are trying to force the issue at times, right? Bobek's even going for that peek in towards CT. I don't mind the double peek coming in left and right hand side, but he could have waited a little bit for Favin there, right? And when you see some of those players starting to make some of those solo decisions and going for peaks, then you know they realize it's bad. You know they're feeling strapped for options, and they just feel like they need to take the initiative and just force the issue. Kraken was quite close to making this 1v4 work, but needed to find at least one more kill onto Emmy. Couldn't beat him to the punch. This is Partisan now with a great opportunity at forcing this one to a third and final map. Nuke coming in. Kingdom opens things up.
It's an early shutdown of Faven, who might be silenced once and for all on this map. 9 gonna try and explode in towards this B bomb site. It's gonna rain on in. You're risking it going through a smoke. It's awkward, but you are being given space right now. Dragon actually nearly finds his double. Here's the swing here from Collins, traded out as 9 will hold on to the bomb site, and Partisan forced away here. I think this has to be a save here. There's no need to risk going for something like this.
Yeah, you're looking at the money right now. You realize if you lose all 5 guns, this is the only way you could potentially put yourself in a position where you get reset. You don't have enough money to justify it. You can stick around and see if they give you a free kill, but if they don't, and I think that was the opportunity, you don't even try and go for it even more. Actually, Emmy's found one onto Bob XD. They're gonna go for it really late.
Going for it really late. No shot from the offer, trying to get on the bomb right now. It's Raz has to try and save the day, but he's going to be taken down. Such a late retake, and it's not been pulled off. Oh no, you went for it all and you come away with nothing. Ted, that could be massive. That could be absolutely massive for 9 sending this to overtime. Look at the money right now on the side of Partisan. It was such a risk leaving it that late. You find every single kill, but still, it wasn't enough. And man, I don't know. I think you're just playing a dangerous game now. You might have just snookered yourself.
I mean, they do have enough to go for the M4s again, but if they lose this round, they're left with nothing. And I guess this is the risk that you were taking, right? And it paid off. It literally did, right? They find all the kills. That defuse was 1/10 of a second away from coming through. I thought it was over. I think we all thought it was over. 9 thought it was over. Partisan probably thought they had it as well. But this game is not done just yet. This map is not done just yet. 9 might get an opportunity to force OT, and the money is equally worse for wear for both those teams. But whoever wins here, I mean, if Partisan win, we're going to a third. But if 9 win, and Partisan don't save up anything, we could be going into another overtime.
Yeah, look, I mean, there are worse scenarios. At least Partisan are on 12. If we're talking 11-8 and that happens, or 11-9 and that happens.
Oh, they were calling it off.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't think they would have even tried to go for the late retake at 11-9.
I mean, you still have chances, right? That lurk smoke is going to actually force Kindo away here. He's going to respect that a little bit more. Still, 3 players over towards this B bomb site. 9 just applying the pressure. Emmy with this peek. Elbow spotted, but it's not enough. And once again, Faven's going to be the opening kill the Partisan get.
Yeah, and that's a big pickup. Again, you've been able to eject Faven from the rounds early on. Back-to-back cases now. The bomb is still dropped in towards the B lobby, though. This is going to be a B play. It's all about conditioning in towards middle. Dragon is alone for the time being, and he's holding a really exposed off angle. Now he's going to receive a little bit of support. Needs to get the kill lightning quick coming out of Mantu's Galil.
And needed to be as well. Dragon was kind of piecing it together, but he was a little bit slow on the trigger, in all honesty. He couldn't react in time. Partisan now spilling rotates over towards middle to just get eyes on it. Yeah, walking out, but Emmy's here once again, solo. He's only good for 1 this time, though. No multi-kill from the captain. As 30 seconds, Molotov down. No rotates through Temple are going to be happening right now as... Oh, actually, Raz is going to be dropped over that bomb as Mantu looks behind. And yeah, Bob XD. Oh, no. This could go horribly wrong, but oh, this could be a freebie and trade it out so they know Collins is here now.
Yeah, you needed to get at least one of them. Now the question is, where is Vladen coming from? You haven't spotted him in towards B main. He's going to be so late, though. This is the fight. Vladen needs to get that kill. Goes into it, and he doesn't. Mantu able to beat him to the punch, and this one is over. Collins knows it. That was the trouble. That was the danger. You lose this round, you have nothing left, and Collins is forced into a save. Just to have 1 M4 going into the next round. 9 stay alive by the skin of their teeth.
Sometimes you need a little bit of good fortune in these situations. Again, nice opening from Emmy. Dragon, I want to, give credit to him on the mid fights that he was being taken, but he just gets that one a little bit wrong. He just kind of got caught between two mines, didn't quite see him, and usually Dragon is just so sharp. That's why I'm very surprised that it just took him that long to actually see that player towards middle and confirm that kill. He gets punished, and now you're paying the price. Now you're feeling the effects of going for that late retake.
Yeah, you are. This one is biting back, and this one is biting back in the worst possible way. You had it. This map was over. I can guarantee you, there was maybe 2 or 3 seconds in which all of Partizan were already thinking. Their minds were on nuke. They were already thinking about the third and final map. They thought they had enough time for the defuse. But a quick snap back to reality. And 2 rounds later, you're just fighting to try and avoid OT here on Anubis. This one is far from done. And now you have 1 rifle, 2 MP9s, and 2 pistols to make it work.
Yeah, trying to make good in a round like this would be difficult. Oh, you come through the smoke and you win that fight again. Favin dead.
That's 3 times in a row now. Favin has just been put on the sidelines at the start of a round, just watching and praying for his teammates to be able to run away with one. And this is the last one. He needs them to be able to clutch up. And Ralph's not even committing to the fight. 60 HP. Didn't want to fair his chances against the MP9.
Why am I just jiggling here?
Does he realize Ralph's has dropped?
Oh, no. No idea. No idea. If he walks on him, he has to kill here, but...
He just doesn't believe. It's too good to be true, and why would he? I mean, he wasn't silent about dropping down. He thinks it's just a bait.
That's a horrible situation to be in. Smoke is going to go down anyway. 50 seconds for 9 really to make up their mind. Again, they're going to be here. And again, Bob XD is going to be on the receiving end, but this time he gets nothing. Dragon picks off 1. Makes his job just a little bit easier. Look at the mid walk now from Dragon. He could catch out Mantu in the back. Partizan are in a really good position here. They've got lurks on lurks, but there's the timing to be had. Oh, Emmy just gets away. This is so awkward. This is so awkward. Dragon as well.
He's got no idea. He doesn't have a clue that they were in towards Connector already, and Mantu's gonna get that kill. Rouse, Mantu, bomb will get planted. This is a 3v2 retake. Partizan, this is your opportunity to close it out here and now and force a nuke.
Problem is, though, you're planted for CT, and they have no idea. They have no idea right now. Look at Vals. He's pushed all the way deep. That's just going to be an easy one on top of Collins. Dragon steps being hurt. Mantu can just hide. Dragon gives it away, but the drop down is going to be enough. Right on top of him. Bomb planted for him. No kit in play right now for Dragon or Vlad, so they need to go quickly. Bomb is just going to be tapped, and Rals is not going to bite. They'll double back. Now he can time it perfectly. They're only on it now. Here comes the swing. Rals needs to find the kill, but he will not be able to do so. And this time, Partizan will get that defused. They will take the map pick of 9 away, and we are going to a nuke.
Oh my god, what a dramatic fashion as well to pull this one off. Partizan towards the very end. It felt like it was over. It felt like it was done, but I guess getting opening kills onto Favin and back-to-back rounds finally pays dividends. They started the last 3 rounds in a row in a 5v4, and they're finally able to take one of them over the finishing line. Again, had no kit. Again, had no smoke. That one was going down to the wire, and it's all about a flying MP9 getting a kill in towards B main. Partizan able to come back strong and fight back on map number 2. They were able to get 13 rounds on map 1. Wasn't quite enough, as it was an overtime affair. This time around, though, Emmy stepped it up big time. A 23 and 13 performance coming out of the in-game leader, and 13 on Anubis was enough.
Yeah, just about, man. 9, look, in all honesty, if we're being critical of them, their T side just was not good enough, unfortunately, to close that one out, which is very surprising, to be honest. But I don't want to take anything away from Partizan and their performance on the CT side. They did what they had to do. They got up onto the 12 rounds, and they made 9 work for it. And then, just unfortunately for 9, they fell at the final hurdle. Really strong round from Partizan, just with the lurks behind and the opening kills. And I mean, in those kind of important rounds down the line, line. I know Partizan only were able to pick up the last one, but they were just able to find that entry time and time again, which really just kind of worked out in their favor. And I mean, if they're able to do that on a map like Nuke, Partizan should be in pole position. This one should be evened up on a decider, exactly what we like, Ted. We are going to be heading into a little bit of a break though before we do go to map number 3, so make sure to stick around.
Campus 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Idemo brate is probably what was being heard from the neighbors of Emmy throughout that second map of Anubis, ladies and gentlemen. The in-game leader of Partizan single-handedly carrying through his team through that second map. The map pick of 9 not going their way, Partizan leveling things up, and now we're on the edge of going into a third and final map. It's going to be a nuke coming up. We don't know yet who's starting on which side, so it's going to be more of a theoretical, hypothetical question that I'm asking you right now, Jack, and you already know what that question is. And the question is, what's your favorite flower? No, the question is, who's going to take this one and why?
Look, I think it's a difficult one, to be honest. I don't know who's going to take this map, because we've kind of seen hot and cold from both teams. It has been quite kind of streaky. I would be actually leaning a little bit towards Partizan on this map. Even though, you know, we do have a bigger sample size from the likes of 9, you know, they have been delivering on the map as well. But we were just having a little bit of a discussion during the break, and, you know, you were just saying, like, Partizan, they don't have a bad nuke, and I don't think they do have a bad nuke either. And to be honest, if we do get a performance like we did out of Emmy on Anubis, the exact same on nuke, I think definitely they could take it, but it really depends on the rest of the individuals. If they can kind of step up and deliver. I want to see a little bit more from Vladen. I haven't really been overly impressed with what he's kind of brought to the table, and I know he's kind of been brought into this lineup to be a little bit more of a supportive element, but I think if he can hit the ground running, especially on a map like Nuke, that could just be such a massive bonus. But probably the battle that I'm most interested in is probably going to be between Mantu and Kindo. I mean, you know, Mantu had a massive recovery. Kindo has been kind of that steady kind of consistent presence on that AWP, and, you know, it's going to be really intriguing to see how, you know, both sides are going to counteract each other on the CT side.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really interesting one. You mentioned Emmy's name. I feel like when we're talking about Partizan, I think Emmy was able to bring in the impact in a lot of the moments in which you'd expect Vladan to actually do it, right? Although they're playing different roles, especially on the CT side of Anubis, obviously Emmy's going to be a little bit more bio, he's going to be rotating around a little bit more between middle and the B-bomb side, but still, Emmy was able to put out a magnificent performance. The thing is, on a team with that much firepower, he's not supposed to be the one to bring in that type of performance, right? So even if it does the job for one map or a couple maps or even a series, in the long term, I completely agree with you. There should be other guys. There should be guys like Dragon, like Vladen, like Colin stepping it up. And yeah, Vladen coming in as a bit more of a supportive player is definitely out there in the discussion. And you know I'm a big Vladen fan. The one thing I will say, though, is his ability to clutch has not really been brought into fruition so far in this series. He has been a little bit shaky in some of those individual fights, and he definitely realizes it as well. Question here is, will he be able to step it up for the third and final map, because they might need him?
Will he be able to deliver? Oh, the CT is actually doing a good job of holding on there to the A-bomb site for as long as they did, but still, Partizan getting exactly what they came for. Out towards that A-bomb site, they will take that control. Mantu, though, he's got to cross to the bomb site, which is a little bit of a problem, and you can see how antsy really Partizan are in this situation. He's just going to try and get this plant down. Can you get an angle on it? No, Mantu cannot. Favin not going to be spotted coming up the vent. Oh, he's seen the hands over towards the door, and well, he will handle Vladen as Emmy trapped in towards the Tetris. Retake on here from 9. Both pistols will swing on in, but Collins will already take down one. Partisan. Mantu goes searching. Bomb is going to be tapped here, and Collins is going to go around the world here. Situation. Mantu doesn't have a kit right now, and Collins surely should know it. Steps are going to be hurt behind. It's a game of cat and mouse that Collins is ultimately going to be winning. He is just going to play ring around a rosy. And eventually, once that bomb is going to be tapped, he's going to have to go for a peek on in. But that's just going to confirm that he has taken this round for Partisan. Haven't won a pistol all series long until we got to the second one on Anubis. And now they've got 2 in a row.
Yeah, and also one thing that we need to bring into the conversation is the fact that momentum is going to be massively favoring Partisan going into that third and final map as well, right? For those of you that are just joining in and don't really have a lot of context onto what happened on Anubis, well, 9 had an 8-4 lead on the CT side of Anubis, right? And Partisan were still able to win in regulation, which, okay, they did struggle a little bit towards the latter stages to close it out. Maybe missed out on a couple chances that they should have been able to capitalize on. But bottom line is, Partisan is the team that has won the majority of the last couple of rounds on the previous map. And now they picked up the fifth round. If they get the boards, they're going to be able to flying start. And it's already looking damn good. Maybe with another double entry.
Already looking for him in. Just force your way out onto that bomb site. Nobody can stop you. And this was the investment. I mean, now it makes and comes good. You get a Galil, but what more can you get out of this situation?
A smile. A have a
smile
nice
through,
day wish.
A smile through tears in your eyes, probably.
It's still a smile. You know what? There's nothing more... There's nothing more heartwarming than a nice smile and a sincere have a great day wish. Maybe there is. Maybe winning a game of Counter-Strike could be a little bit better, but hey. Beggars can't be choosers, right? And Partisan have not really been giving 9 too many choices. And it could be feeling a little bit difficult if you're a 9 to stay composed right now. Yesterday you lost a 3-mapper after winning your map pick in OT. Now you've won 1 map in OT, and again you're on a bit of a difficult start. This is not to say obviously that they're already out. We're just 2 rounds in, but the momentum on the side of Partisan, you gotta feel like the Balkans are gonna be feeling damn good about their chances going into that T side, especially now with the first 2 and potentially the 3rd round on the board.
I mean, potentially, probably. It is going to be a 3rd round. Open and pick
Possibly.
found. Rotates are going to be quick is the only thing that really they have going for them. That Galil does nothing, and already this is just completely fell apart. The rifles that they have, the SMGs that they have, already taken out of the hands. So it's just about maybe an escape route from Mantu, but none is going to be available. Partisan, a 3-0 lead. The perfect T side to boot for the Serbians. But now we've got the guns out. We've got Mantu on an AWP. This is where 9 could really start cooking.
By the way, Emi was 16-5 on the CT side of Anubis in the second half. Now he's on a 5-1 start, meaning he's on a 21-6 since we switched sides on Anubis. Just putting that out there. This is 16 rounds. He's been able to get 21 kills and died only 6 times. This is the definition of leading by example.
Yeah, especially, you know, the individual performance on Dust 2 was nothing to write home about. The calling was immaculate. Emi, once again, he's going to be sent into this A-bomb site, and actually didn't get that kill. It was Collins to find it. This is a great hold, though, from 9 right now. They have the guns up and they can stop Partisan from taking the bomb site for now, but there was maybe a chance if Kindo, excuse me, was able to get on out. Am I the only one that reads his name sometimes and thinks Kinder? You know the chocolate?
Yeah, and sometimes you might get a surprisingly good game out of him. Yeah,
exactly.
Sure. It makes sense. I don't think that's the... I would put money on the fact that this wasn't what he was going for, but we might as well ride that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, Kindo's surprise. I should have saved that one. That one was...
Yeah. You can
still
use
a good one.
It's not like we haven't done it before.
Yeah, true.
Reusing casting lines. Everyone does it.
There's only so much you can do. I mean, there's only so much, you know, kind of brand new stuff you can come up with.
Yeah, something brand new that no one said before, like, stop blowing my mind, or...
He finally does something.
Finally. At last.
At last.
He's pulled it off. What a great triple kill after 2 maps of nothingness. Fantastic. Thankfully, we don't have anyone to make a reference with in the server here, by the way, because we would have. But everyone's had at least one good map, which is a good thing. And yet, finally, it is time. They are taking their sweet time with this one, Partisan. Speaking about time, walking down the B-bomb side, Faven is already here, and he's been no slouch so far today. Back-to-back incredibly consistent maps out of him, and he's going to get the support of Kraken, who's going to be able to cross it just in time. This is going to be looking really good, but Faven gets knocked off.
They should know maybe there's a second player down here. Now they definitely know Kraken. Just the one. Faven doing the damage. Faven can get one more maybe. Oh, trap. In towards the right hand side of the door. He's getting a little bit of support from his teammates. Dragging though around the back. Will at least find one. No time for the plant, and they will just rush him, making sure that he can't get it down. And that's going to be another 9 round. A really good start there for 9 in that round. They actually doubled down on that B bomb site. They give up ramp. Partisan were completely aware because they just walked out, but still just really good distraction caused by the player in glass to make sure that Kraken was able to at least get one.
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky there with the timing that Kraken had to get into that position as well, right? Maybe if they were a little bit quicker, they would have been able to catch him in transition, but Faven just doing so much work, breaking the smoke, breaking the glass, firing a couple shots, then going over in towards double, and right after Kraken was able to take first point of contact and got refragged, Faven was already in position to go for another fight, so made it really difficult for Partisan to actually keep track on what was going on and where were the fights coming from. Tactical timeout coming out of Partisan. I was gonna say, by the way, this is probably one of the conversations to be had about this Partisan team, because I honestly feel like they have such a massive potential to develop as a team and as a core with that lineup. One of the bigger issues with the Balkan scene, though, and the Serbian scene in general as well, is the fact that they don't really have a lot of options for a really solid coach to step in, it feels like. And I think they have a couple. But I think if they're able to land a really good coach to come into the mix and help out Emmy and everyone else, that would be the big step that makes them incredibly competitive. Because they are doing really good right now, right? You're looking at the Valve rankings. Partisan are going to get a whole lot of invites. They're number 37 as of right now. So you're just, what, 10, 11, 12 positions away from getting invites for big events. And a coach could make the necessary difference.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a little bit unfortunate, I suppose, because if Partisan do manage to take this game as well, you know, they're 2-0. If this event actually counted towards the VRS system, they'd be in a really good spot, in all honesty.
No, we're having the general conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's been all 9 these last few rounds, and once again, pressure being put on Partisan, backs against the wall. Dragon and Kindo now, how are they going to rescue this one? Bomb dropped in towards the lobby. You're going to have to get off T-roof if you're Dragon. Good smoke down as well. No way in, to be honest. You've got the bomb under lock and key, unless Dragon comes down the ladder and goes huge. But he doesn't really want to do that. I mean, you're smoked off. You know that they've got lobby control. That's a good molly. At least to force Rallis maybe back on in. Now Dragon will drop down, and actually nobody was holding for it, but Faven finds that kill. Really nicely done there. Rallis is just going to open up the distance a little bit. 20 seconds left. Mantu holding good pre-fire to actually get the up off the angle. Faven will swing though and just clean that one up. It's a 3-3 game, all leveled up. CP side now beginning to look very solid for the likes of 9, and the money on the side of Partisan is simply no more. So they're going to be back on pistols, and 9's chance to take the lead.
You always know it's a little bit scary when Ross feels comfortable calling those lobby crunches and when Faven is able to get consecutive multi-kills, right? You're looking at the scoreboard for Faven right now and you're saying, well, he's on a 6-3. It doesn't look as crazy, right? And Ross is on a 6-4. You should be looking at the context of those kills, though, right? The fact that in important rounds he's able to chain up consecutive kills, that's the The one thing that you don't want if you're a Partisan fan right now, you don't want to see Faven keep it going from the first 2 maps, because he's been a real star here for the 9 side. Speaking of Faven, you gotta be really careful. He doesn't seem to realize Dragon's towards the left-hand side. He's got no clue.
He's dead.
Man.
Yeah. Oh, good molly, but too late. You've given away an AK as well, and you didn't even do that much damage at all. You didn't do any real significant damage to Dragon. Now, no armor in play for any of the players, so aim punch is going to be a factor, whoever wields that AK. But Partisan, they've come to the party and they've wanted to get a bomb plant. It looks like they might just get it. Again, rotates are going to be very close by. That double door opening is definitely going to do you no favors. You need to find this kill off the Bob XD right now if you want to grant a little bit of safety. And the longer you wait, the bigger the problem. Dragon gets picked off, you've lost your glass control, now you have to get aggressive. Vlad and found, Bob XD will claim 2.
What? That was a headshot?
Yeah, no idea. Didn't make sense to me, but...
Sorry?
Yeah, Bob XD.
Counter-Strike 2 is such a lovely game.
That's one way of putting it.
Man, he was shooting right as his kneecaps. And he hit him in the skull. Counter-terrorists win. Right. They clean up. Yeah. Can we... I want to see a replay of that second kill from Bob, by the way. I really do. I want to know for myself if that was actually as crazy as I make it sound, or I just didn't see it right.
Well, regardless of if it was a crazy kill or not, 9 get the round. So it's 4 in a row. Partisan back with their AKs out, and they are going to take a little bit of a timeout because they realize, all right, we had the perfect start. Won the pistol, won the conversions, guns came out, and yeah, problems. But now you have a buy round that you can make good on. You can at least just stay competitive with 9. And you want to just keep them out of that kind of flow state. If they get any kind of confidence, 9 will just run away with the CT side. And that's just something that you cannot allow to happen. If they run away with the CT side, then big problems for Partisan. Could possibly cost them the series. But good damage done to Vlad and forcing him all the way away. Again, the double start down secret. 9 are not afraid of that at all, and because they've got the player down secret, actually I believe outside smokes are going to be thrown now for Partisan, but that is a beautiful shot from Kindo. Ral's taken down. They don't know about the second player just yet. Emmy going to come to the door, wrong timing, and he still gets it right.
I can't believe it. Bob XD was just climbing on top of Tetris right there, and Kragen is just going to try and walk up the vent. It's a bit of a desperate play to try and save it up. It's so difficult to know where the T's are going though, right? I mean, you've lost track of Emmy now. You realize he's actually out of here and probably back in towards the lobby position. Outside control you've lost, so you got to be careful about Heaven as well when you just have one isolated player in towards the ram. Kragen needs to make a play, and he needs to make it now.
He'd love a second player to be with, and though it's a push in towards Hut that you're solo with. Yeah, the Heaven wrap is something you need to be worried about. Kragen did a really good job. Oh, that's a lovely double, but Collins in towards the Heaven man too. Oh, he's spotted him out. Yeah, Molly comes down and just ignore him right now through the Molly. Oh, Collins,
No.
he heard him. He heard him burning, but still didn't quite believe that Mantu was going for a play like that. But it's still not enough.
Oh my
Dragon
god.
gets that double to seal it. Partisan back on level terms. This is definitely a worthy decider right now. But I mean, Collins making a really good play there. Is that a little bit of a misstep from him?
Can we say he made a really good play, or can we say that that was the definition of a car crash of a round for him? First, he doesn't hard clear Hut, and Kragen gets on top of him because he calls his free, and they just walk into Kragen and both go down. Then goes back, spots the Oper. The Oper mollies himself and runs through his own molly to just only to just kill Collins from the back. I mean, Collins is a lucky man. They still won the round there.
Coming out from 9 here, we are seeing nearly every round somebody start down secret. So I don't know if that's just really good anti-stratting from the side of 9, expecting the Partisan are going to be really heavy towards outside. But the problem is, Partisan in this game, they haven't really been that heavy towards outside.
Yeah.
It's been all in towards the lobby, but still, it's kind of one of those situations that, you know, it's like, all right, well, eventually they're going to have to try and go down secret. Eventually they're going to have to try and explore towards outside with a few more than 1 or 2 players. So maybe this is the round.
Yeah, but then you spend the entire half just waiting for that one round and it never comes, right?
Yeah, that's...
Might happen this time around. Let's see. Molly down secret. And they are walking. It's looking like a bit of a split though, and they didn't want to go in towards the ramp. Certainly feels like it. Collins with the ATB walking down. Mantu posted finally. That secret presence pays dividends, and Favin's actually going to rotate down towards B really loudly. They've got a great timing.
Yeah. Once again, it's Emmy to force the issue here. Mantu's rotated back though. Excuse me, it's not Mantu. It's Kragan going to be here, and he's got eyes on the ladder. That's all he needs, right? Eyes on the ladder. Smoke though is great here from Emmy. He gives it away that the wrap is on, but it just grants him safe passage in towards the heaven, which makes it so uncomfortable. But you got little to no time right now. You have to try and sprint out towards this bomb site. That's under lock and key for 9 for now. Deny the plant. That's all you need to do. Dragon was focused on the vent player, and now Dragon has a chance. This is an opportunity that has been gifted to him. HE doesn't seal the deal right now. Here comes the swing, and that will. That is going to be 9 picking up their 5th. Taking the lead once again. It's a Mantu double. And man, even when Partizan look down and out of rounds, even when 9 have the setup, still Partizan are able to get onto his site. They're able to get that plant. I wouldn't say it's been a comfortable CT half.
No, absolutely not. I mean, there's something about this Partizan team with always being able to find multi-kills towards the middle of the round when you think they're down and out. And I think this is actually something that both those teams have in similar, by the way. When you're thinking about even the stylistic, I guess, differences, but the similarities more so between Rouse and Emmy as in-game leaders, right? Both of them are putting themselves in positions where they get to be a little bit more involved in what's going on the CT sides. Sure, they're going to be a little bit more supportive, but still, both Rouse and Emmy have some rounds in some place where they're running in first on T side. On CT side, they're going to have some maps where they get a little bit more involved. In general, those teams are really dynamic, right? And in general, they just feel really comfortable with giving a lot of space to their rifles, in a way, I guess. And thus, I mean, every single time you see 9 or Partizan be in a 2v4 or a 3v5, you can never count them out. They're always spread around. There's so much firepower on both those lineups, and there's always someone that's able to step it up with a multi-kill. And we've had numerous examples of both occasions occurring so far throughout this series. As of right now, though, Partizan definitely the happier out of the 2 sides with the 4 rounds on the T side of Nuke already. Now, unfortunately, Vladin's disconnected. We're gonna give him a little bit of time to rejoin.
I don't know if they're gonna be the happier of the 2. I don't.
I mean, if they stay with the 4 rounds, they won. But
yeah,
bottom line, after the first 9 rounds, I'd say right now they probably are still the happier of the 2.
I'd say it's 50-50. I really would. Because if you're looking at the gun rounds, it's, you know, well, if we're not counting the pistols and the conversion, we're talking 5-1.
Yeah,
to 9.
Yeah. It's much better for 9, but 1 round changes it all for Partizan. That's the one thing, right?
Yeah, that's
they
true.
get 1 more round, you get a 7-5 half, and then no matter the momentum or anything, you still are going to be looking at the end result, I guess.
Then, if you don't get this round, then your money's called into question once again, and 9 really just take control of this CT side. So it is just one of those situations where Partizan, this is a round that you need to win, and it's going to be very light in terms of what util they're going to be able to bring forward, in terms of weaponry as well. I mean, Emmy is only going to be wielding a Galil, Collins probably a Mac 10. Vladin, I mean, you've got enough util so he can just buy up an AK. It's better to just get those premium rifles in the server, and that's exactly what he will do. So still, not looking bad for Partizan. Not yet, but it could. It so could.
Yuto comes in. Some early presence in towards outside. This time a lot quicker with the outside smokes here, Partizan. And they seem to realize that every single time 9 are rotating people down secret, and this just feels like a really quick pop coming in towards the A-bomb side. Flash is being lined up. Mac 10 leading the charge. Bobixty needs to be ready.
Good molly in towards the hut, but they're still going to spill out onto the bomb site. Partisan are going to take this by force. Up the vent, Kraken comes, but he cannot stop it. And Partisan either end, they are going to get it.
Well, we're talking about an in-game leader with an incredibly high IQ. Let's talk about how genius of a call that one was from Emmy. The last couple of rounds, you've just noticed that every single time 9 are incredibly invested into denying your presence in towards outside. You haven't really played outside too many times. Last round, you tried to send a couple players, but it wasn't a heavy investment. This time, you just switch it up completely, right? Quick variation of the default smoke, something you haven't done so far for a lot of teams. That is actually a tell they're going to try and cross down. And you just send those outside smokes, Kraken rotates down the vent, and then you just go for a straight up A-pop. And even though 9 seemed to be, I guess, aware of the possibility, the flashes were just too good and the entries were just too quick. Great utility, good molly towards the top of the default that spreads down as well. Chained up G2 flashes going over. 9, drop this one. Partisan get 2 out of the last 3, and now there is a pretty realistic possibility of 9's economy being reset for the last 2 rounds of the half. Or the last one. Yeah. That is a really scary possibility.
And now I'm on board with you. Now Partisan are happy.
Sure.
Now they are the happier of the two. Definitely.
See? You just got to be able to look into perspective.
Yeah. You could see that Partisan were going to win that round.
I could see in Emmy's eyes what he wanted to call.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't have a camera on.
Well, Barry gonna have a little bit of a discussion with his players. Of course, you were talking about Partisan, you know, maybe lacking that kind of a leader, that kind of a coach. And that
I mean,
kind of...
I wouldn't say they're lacking a leader, because Emmy's the definition of one, but a coach, yeah, definitely.
Like a coach, just an extra pair of eyes, an extra voice. It's always good to have, and I mean...
You know what would be really badass, by the way? If they went outside now. Pure BM.
The little creep in towards Hut. Oh, Bob XD, you've been seeing Vladen relaying this information, knows one's top Hut, and Bob XD is going to be close, and Bob XD is going to be completely blindsided there by Vladen. He knows that he's in maybe a little bit of trouble, maybe there was a late lobby crunch. Yeah. And this time they've got nobody here.
Yeah, no, they have one person, and that's Kraken with an MP9. And he hasn't even gotten a single kill. Oh, that's awful. What a way to pick into him. And yeah, if you're rousing Barry right now, you're just scratching your heads. You're like, well, we again had the rotation. Wait a minute. Oh, they're going back A.
It was looking okay. I seen Ralls was kind of staying above ground.
He's alone.
He's alone, yeah.
Yep. Above the AK and the OP. Rotated down B, and you just have a solo in-game leader with an SMG in hand who's gonna spot a couple players. They spot him out. Tried to play the trigger discipline. Worst case scenario, doesn't get a kill. Wasn't a guaranteed kill either way. Long range with the MP9. Tried to play it smart, but he does get outmaneuvered. And now if you're Partisan, you're just screaming. It's open season. Go and hunt.
Yeah, I mean, go find these rifles. Go see what they're saving. Take them away. Gun barrel, and well, that actually is going to cost them. So 2v4, no chance they're going for it, but no real chance of saving, in all honesty. I mean, you've got Mantu and Favin that are trapped in towards secret side. Collins, if he was higher HP, he'd maybe be playing this one a little bit more aggressive later on. He's still going to run at them, I would say, but if you're 9, you have to get a little bit closer. There's the drop down. Steps are going to be heard. Mantu holding this time. There's the swing. Can the Galea get anything? Yes, it can. Favin dies to the bomb. Mantu dies to the hands of Emmy. AWP saved on over for the T side, and Partisan saving themselves in the last few rounds, getting that advantage for themselves and resetting that money. Now 9 are in big trouble. A 7-5 T side half for Partisan could be perfect.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'd go as far as to say that 6 rounds, if you offered them before the start of this one, they would have said, yeah, for sure, definitely, we can work with 6 on the T side. And now you get the possibility of 7. This is looking incredible. Something think they caught a glimpse of the MP9. Now they did. Kraken, flash goes high. Player spotted inside of the smoke. He's still trying to find out his way around here. Kraken, this is incredibly chaotic. He's still somehow alive and hasn't been able to get a kill. He hasn't been killed. They don't really seem like they want a challenge, but still sticking around, both the teams.
Yeah, well, if Kraken doesn't see any presence or pressure, he's going to continue to try and get aggressive, and that's what Partizan were waiting for. That's just a really good call. A lovely freeze there from Partizan. Problem was Kraken was just in such a horrible position that he felt so uncomfortable, and then felt reinforced with the idea that his teammates were all behind him, had to get aggressive, had to try and make a play, but Partizan, again, just seemed one step, if not two steps ahead.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's been, okay.
Hold
on a second. Faven, Bob XD. Is this another Bob XD classic here? Faven's low on HP, so Bob would have to do the majority of the heavy lifting. Not like we haven't seen anything crazy coming out of the young Swede. A lot of angles to try and isolate those smokes. Open up a little bit of space for himself. Scope heard. Kindo misses. Vladen still able to shut down Bob though, and that should be the end of it. Oh, Kindo even seals the deal with a wall bang onto Faven. So Partizan do get 7 rounds at the end of that T side on Nuke. Will it be enough for them to close out the series though?
I think honestly it could be enough. It could be enough, and it should be. You're talking 17 rounds. This should be enough to close it out, but you can't write off 9.
9 did get 8 rounds on the CT side of Anubis as well and still lost.
Yeah, you can't write them off. You really can't.
Defying the laws of Counter-Strike is something that we do on a daily basis here at the YaLLa Compass, so who knows?
This look very important for both sides. 9 win it, they're back in the game. 9 lose it, they are down, but not out. Scene, top silo, USP would love to collect this kill just to make it a little bit easier on the rest of his teammates, but Collins needs to be very careful about the engagements he goes for now. Good flash, more players spotted in towards outside. Bob XD, they know he's close main, but can they deal with him? Smoke is going to fade eventually in 9. 2 players to the good, make that 3. Oh, they are making good on this pistol. And Emmy, there's a little bit of a side there from the IGL. He knows that they've been outplayed in this one. Out aim, taken down, and nothing Vladen could do when you've got 3 players staring at you like that. And 9, well, they came to do one thing and one thing only. That was win the pistol, and they do it cleanly.
Yeah, much needed, right? Pretty much the same situation that Partizan found themselves in on map 2, right? Where you go into the least favorable side on a pretty heavily one-sided map with a deficit. You need to win the pistol, you need to win the conversions, just get onto a good start to believe that you can still pull it off. And sure, the Anubis wasn't clean for Partizan, but they were still able to make it work. Neither are not out of this one, especially if they're able to put down that force buy of the serves that is coming in this one. I'm not sure if you can call them Serbs, actually. I think it's just Serbians, right?
Oh.
Did I just do some theory crafting? Come up with a word that doesn't exist?
Nah, I think
Serbs is... Yeah. It's alright. I just googled it. It works.
It works.
Yeah, it does. I actually think it's the right way to say it. Oh.
Yeah, this is already a little bit of a problem for Partizan. They started 2 players down. One of them has been spotted and dinked. 9 actually are going to fall away from this situation. Reboost in towards heaven. Couple of attempts, but Emmy will get up there. And just in the nick of time as well, because it looks like now they're going to go for a little bit of a wrap.
Yeah, they are. Collins' off angle is really good though, and as long as he's got main under lock and key, his teammates can focus on all the remaining angles. They're playing really cheeky off angles right now, Partizan. This could get really scrappy really quickly.
Yeah, problem is Emmy's not in a good position at all right now. He's in towards the heaven, but he's just a dead man, so he realizes that he has to drop on down. Kindo dropped. Still a lot of players on this A-bomb site as the team's going to make their way in. Emmy spotted. Dealt with at least. And oh, up towards heaven. All of a sudden, you've got an AK now to play around with. If you're Dragon, you've already claimed 2. Look for maybe some more, cause a distraction to try and find the kill. And that's exactly what Vladen will do. Faven needs to find these frags. He just doesn't have the time right now. There's the swing. That's going to confirm it. No bomb plant means that this is one that Partizan are going to steal away. And once again, the bane of Nine's existence is going to be those pistols and Favin. No money. $650. Not enough whatsoever. It has to be the reinvestment here from Nine. But once again, they've been caught sleeping on that second round.
Yeah, again, they just slow it down too much, and Favin's left with not enough money to afford one normal dinner in Copenhagen right now. This is how bad the situation is. I mean, we're talking about how tricky those off angles were looking, right? And if you're a 9 and you leave yourselves with, what, 15, 20 seconds to walk into a bomb site that the CTs have stacked in a round like this one, and they're playing good off angles, even if Emmy doesn't get a single kill, you're still just... You're setting yourself up for failure pretty much, right? You're just hiring the possibility, the probability of you dropping the ball, and that's exactly what happened. All that they needed was Dragon to go absolutely nuclear, and he did so. And now everything has shifted completely. You're looking at the force buy for 9. You couldn't even say it's a proper force buy, right? They just have one flash left on minute 18, and they're all down secret, but Emmy's just going to spot it out every step of the way, and he doesn't even need the fight. He can just disengage and wait for the rotations.
Ready for the double swing, and well, the rotation here, Dragon trying to just lock this one down. Pressure being put on him right now, stuck towards the mini ramp, trying to just make sure that he can't be shot from all these angles at once. And the support has arrived just in time. Scout maybe can find another kill, but it's just tags, which are going to do no favors for Man2. Partizan a 9-6 lead, no money for the likes of 9. And this is surely going to be a 10-6 lead for Partizan. We're talking 2 gun rounds, 3 at most, and Partizan will have the series.
Yeah, this one is going to stink so much for 9 as well, if that ends up being a clean win here on the CT side for Partizan as well, because you know you had it. At least the closer one. I'm not gonna say they had the game, right? It was too early to say that, but at least they had a more competitive one. And now a 13-6, a 13-7 is still a possibility. A 10-6 is definitely a possibility, and probably a reality coming in for Partizan. And that would be such a big debut coming out for Partizan with Vladan on the team as well, right? It would be a bit of a setback for 9 too. I guess that everything felt really good with that one-sided win over Ecstatic around a week ago, but then yesterday you drop a series to Cybershock, which was a 3-mapper as well. Today you're about to drop another one to the side of Partizan, and obviously I think 9 is going to need a little bit of a readjustment period, I guess, now that Kragen's in the mix, right? Because obviously Refresh wasn't nearly as aggressive of a rifle as Kragen is, so there's a bit of a stylistic change that they need to go through, so results are going to be a little bit shaky for a while, I guess, before everyone feels comfortable in the newer system. But you still would not be feeling great about dropping back-to-back best of 3s in just a matter of, what, 16 hours? They're not getting ecoed, right?
Surely not. I mean, they're doing an okay job at trading, which is the only thing that is really saving them in this situation. Legs spotted, Rouse is trapped, he's surely dead? Gets away.
Yeah, I've seen that happen around 10 times so far in this series. Whenever you think someone is supposed to die, then they go back and they become the hero of the people. They get a triple. Not gonna happen this time around though. Collins is there with a double, which is a relief for Partizan. 9 don't even get a bomb plan, which was, I guess, one of the main goals here for the Serbs. Prevent that from happening, and they have done so successfully. Going into round number 17, this is where they get the guns out here, Jack. This is where the real game start on the T side for 9. That's the one round that you gotta pick up. If you drop the ball here, Partizan fly away with a 5-round lead. And if you don't get a bomb plan, they're gonna fly away with a 5-round lead and a round against the half by with Galus and Most.
Yeah, look, I think 9 know how important this round is, but it's just on these important rounds they have fallen short so many times at HE. They're not going to discover much out of that one. Already all the way across, there's the molly towards Secret. You burn, you take a little bit of damage, and you just hope that nobody has been close enough to hear that, which they haven't. They don't technically know that Bob XD is down or how aggressive he is, but Dragon is still going to be watching it.
Definitely will be. Flash goes high. Collins has heard the drop. He knows there's a lot happening in towards outside, and the reaction needs to come in for the CTs. They need to counter that map control that they've lost with some aggression elsewhere. And by the looks of things, it kind of feels like their only option is to push in towards the lobby. This is so uncomfortable right now. And again, Emmy's just stuck in an angle. One player is being forced down in towards B by a Molotov. The CTs look so uncomfortable, but again, 9, they're taking their sweet time. 35 seconds. They are yet to make their way onto a bomb site.
There's the flash, there's the peak, and Kragan was just ready this time. Emmy played that one a few too many times. 9 sprinting out onto this bomb site, and Vladen, he'll be lucky to get out of this situation, especially when he hits his head. Kragan with a hat-trick of frags, and that's going to be the round surely from 9. Dragon taken down, BobXD making sure that nobody saves on the side of Partisan, and that is going to be your way back. Kindo, he's got a glimpse. He knows that he's towards the double side, but this is just a situation that you kind of just let him go. You let him
No,
walk.
I was referring towards, didn't BobXD actually see Kindo?
No, Kindo, he was hitting towards the mini ramp.
Okay, yeah. I thought he spotted a leg there.
Yeah,
Sure.
no. So sometimes on the X-ray it is a little bit weird, but no.
Yeah.
Confidently say that he didn't spot him.
I mean, I can confidently say he didn't realize if he's seen him as well. That's and that's the most important thing. Terrorists win. Kindo will stay alive and safe. That was a good round coming out of 9 though. And this time, they make it work. And again, as we said, it just looked a little bit uncomfortable for Partisan, right? They wanted to half aggress towards the lobby, half not, and then BobXD was doing such a great job towards B to just keep Kindo and one more rifle occupied. I think it was Dragon who couldn't rotate up because of BobXD just making a whole lot of noise. So 9 finally finding their groove here on the T side. Question is whether they can keep it going. Answer, at least financially, probably yes, for at least one more round.
Look, you do exactly what is required. Now you need to do that next step, that extra step, that little bit more.
Carry the boat. And who will carry the boats? That's the big question.
This is still a scary round though for 9 to be facing off against. I mean, you've got that AWP in play, you've got that M4 in play as well. You know that the op has been saved, but you don't know that Dragon has purchased into it a rifle behind it.
Sorry? Was that a disconnect?
He definitely disconnected.
Damage has been done already though.
Yeah,
they can't reset.
Yeah, nothing you can do about this one. Now, we did hear a click, but it is probably just to confirm that this round is indeed live. And the way that they're playing it, it is definitely live. But it's a 4v4 right now, so, okay, Vladen's dead. But so is BobXD and Kindo.
Oh.
Picking up the slack here. Yes, he is. There's 2. This op being very mobile. And 9 now feeling all kinds of pressure.
Where do you go? You probably go back in towards the A-bomb side, but look at Dragon. He's going to be one step ahead of the rotation. He's already in towards Mustang with an M4 in hand.
Yeah, this is the M4 that you don't know about either. You don't know that they have a rifle in play here, but still Dragon needs to hit the headshot on it, and Kindo is the rifle that is doing all the damage. He's already found 3 frags. Good molly in towards the heaven. As now, M4 acquired, AK as well picked up on Emmy as 9 try and get this bomb down. They know that there's a player in towards the hut, but they have no idea where that third player has gotten off to, and Kindo has rotated all the way around in towards main. He's waiting for the rifles to make a play, cause a little bit of a distraction, and there it is. Kindo will strike him down in the back. Kindo looking for them all, but the ace taken away by Emmy, but it will not matter because Partisan, they are playing for the game right now. They are just playing for the victory in this series. The highlight reel will still look good with a 4K in it, but you know what will look even better? A Partisan win over 9.
Yeah, I mean, you see the smile on the face of Emmy. He knows it. And by the way, I can tell you for a fact, if Vladen actually did reconnect midway through the round, okay, he's not there still, but if you're Vladimir right now, the moment you reconnect, if he's lost connection or whatever, the moment you reconnect into TeamSpeak or the server and you realize they actually won the round after you disconnected on a low by force, after Kindo found a 4K with the Ope, you're just gonna have such a massive smile on your face. Quite the opposite of what Mansu's got right now. He's, yeah, scratching his upper lip under nose in disbelief. Mustache is what that area is called, yeah? Upper lip under nose is what I called it, Jack.
I didn't even notice that's what you were referring to. For some reason, I thought I zoned out
What do you
for a
think
minute.
I was talking about?
No, I zoned out for a minute, right? And I heard mustache, and I was like, has he just messed up the Mustang call completely? I was
No.
like,
No. I was talking about the mustache of.
What is blood waffling about?
You became really British there for a second.
Yes, it is called a mustache.
Yeah. I'm sure Twitch chat really appreciated what is blood waffling about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you add glazing, Riz, and something else, and you've won them.
Alright, okay. Let's not go too far.
Again.
Let's not go too far.
You want to feel like a teenager?
Look, my brain might be bad, but it's not, you know, rotting. So let's just.
Well, I'd say it's more. I'd say all of our brains are rotting a little bit. The question is how much.
I was about to say, be very careful what your next words are out of your mouth. By the way, be very careful.
No, we're all in this together.
Yeah. I thought I was about to get hard flamed there.
No. Everything's fine. Everything's all right. It's we share the same burden of growing up in modern time.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I'd say all my growing is done, unfortunately. I think you're in the same boat as me. But
I'm still no, I'm not.
We grew up, but
you know what? I will take the hit and say I am satisfied with my 6'2" height.
Yes, can confirm. But if Ted's 6'2", I'm 6'3". Let's go.
Rise up, short kings.
Yeah.
Rise up.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, people wouldn't see you. Okay, so round number 19, and this is the real money round here for 9. Technical difficulties have been resolved. Vladim's back in the game, and everyone else is ready for this one to start. 9 quite quick about making their way down secret this time around, and there's no quick rotations coming out of the CT side, but instead look at Kindo. He's taking so much space again, and they're not ready. Oh my god, Kindo, he's lightning quick with those.
Yeah, Favin took a big chunk of health away from himself. He got HE'd actually over towards the ramp, but it didn't matter anyway because he just gets up the flick sticks from Kindo. And Partisan, they still have 2 players down towards this B bomb site. Double player is going to be spotted. Here comes the peak. Rals is low, but oh, that is such a headshot to find. Still above this bomb site here. It's going to be difficult to clear on out, but BobXD will do it. Needed to make sure that that bomb site is going to be clear if you're going to get it down, and they will be able to do exactly that. This is a 3 versus 3 that definitely Partisan are going to have to weigh up the pros and cons of. I mean, yes, you can go for it. Yes, you probably can win it. But what is it going to do to your money if you lose? Are you going to
need the ramp players to take first contact here?
Allow a path back into it? That's the problem. But nobody's giving you anything right now. Everybody's hiding. BobXD getting aggressive in towards the mini ramp. This is a big fight to win, and he will do it. Kindo hitting every single shot that he sees. But the problem is he's only spotted 2 people. If he spotted a few more, maybe there was a chance. Yeah, he's going to be the save. Can they take the rifles away? There's one, and there's a second. Emmy doing a really good job doing the damage there. He will lose his life, but that keeps the team money very honest on the side of 9.
This is still... I mean, one player is going to take a hit, and that wouldn't have been the case if Emmy stays alive. He still does a really good job, though, right? The damage, I feel like midway through, they realized it was pretty much impossible to pull it off unless the D just didn't play it and give them a fight too early. This is probably the one kill. If Bobby's D doesn't win the fight, they probably go for the retake Partisan, and Emmy's able to get the kills. Unfortunately, gets tagged down, so the bomb finishes him off, and this round is pretty much going to be a replay of the previous one, but with even higher stakes, right? We're going to see Kindle drop over a rifle. Everyone else is going to buy up for themselves, and I actually think they will have enough money to monster up a decent buy here for Partisan. So Emmy going down actually doesn't make that big of a difference for them. It makes a whole lot of a different story, though, up for the side of 9, which is going to be going into this one with just 1 AK. 4 Galils, just to have the util. 1 AK in the hands of Bob XD. And this is 9 not operating with the maximal loss bonus either, right? This is a minimal 1,400 money injection into the bank accounts of 9 before the start of the round. If they end up losing this round, they will be screwed up going into the potentially last one of Nuke. This really is the money round.
Vladen hasn't bought any armor.
Oh yeah, does he realize it?
Probably not, because he just purchased a kit.
He's got no clue.
So you've got a Galil that is...
Yeah, I swear the maths didn't add up, because I looked at the money after the end of the previous round, and I swore not all of them would have enough for an M4. Yeah, Vladen's playing it. He's freeballing it.
Creep towards back red. That's perfect. Ooh. Collins is dead. That's one of the only healths in the round taken care of as well, so the Galil surely will have a decent bit to say. Vladen, though, hasn't taken any damage and he's already found a kill, so it doesn't really matter. And he's got that extra kit in play as well, which is probably why they wanted it. Run down secret, Dragon is here in all these steps. He's still going to be waiting to see if there's anybody else going to be making their way back. Emmy has confirmed that they're not going to be down, but Dragon, he maybe tried to get a little bit too aggressive there. Instead, he falls. And 9, they can go anywhere they want now. They've got all that outside control. That has been given up. Kindo rotating up towards the heaven. This AWP needs to do the business once again. And it's just such a massive responsibilities put on his shoulders one more time.
Yeah, he's got the right idea though, right? Both those players stacked up in towards the A bomb side, and Kindo's just going to walk in. And that's exactly where 9 are going as well. You got to feel like it's just going to be a heaven wrapping towards an A plane. This is exactly where Kindo and Vladen are. Or, yeah, if you go towards the ramp, you're just finessing them big time. And you have one player in towards outside still. If Favin's able to stop them from going down the vent, this play could be massive.
I don't think he's going to be able to, really. He's going to go kind of early. It's going to be held for by Vladen. This is a big fight to win, and Favin going to wrap towards outside. Emmy, swing through single, denies the plant. That's a spanner into the works, definitely. You need to try and get this bomb down. Vladen is very quick to try and deny it one more time, but swings wide, gets put down, and I mean, the lack of armor didn't really cost him too much, I suppose. If he found the kill, it still wouldn't have mattered, though. Needed to find Bolt on the site, and 9, they're just going to be able to survive there. Definitely not the cleanest of rounds that you're going to see, but it does at least keep Partisan off 12.
Yeah, at least makes it doable for 9 here, right? They will probably get a 10th round on the board, and Partisan will get a decent investment. I'm trying to calculate the chances of Vladen actually going for the purchase of the M4 without armor intentionally last round, because he did play heaven. I think he might have done it on purpose.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just to have another kit in play.
I wouldn't really trust him to make a mistake like that in such an important round. I mean, I'm not saying it's a massive mistake, because it's just a silly, you know, I'm not focused moment. But I'd say he's probably the last person I would expect that of. Either way, we are where we are. And this is probably 9 on double digits.
Yeah, probably.
10 rounds apiece. Oh, no. 11-10, sorry.
Awkward engagement. Kragan still...
Less awkward engagement.
Yeah, just winning these fights. Solo jump. Not been heard, but being held for by Mantu. And yeah, these pistols just being picked off one by one. This is a lot better from 9. They're not falling to the pistols, which is always good news.
And they know where Vlad is, so this round should be over and done with right now, and indeed it is. Yeah, 11-10, so 9 have a chance to level this one up, but guns are, I assume, going to be out, unless Partisan want to try something a little bit wacky. But
I mean, I wouldn't hate a half buy right now, by the way, into a lobby crunch. I think at 11-10, you could afford to do that if you really wanted to put Kindo on an AVP, and a lot of teams would actually approach it that way, right? If you're thinking about examples, let's say, I don't know, Saw, love going for that play if it's a similar situation, right? There's a couple teams that would hit him with a lobby crunch, and most of the time it's not the worst idea out there, but they do decide to go for the rifles regardless.
Decent amount of damage done to Favin once again. So towards Rampant, he's going to be feeling the effect of that one. Emmy aggressive in towards the hut. Favin's dead.
Yeah, important rounds. Favin just gets ejected straight away. That was the case in the last couple of rounds on Anubis. Happens here on Nuke as well. And now they've heard the steps of the players going down secret. The CT should know what's up, and Emmy's picked up another one. The captain's stepping it up again.
Yeah, he comes to life in these big rounds, doesn't he? Emmy delivering for his team time and time again. Mantu cross safely towards outside, and oh, he'll take one with him as well. That's beautiful. But now you should be aware that they are going to be heading down towards this B bomb site. It's all about the timing. If Kindle can get across here, he's going to be caught. Actually,
seeing the bomb.
Yeah, knows it's down, knows it's close towards glass, but that's not enough to just send everybody rotating, because they could just as easily fly up that vent onto A.
Yeah. It's all about making sure that you know it's going to be a B play before you call him back, right? And Kindo's just playing this one perfectly right now. He's just disengaging, waiting for them to give it away with the sound cues. He knows that they're not in a position to just walk out without utility, and now that's the giveaway. They're going to start calling your teammates back, and they're just playing a 4v3 retake here.
Will the numbers game work out? Double side. Oh, Riles will get it into an even playing field right now. Emmy has been the man to do the business time and time again. Missed shot. Emmy with the pre-fire there now. Trade needs to come in. Not going to happen. Bob XD with that double. Emmy running low on bullets, but only one will do onto Bob XD. Emmy looking for them all. On for the ace, but he needs to get that reload off. Bomb is only going to be tapped here. He does not have a kit, but they don't know that underside the 9 door is going to swing wide open, and Emmy, he will not be able to get away. Riles will get it done. A meeting of the minds, and he will come out on top.
Oh, what more can you want from Emmy, man? He played another fantastic round. Again, able to get them into, what, a 5 versus 3 that was? 2 kills in towards the A bomb side, and 9 are able to fight their way back in towards B. Look at that aggression, catching one player off guard. Mantu shuts down one in towards outside with the AVP, and then one after the other. They were just losing individual fights here. Bob XD getting that second kill. This is the real difference maker. You needed that refrag to come and at least make it winnable, doable for Emmy on paper. But Rawls denies in the 1v1 towards the end. And now if you're Partisan, you're on the receiving end of the money game. It was such a terrifying prospect for 9 to lose this previous round. They would have been left with close to nothing. But now it's the other way around. Partisan can monster up a decent half by, I guess. And Emmy's actually purchased the hero M4 to bring into this one. They want to give themselves a bit of a chance. But 9 have already picked up 4 rounds in a row on the T side. And it doesn't really feel like they intend of stopping.
(11-11). Overtime definitely is a possibility as well. Partisan, what a time wouldn't it be to just really throw a spanner into the works with a round like this. Emmy, I love this little boost. Right here, it is going to be molly naded, so I believe it has been spotted out. That's just, oh man, it's a barrage of util. Collins feeling the brunt of it. Emmy not too healthy after it either. Still waiting for a peak to come his way, and he wins that fight. So that M4 will come good in that situation. Can he get any more? Knows he might be walked on. He's lost all that support, and oh, that is just a perfect time to spam.
Yeah, you could see he was caught up between 2 mines there, right? It was, do I want to be a hero? Do I want to go for a play, or just back off and hold on to the M4? And they didn't really give him a lot of time to decide. That's a nice pickup coming out of Dragon's pistol, but it's still a 3 versus 3. And the problem for the CTs is that those rifles are in not recoverable positions, right? So you can't really do too much to stop 9 from gathering up, going in towards the B bomb site. What you can do is get proactive enough in towards lobby, clear it out, and be 1 step ahead.
Yeah, you're just worried about the wrap, because 9 have loved to go for these outside wraps, and
That's something that you need to be just very concerned about. This time they are going to be heading down towards B's, so the rotate should be heading on down, and Kindo, he can get behind the site here just in time. He's in a really good pause. Look at this. Oh, pistol didn't look towards single. Didn't spot him out. Yes, Dragon's dead. They know exactly what's going on right now, but still they're not going to be able to stop it, as those pistols simply not enough. Vladen, if he can maybe find a kill here, that'd be massive. He's been walked on, he knows it, but Fabian will get the better of his old teammate, or rather his replacement, I suppose. There's 9. Take that step closer. 12, 11. That was just an eco round here from Partisan. And now we're seeing the money situation won't be perfect. You just wonder if Dragon looks the right way there.
Yep. You understand why he doesn't, right? Because obviously you don't want to be looking towards single straight away. But yeah, it's just a matter of a small little detail. If he looks towards the right side and he gets 1 kill at least, and maybe the side player gets 1 more, maybe they're going to be rushing it a little bit more. He doesn't though. Instead, 9. Map and match point. It's been such a long series. And overtime on map 1. All 24 rounds on the second and third. Question here is, sorry, do we go into another OT? Do we go once more? Or do 9 take it over the finishing line? Bob XD crossing down secret. Oh, posted though, and Kindo does not miss.
Yeah, Kindo, not going to be like that. Not going to be choking there. And this time...
come on.
that one was free. I'm sorry. That one was free. Still, this Hellwalk is good, man. This is looking promising for 9, but he's got eyes on it. You see the player towards the ladder. No way up. No way up at all. Madden's just going to keep his sights locked on that one. And that was plan A. Could have actually been plan B. What's plan C?
Okay. Favin's made a step dropping down. They're still going for the A-bomb side. They're just going to wrap up through main. Kraken's really low on HP. They need to get that kill onto Emmy instantly. They can't afford to keep on refragging. They need someone to go huge.
Yeah, Emmy gets safely in towards the side. 25 seconds. Batten down the hatches because 9 are going to be coming. In towards the heaven as well. Molly's going to be good. Rals with a good opening. They need to clear out the CT vent position, but the whole player causing enough of a distraction still. Favin trying to save the day, but Dragon up towards the heaven. He is going to be so quick. Favin trying to get back out onto the site. Bomb's going to be tapped here. Just buying time. There's going to be the swing, and Favin will get away. A 1 versus 1. Does he have time? Yes, he does. Gets the bomb down, but the swing is good enough, and Kindo once again is the savior for Partisan. That up in his hands is looking ever so dangerous, and he is gonna have plenty more opportunities to buy it.
Yeah, he was the one to open it up. He's the one to close it out as well. What a magical round that is for Partisan to win. I say magical. That would have been a magical clutch coming out of Fabian. 15 seconds on the clock, able to bait out the first player into a fight just narrowly. Has enough time to get the bomb down, but he thought Kindo would be a long way away, I guess. Long distance away from the bomb site with the time running out. He thought he had enough to cross in towards the hut, but Kindo just brings the fight to him. Plays it with so much confidence. And I don't know how long he actually had to prepare for slotting back into the main ult position, but he's looking incredibly reliable right now, Kindo. He's rarely missing any important shots.
He's really been great so far for Partisan, and he's given them a chance. At the series as a whole, they were just playing for survival. Now they're playing for it all. Loud drop down the vent. That is just going to fake out the presence. And maybe a weakened A bomb, so trying to bait them on in here. Dragon very aggressive in towards radio. Partisan should be aware that 9 are going to be searching towards outside, but that was an incredible shot from Mantu.
It's an incredible shot. Collins didn't seem to realize that Mantu could be towards the back of red though, right? He was holding the right hand side as if no one had crossed, so a little bit awkward there. Or he was holding top main, either way. They do get the kill. Kindo will get one in return, and they've spotted Mantu trying to cross down secret with the bomb on his back, so Kindo will stick around, and even better, he might get a little bit of support as the time runs by. Vladen has cleared out lobby. They need to get a move on to support Kindo, though. He's going to be all alone.
We're going for this peek, and there it is. He'll get away with murder as well. Good Molotov. You can't swing through that if you're man to. Even though you might want to open up the double doors and see if you can go out that way. But Kindo with the reposition is going to be massive. Up above the site could be a little bit difficult to wield. Can Kindo make do? Well, he's got that support of Dragon, and that is surely going to be enough. Mantu forced back in towards the vent. Misses his shot, and that seals his fate. Partisan will strike first in overtime, and it is a relatively clean round all in all.
This game is so intense, man. It is looking a little bit more comfortable now for Partisan, but again, it's been so intense, right? And they bring out the double op here. Dragon did a little bit of that on Dust too, I guess, towards the overtime stages, and they were gonna try it here again. And this could be such a massive Hail Mary play. This could catch 9 off guard completely. It's the first time we're gonna see the two ops in the mix.
They did something like this on Dust 2 as well. That didn't really work out.
First time.
Yeah, it didn't work out on Dust 2. I wonder is it going to be a little bit different here on Nuke. And Vladden's just been taken down. Favin, usually the first man to die. Now, I'm going to show Vladden exactly how that feels in such an important round. I still like this though. Dragging towards the ramp with the AWP. He's ready and waiting to see if any push is going to come his way. Nine are freezing for the moment though. They do not have to move a muscle. They're seeing if Partisan get a little bit antsy and get too aggressive for their own good.
Yeah, the best way this could work is if one of the ops gets a kill straight up and then they just run into the other one, right? Kindo's going to start moving forward. If he gets one kill in towards the lobby and they just assume they've got a gas exploit in towards the ramp, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble.
Oh, that was such a horrible time, and Collins walked right in front of Kindo. Probably didn't want to shoot there in that situation. Instead, he's going to go down. Trade is going to be at least something that's going to go your way. Double up on the A bomb site. Oh, I don't like this at all for Partisan. I do not like their chances. 30 seconds, and Niners just waiting for the Heaven Wrap. They're waiting for the smoke to fade, which is... it might be a little bit of a giveaway, but surely Partisan are going to have somebody's eyes on towards Heaven, but they're not right now. The ops are getting aggressive in towards the hut. They're going to look to see if they can find anything. Dragon turns around, not going to be able to hit. They still don't know about the second player in there just yet. Lane walk about to happen as well. Emmy will strike down one. AWP missing left and right. Mantu has to get aggressive. He has to look for these frags. There's going to be the refrag at least, and Dragon, it's down to him to try and deny Bob XD, who's low HP. One bullet will do, and Dragon will get it done. My oh my, missed so many chances with that AWP. So many opportunities to find kills. It's the pistol and the AK that get Partisan over the line. And they're so thankful that Dragon was able to get that one done.
When was the last time when you've seen two ops in hut together from the same team on the CT side?
There was a stage that there was actually 3 ops in towards hut there when Mantu tried to run them down.
Yeah, if you're counting Mantu, yeah, that was a triple op hut encounter on Nuke. Write that down. You'll never see that again. I can guarantee, unless it's an op only server.
It's
if you're into that weird shit.
Yeah, we can't advise that. That's good, HE. Oh, a glimpse spotted, definitely, surely. But not able to stop going down secret. But still.
And Kindo's here.
Yeah, he is. And he has been ready time and time again to hit these shots, to find these frags. This time, he respects the Molotov.
I actually like it. He doesn't want to give away the fact that he was there with the AVP, right? Because they don't really know for sure. They don't know for a fact. They might know there was a player there in case they heard a tick, but if they're just walking forward, there's nothing to give away that it's Kindo here.
Yeah. There's not really too much of a giveaway, really, is there? Swat over towards Credit. Pressure being felt by Kraken a little bit here. Pressure down towards B being felt, and Kindo hit that shot. Such an important find once again for the Opera of Partisan. But still a 4v4. Emmy in towards the hut. They're getting aggressive here. Partisan going for a late lobby crunch, and Favin tries to walk his way in. Gets shut down by that M4. And it's all eyes on outside right now. This is where all the presence is, and that jiggle is enough. Now you know exactly where they're coming from. Now the rotations need to get on up to try and defend this bomb site. Collins under pressure as they spill out towards main. Emmy trying to catch a time, and as they cross, and he will do exactly that. He'll pick off one more. AWP connects. They will actually get off the bomb, trying to flush him out, but Kindo rotates in time, and Kindo will seal it. It's a perfect CT half in overtime, and Kindo has been exactly that. Absolutely perfect.
It's the Kindo and Emmy show every Tuesday night on Compass/CS2. Those two have been better than every single American TV show host you've ever watched in your life. 24 and 25 kills, 49 kills in 27 rounds for Emmy and Kindo. And you gotta give them credit, man. You gotta give credit to both of them. One of them just transitioning back into being the main oper literally days ago when they signed Vladan to replace Roga. And the other one being the bloody in-game leader. We were even giving him a little bit of crap on map 1 because he wasn't performing as well kill-wise. Anubis, he was lights out, the best player of the team. And here on Nuke, he's on 25 and 17, top of the server once again. What can you really do if you're 9? I guess cry, beg for forgiveness. That's been a really tough one in OT. 3 rounds in a row required just to force another set of rounds to work with here for 9. Where this one's done.
You just need one as well, Partisan. Just one. Surely you've got one in the locker. And they really have come to life. They really have been put to the test here, Partisan. Still throwing on into this bomb site. Kragan gonna have to rotate down the vent. They don't have really any control towards outside whatsoever, so this is just a necessary precaution that has to be taken here for the likes of 9. As Partisan rein in some more util, but still, it is all smoke and mirrors. There's no actual weight behind it. They're not using that utility whatsoever. They still sit and waiting in towards lobby.
Yeah, they just freeze. And every single second that 9 have to spend in this round without getting any information is just going to be such a dreadful 1-8. Bob comes in though. There they go. Flashes out. Matches towards back of the bomb side. Needs a big play. There goes the first one. Second as he's burning. Finally going down to the Molotov. And finally the D's might be able to go all the way. And there goes Collins. And there go Partisan into the 2-0 bracket over 9.
Such a grueling best of 3 as well to get through for both of these teams, but Partisan come out the better. And 9, I mean, look, they're going to be pretty hard on themselves as well. You know, you were talking about the transition period that was going to happen with Kragan kind of coming in with the more aggressive roles that he's going to be taking in comparison to Refresh, and I think we kind of seen it there a little bit. But take nothing away from Partisan. I mean, Emmy played probably one of the best series that I've ever seen him play.
Sure.
And that's, you know, and credit to him, because he struggled map 1. Calling has always been Emmy's strong suit, but fragging, not really. But he's up there with Dragon. He's up there with Kindo. And I mean, Kindo going onto that AWP, and I mean, this is no disrespect to Roga, but it looks like they're going to reach new heights if Kindo is able to keep up that performance. Vladan coming into the team, although you're looking at his numbers and probably saying, look, you know, he didn't play all that great. Yes, he probably didn't, but when he gets comfortable in this Partisan side, they are going to be such a threat, man. And 9, unfortunately, were on the receiving end of it today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a point that could be made as well about Kragan, right? Because you're looking at the numbers and you're saying, well, he's not really putting on the star numbers. Well, he's putting on the same numbers as everybody else. And one thing that we need to have in mind is the fact that this is the first time Kragan's playing on an international team, right? So you got to give him a little bit of time to recalibrate, I guess. And you got to give a little bit of time to 9 to figure things out with the newer system where supposedly Kragan and Bob could be the stars, Faven maybe. Give them a little bit of time to figure things out, right? But for the side of Partisan, I feel like this is just a great way to kick things off in this new chapter with Vladan and Kindo as the opener. And as you pointed out, it's all about giving themselves a little bit of time, but a win like this one is just going to be giving you a lot of confidence, and it's just going to make everyone else feel, or everyone on the team just feel really relieved and I guess excited for what is to come.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's very, very exciting for this Serbian roster. They go 2-0 here at the Contenders stage, and sadly for 9, they're not out completely, but down in that 1-1 bracket, so they're going to be hoping for a result next week. We actually have to jump and move on, because that best of 3 went on very long. I mean, it went on 50 minutes longer than expected, so we're going to have to send it into a short little break, a short little intermission before we jump into our last series of the day. It's going to see ITB take on Zero Tenacity, and it's coming up very shortly.
Olympus 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. I got to phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking forward to our second and final game of the day. We're only starting it now, as our first game took forever, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't enjoyable, Ted. It was just from start to finish, non-stop entertainment. I mean, it went lots of overtimes, full maps, exactly what we wanted to see, and it didn't disappoint. So let's hope that this one doesn't either.
Yeah, I don't think it will. I don't think going into a game between Into the Breach and Zero Tenacity that have played only twice against each other, and both times we've seen 3 maps, really could disappoint, right? Even though it's a bit of a newer iteration of Into the Breach now, with Reiko coming into the mix, and obviously Zero Tenacity unchanged, got Nemanja and got everyone on the team that have been together for 2.5 years now. But let's start a conversation with Into the Breach here, Jack. What do you make out of this change? You see Flatro go out, you see Reiko come in. It's been a long time since we've wanted to see Reiko on a stable international team. Is this the one?
Stable and ITB, to be honest, I don't think goes hand in hand.
Yeah,
I'd love
I said
to be
stable and I just looked at Smooya straight away.
I'd love to be proved wrong, but it's just look. I have to be realistic here.
Sure.
Reiko has looked really good. Okay. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. Reiko's looked really good since he's kind of come into this lineup. I think ITB, this roster, could definitely be a very good team, a very tough team to face off in kind of these stages. But
sure.
Would I say that, you know, the results that they have been getting have been blowing me away? I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say that they have really been, you know, absolutely dominating. We covered their game versus Nexus in this event earlier, where they managed to go 1-0. And look,
I mean, that is the first and only game they've played with Reiko.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so it's still very early, is what I'm trying to say. But Reiko did look quite good in that game, to be fair. I think it does have the right pieces. It's just if they can kind of gel. Yeah, I completely agree. And yeah, honestly, the Nexus game was probably a little bit more complicated than what you would have been hoping for if you're an ITB fan. But thankfully, both Red Star and Reiko just popped up massively, right? Especially if you're talking about that third and final map of Mirage, which was the decider. Red Star going into rating on that third and final map, 23-7, definitely helped. And himself and Reiko just being above 50 kills across the series was definitely a big hint into what type of firepower we could be expecting out of ITB, considering Smooya had a bit of an off series, but is probably not gonna stay like that for consecutive games, knowing how skilled of an opener Smooya is. On the other side, a Zero Tenacity team with a completely different narrative to be built around with those guys, right? With those guys, we go into looking at AVN, Sijofo, Nemanja, Simke, Broodmonster, and Ficus in the server. We're not going to be having the conversations on whether this team has the right fundamentals, whether this is the right way to go. The conversations are going to be, can they take it to the next level throughout 2025, right? Because the big goal for Zero Tenacity, I feel like last year, because obviously they were the second team in the world with the most amount of maps played. They played 428 maps over 2024, and this is nothing new for them. 2023 was more of the same, just the same old grind. For those guys, it just feels like the next level, the obvious continuation should be to finally play a LAN event. We want to see Nelania. This is what I'm trying to say right now. If that doesn't happen in the next couple of months, is it finally going to be time for a change? Yes, I think so. Look, these guys have like last year, I mean, nobody can kind of say that they didn't work extremely hard to get into
Without
the
a doubt, their
that
best
they
year
did.
so far, I'd say.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, Nemanja, since coming into CS2, has looked absolutely unbelievable. I mean, his improvement was, you know, I mean, you very rarely see that kind of improvement in a player.
Sure.
And, you know, he was able to deliver a lot of times for Zero Tenacity. It was just kind of in those final games where, you know, where they had opportunities to qualify for a LAN, and they just fell short, which, you know, it happens sometimes that you can get a little bit nervous when it kind of gets down to that last and final game. And Zero Tenacity usually are kind of that kind of clutch team, but it just seems like something kind of went wrong a little bit down the line last year. Maybe this is their year that we are going to finally see them at a LAN, but who knows? You know, I don't want to make any promises that we are going to see them there, especially because, you know, when we are going to be looking at all these events now, the events that Zero Tenacity usually do farm in, they've gotten, you know, exponentially more difficult. We've got, you know, a lot more teams that are going to be invited according to the VRS system. So, you know, you are going to be playing against the top of the top tier teams. So I think they will struggle, but enough about that. Let's see how they're going to get on in this game, and let's see how they're going to get on in the Vito. And we were having a little bit of a discussion, Ted.
Yeah.
This should be an interesting one, because Train should be left open, and I just wonder, Zero Tenacity, are they gonna maybe try and pick it?
Yeah, that's the open conversation, right? Because into the breach, you're going to remove the nuke, and yeah, there goes the curveball, right? That's the conversation we were having before the start of this. You're looking at Zero Tenacity and the one Train that they played against Sashi the other day. That was a 13-8. It was a pretty convincing win over them. And then you're looking at Into the Breach, who haven't played it, but they've been always perma-banning nuke, right? Vertigo was one of the maps that ITB were playing, and apparently things are not going to change. So they hopefully have cracked it a little bit, but Z10 go for the Train punish. Mirage is the second one coming out of ITB. There's no surprises there. And then again, in the conversation we were having, we did say that most likely we were going to end up with an Anubis, as that was the bread and butter for Zero Tenacity throughout 2024. Maybe not as much towards the latter stages in the way that they were, I guess, dropping it a lot against some teams that they were supposed to win it against, but it's still fairly comfortable as a third and final one. Maybe just not a sure thing for a pick. And for ITB, it has been one of their best maps as well. So all in all, man, I'll say the Vito's looking logical. It's looking good. I am really excited to finally cast a Train game, though. That's going to be our first.
Yeah, man, this is going to be exciting, to be honest. I haven't had the opportunity. I've watched a little bit. My opinions on the map is that it doesn't really look ready, but yeah,
you know what, I'm gonna be the opposite. I'm standing on the opposite line. I've spent hours in the server learning nades on Train. I already did my theory crafting. I watched all 5 maps on HOTV that teams have played on Train. I've rewatched as many times as you can say, and I can comfortably say the map is not ready. It probably will get changed, but it's really entertaining. I really love watching it, right? Yeah. I mean, there's a couple things that maybe should be tweaked. You know, the change with the with the spawns of the T's, I guess, is a little bit better. There's a couple more work maybe to be made in towards the outer bomb side, right? But all in all, I just feel like it's so much better than Vertigo. Anything would have been better than Vertigo. I can't wait to get into this first map.
Everything would have been better than the new Vertigo. The old Vertigo, to be honest, you know, it's always
all Vertigos. I'm heavily anti every single one of them.
I know you are. You always have been, but Vertigo has always had a nice place in my heart, and it probably will do. But once they remove that wall up towards the A-bomb site, I was checked out. But I am going to take a leaf of the Crim's book, and I am going to say, bring back the old version of Train. Why not? Let's just bring that back.
Sure. You know what I will say? I think it's a really open conversation right now, and obviously we do have a little bit of time to talk about it, and before we jump into the server right now as the players are getting ready. It is really interesting that with both Train and Overpass, the community had to lose the maps in order to realize what we actually had, right? Because I feel like, and maybe with Cash to some extent, but I think with Cash it was a bit more of a 50-50. People were alright with it because Mirage was still left in the pool, and they're pretty similar in the way that you can play a little bit more puggy, right? But with Train, you bring in Enshin, which is a great map. I don't want to see Enshin go, right? I love Enshin. But you still get rid of Train. Then you get rid of Overpass to get Bloody Dust to win. And now I think people see Train come back, and a lot of them are just starting to dream about the possibility of Inferno going out the window and Overpass coming back in, which would be probably one of the best map pools that we've ever had in the history of the game if that happens.
There's some big words, man. There are some big words.
You know, if it was up to me, if it was up to me, I'd say get rid of Dust2, get Overpass back in. This is the best map pool. I actually enjoy Inferno, but realistically, they probably are not going to remove a map that they added just 1 year ago, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I would love to see Overpass back. That was one of my favorite maps to cover. Train used to be one of my favorite maps to cast though as well, and we're going to get to do that, Ted, which is always exciting. You know, we've casted through a lot of map changes as well. We got, I mean, Ancient when it first came in, Dust 2 when it came back, Anubis when it first came in. Now we've got Train, so just goes to show how long me and you have been doing this together. But yeah, look, we're gonna get underway. Train with its fresh, revamped look, and let's see what is gonna happen. T side for zero Tenacity, a rush towards the B bomb site. Synopsis, simply no more. Just gets dropped instantly. They're gonna have to hold for the fast flank through Pop, as Raiko is already gonna be here with Smooya behind him, as they're gonna try and rush the plant to make sure that they will not get it down. But Simka finding headshots will give them at least a chance, and Red Star left to do it all.
A 1 versus 3 clutch for the Bulgarian. Needs a 4K to pull it off. It's the speed coming out of the T side pistol that caught ITB off guard, and Red Star, pretty unwinnable round if you put most players in that position, and he will be no different. Nemanja puts him to sleep. Zero Tenacity kick things off with a really speedy one in towards B. And those fights in towards B lobby, this is going to be the name of the game for the majority of this one. This is probably one of the hot areas of the map as of right now, right? The CTs could get a lot more aggressive, especially with how Pop Dog is now Long Dog, I guess. And with the further back spawns from the T's, you can get up close and personal on the CT side before they really are out the B bomb side. ITB will go for force though.
The tag from Red Star there. HE should do the business. Actually, not going to be able to drop Nemanja, who is actually going to be just taken care of with that pistol. They're going to try and scavenge a weapon if there is one on the ground. Still an aggressive stance being taken in towards E-Box and Pop. That SMG now reacquired. Galil. Oh, can't do anything against Synopsis SMG. That was a little bit of an awkward engagement there. Smooya have to allow from the room. Here comes the swing. Synopsis looking for more, and he will nearly get them all. Smooya claims the last. That's such a big round coming out of ITB. They just shut Zero Tenacity down, denied him any space out towards that A bomb site, and just do what they had to do with the lesser weaponry. Get in your face.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, just spread around the A bomb site. Red Star with a massive tag to start off the round. That just makes all the pistols and the MP9s a whole lot more dangerous, and Synopsis was able to capitalize on all the kills that was being created. And I know he's the one to get all of the kills, but you gotta give some credit to his teammates for just making it really difficult for Z10 to actually give a fair fight over to Synopsis and ITB. They just answer back immediately. Red Star again with the scout, this time just getting the straight up headshot onto Nemanja.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one because, you know, at first glance, I would have thought that this would have been a perfect map for Nemanja. Just his style of play. Sure. But maybe not. He is being put through the ringer so far. Red Star with 2 scare headshots. A nice battle back there from Simka with that deagle.
Yeah. You want to see some? You want to hear something fun about Red Star in Train?
Yeah.
The last time he played Train, obviously it was in 2021. He was still on Fiend with Victor, Dreamer, Bobo, and Harn. That's how long ago we're talking.
Quite a while ago.
Yeah, that's when Ents still had Snappy D, his Spinks, Dodo, and Hades. And he used to be a really good Train player, by the way. He used to second op a lot. After Harn.
Probably
always been one of his favorite maps.
Comes into play there.
Yeah, yeah. That's the angle.
Train used to always, you know, be one of those maps as well that you could actually go for the triple scout. That used to be a really good anti-eco. Some really nice shots there.
Double ult, triple scout. I think double ult was a lot more viable maybe back in the days because you had a clear line of sight from Z and towards A main, and Ivy was a little bit more easy to operate with an AVP, right? Now maybe a bit more of a conversation to be had, but you can still find a lot of ways to put a double ult to good use here.
Smooya heard the steps. AVN tried to make his way back, and it's just going to be a free kill for him. Oh, well, we're waiting to see how close Smooya is going. Yeah, Raiko still manages to find that kill, and yeah, this has just been a complete shutdown round, as you would expect up against the Pistols. ITB looking good on their CT side so far, but this is the first real test. This maybe is going to be the first real problem that Zero Tenacity are going to throw their way. I just wonder what the call is going to be.
Yeah, that's the big question here for Z10, right? Because you can, early doors, you can probably tell that ITB is going to be a team that's, I think ITB in general should be a good train team because they're really good at being aggressive on CT sides, right? And CT side train is all about getting a close in person in towards B main, in towards A main, trying to fight for that map control at all times. That's what we're expecting to see out of ITB, and exactly what Kills has given us at the first buy round, but does get shut down by Simke. It's a good response.
Yeah, it is. He goes down. That means Synopsy's going to have to maybe stick around over towards that B bomb site. Oh, Nemanja. He has just been given no peace, really, so far this game. Getting dinked up, has to back up and forfeit that control. ITB heavily invested in going for that A main fight.
They just leave the A bomb side out, starting to redirect in towards B. But look at ITB, look at the read. They're just gonna gamble. 3 players in towards the B bomb side. I mean, it's 2 now that Synopsy's actually left and is gonna go back in towards A, but he's gonna be on a quick rotation. ITB have the right idea here. Smooya needs to get as close as possible with the MP9 though.
Oh, I like this position though. He's not actually going to be spotted as they make their way down, I don't believe. Just hiding, trying to dodge the flashes. Nasty surprise, ready and waiting, but Brute Monster completely ready. So Zero Tenacity will be able to get this bomb down. Molly onto default, which is going to force Brute Monster wide here. Just hold it from the back of Thomas, and Obsi will find that frag, and now the retake is on. They're finding and collecting the kills exactly where they need to, but they need to get on the defuse right now. A big find if Raiko can get it, but all of a sudden Zero Tenacity, all the kills fall in their favor, and the round with it.
Oh, they're so low on HP as well, AVN and Nemanja, right? And it just comes down to a bit of a timing, right? Raiko turning around in towards upper there. It felt like he was ready for that player coming out late from pop, but the time was running out. Had to get a move on. A bit unfortunate for Smooya, as you pointed out. He played it really nicely with the MP9 off angle. Couldn't get a kill, and first proper buy round for ITB. We were already seeing the double ult coming out of Smooya and Red Star. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Oh, already. And Nemanja is so low. He has not been above half health. I want to say in the opening few rounds after trying to go for those A plays. Ooh, even just trying to take a little bit of presence. Yeah, that's a spooky jiggle there that Smooya gives. Red Star will put that AWP to good use, and that's going to really just kind of give you an inkling into what kind of game you're going to be up against when you see instantly round 6 Red Star bringing out a second AWP. You know, this is going to be one that you're really going to have to think about if you're Nemanja.
If you're Zero Tenacity, do you realize they're trying to push you into a B play right now? Because of all the utility constantly being resmoked in towards pop and towards A main, doesn't seem like it. They're still going for a B play, and Red Star's already rotated in here. There's going to be 3 people here.
2. As AVM will find that kill. Oh, it's a mess from Chaos here, and actually gets nothing out of that situation. Red Star looking even to get a trade there. They lose that bomb site. There's a lurk coming in here from Nemanja, who was thinking about maybe trying to call them back here a little bit, but bomb is actually just going to make its way down towards B, get planted. You can see Simke making a really good play, pushing deep. And that smoke's going to fade down in a second. Simke should realize it. That connector is just going to be Shuffle is just going to be holding the line. That's an easy kill for him, low HP. As now Raiko tries to get a move on, but Simke will eventually strike when he is needed, and this game is all evened up early.
Yeah, I mean, early on you're seeing some good signs individually out of ITB, but what you're noticing as well is probably the lack of experience. That was a lovely opening out of Red Star. The fact that you have 2 players here, you even had the third for a little while, and they're just able to walk out of upper on such a timing, and and get a couple kills for free is this is ITB just probably not being as polished so far, or
it's a
yet
miscom
on trade, which is a miscom which happens on a new map that you're playing an official on for the first time, right? I'm trying to say it's a completely normal thing, so there is gonna be signs of those, but it's still looking competitive.
Yeah, like Chaos had eyes on lower there. Synopsy didn't realize that he could be seen. This time though, Synopsy will start this round off right. It's a lovely aggressive play. I believe a flash from Chaos came in there as well. That's one way to find an opening. This time no double up in the server. They can't afford it. Smooya is going to be the only one wielding that big green. And you know, Tenacity. There's been a lot of B finishes.
There has been. And again, looking to explore their options in towards the B bomb side, or at least fake it a little bit. The bomb is still just now starting to make its way towards the lobby, and they are contemplating about potentially going back into an A play and just faking that presence. There's some kind of a boost happening in towards
Same bomb.
Pop. Yep. Broodmonster doesn't see anything either, and the CTs, they just know it's going to be an A hit. That's what it feels like. Reiko's just going to start rotating back in. They're going to be ready.
Yeah, I mean, right now Zero Tenacity are just waiting. They're just trying to wait out ITB into maybe actually rotating back towards B, but Kiaz has made the play. He knows that it's going to be A. He's walking behind them at top. They're holding for it, and well, they're ready. And actually, Bomb is heading over towards this B bomb site. Yeah, they do. But ITB, can they beat them there? Smooya with the AWP posted. Nice shot in the first, but instantly traded back by Brute Monster. They have to try and swing and across to the site. Smooya just getting it done, finding the refrags, keeping himself in the game, and Smooya with a hat-trick of frags on that AWP. And that is ITB's only saving grace.
Yeah, this is massive for the confidence of the Opera as well, right? What a moment for Smooya to step it up in a round like this one. And that was all about implementing the buddy system. Every single fight that Smooya was going for with the AVP, there was someone else being targeted. Primarily from the Zero Tenacity players, right? Bar this was just straight up patience being shown by the Opera. And we do remember that last time around in the first round matchup against Nexus, Smooya didn't really necessarily have his best individual performance, but we know what he's capable of, and if he's able to come in clutch on a map like Train, then the impact could be through the rooftop.
That's a freebie for Synopsy. Kiaz gets that smoke down, and just going to try and funnel them all the way in, but Kiaz can only claim one. Space could be taken here by the T's if they want it. Red Star's just going to try and deny that before he gets too aggressive in this situation. The bomb plan has been lost, but the retake is going to be perfect for ITB. So Zero Tenacity got what they came for. But ITB taking a 5-3 lead now. Investment, of course, going to be put back into this next round if you're Z10. And still, this is a little bit of a bonus for ITB.
Yeah.
So maybe something aggressive to be called from the CT side.
I think a lot of those rounds, when you actually think about it, ITB have not really been investing too harshly when you overlook the double up, obviously, but they've won 2 in a row now, and as you pointed out, they still have a couple MP9s in the mix, still have a couple M4s, so you could get up close and personal.
Left B completely. This is just going to be an aggressive stance taken in towards A main. They want to get the smoke down. The flash is going to come on through. Oh, Synopsy on the other side of it. He's going to claim that double. That's instantly been shut down. He's got an upgrade, and they've got a 2-man advantage.
Yeah. This is the definition of right up in your face Counter-Strike. Synopsy just gets up close and personal. It's nearly impossible to flash that angle away as well, right? With the flashes going over on top. He could get partially blinded by the majority of them, but not fully, and he's still showing so much presence. Kills is pushed all the way in towards B lobby, and he's got this one under lock and key as well. Another kill going his way. He will get double cleared here on the high-low, but he spotted both of them, and he will just disengage. This is really smart play from Kills right now. Even if he does get hunted down, the rotations are going to be so quick down to B bump side. Actually, hold on a minute. Broodbuster's found another one. ITB, that's a 2v5.
Yeah, another molly down towards connector as well. You need to be so careful in this round if you're ITB, but Synopsy might just be the one that is needed to make this one way more comfortable. He's going to see Simka from a mile away here as soon as he comes on out. Yeah, that's going to be an easy one that he gathers up. You have to drop one down. They know where Brute Monster is. And yeah, ITB just take their time. Wait for the pinch to come on in. And that's going to be a 6-3 lead. But what has really impressed me so far, Ted, is the stance that ITB are taking towards A. They are not allowing Zero Tenacity to get any space at all out through him in. So this T side becomes pretty one-dimensional.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Zero Tenacity are trying to force the issue every single time it's not around though, right? That's one of the main things that a lot of people are talking about right now. The meta right now on CT side train is you either pick B lobby or you pick A menu and you just constantly abuse it until the T's find a way to fight it out. And it is good because you are getting those possibilities with the early Utah and with the late spawns of the T's, but the problem is it's really difficult to hold on to all that real estate, right? So if the T's just decide to be a little bit more lean back and just wait for the smokes to fade away or wait for the moldies or whatever, then it's really difficult for the CTs to hold on to that part of the map later on. But so far, Zero Tenacity have just been trying to fight their way through all of this, right? So when you give ITB those early fights, that is what the CTs want. They want to deploy that early Utah and for you to try and run through it.
It's kind of a situation though, yeah, it is probably the perfect opponent to be facing off against, right, in Zero Tenacity.
Oh yeah,
Zero Tenacity
as hell.
Yeah, they love going for those aggressive early fights. So
I mean,
you know,
I have a funny feeling that ITB would be doing the same on their T side as well when we do go for the switch. So there is a world in which we just see this flip completely, and I guess there could be a point being made about Train right now being. It really depends on whether it's going to be T-sided or CT-sided onto what teams we're watching, but I think as of right now, for the teams that have actually had a little bit more time to prep for the CT side, it is looking a little bit CT-sided. Even if you want to judge by some games like, I don't know, Fnatic Spirit or some of the others, the Vitality games that we've seen on Train so far, if a team knows how to play a good CT side here, it becomes so suffocating for the T's to call.
I mean, counterpoint to probably the Spirit Fnatic game is that, you know, when you have Donk playing E-Box, I mean, it's gonna look CT
Vitality has Zaiwu as well on paper.
Yeah. That is also true. Out towards this B bomb site, you're gonna get a plant. Are you gonna get much more out of this situation? Probably not. Definitely not.
But ITB have seen option. He's 14-4, so it's pretty much like having Donk. An older, bearded, wearing glasses. Kosovian version of Donk.
And if you combine their names, it's Donkey, which is probably not the
goodness.
nickname that he's after.
Oh, I can't believe it. I just thought about Smuya and Donk. Do ya? Or Smunk. Smunk actually sounds great.
Yeah, that actually is quite good, to be fair. ITB, look, I mean, they've come to play here on the CT side, man. And it is going to be Synopsy, aggressive through Ivy, perfect flashbang. And you notice there was a second one there as well. Yeah. You see that AWP, he swings wide. He wants this fight. Why not? I mean, he is just so confident. Nemanja going to get that trade back and maybe a little bit more. But Red Star, he doesn't want to let him out. And you wouldn't. Yeah, you want to take care of Nemanja as soon as you see him. But Simka, a surprise out of pop. They have a chance.
Yeah, they do. He finds a double out of nowhere, especially if AVN's able to catch timing onto Kills right now. And this is all that this is all about. It's just a game of timings, but Kills is able to turn around in time. That's a big one. If Kills loses his life there, and then it becomes really difficult for Restar to make up his about where to go. But look at that from ITV. They've just doubled up. They're going to play this one together, re-aggressing towards B and potentially heading towards Pop right now. So if Simka, I mean, even if he goes Ivy, if he ends up on the A bomb side, both Red Star and Kills are going to be in prime position. But if he goes CT in towards B,
yeah,
I'm not sure if he's got the time to shift there. 35 seconds.
Yeah, he should do. There might be a little sprint after a moment or two.
Yeah, I mean, if he pull the knife out.
Yeah. He's not going to have a lot of time to clear the bomb site. Luckily, it's empty. So he actually can get set up quite nicely.
I think if you're Red Star, you just start running back though, right? Because you haven't seen anything in towards A. There's only 10 seconds. Both you and Kios are here. Red Star is just going to be so close in towards E, and he's going to hear it every step of the way.
Yeah, I like this. Red Star already in connector, already trying to run it down. Will he be able to get away? No, he won't. Red Star. So close, but Simka finds the headshot. He has just made the steps, and well, Simka goes looking for him, and he's already wrapped all the way around. This is going to be a freebie. Simka with a monster of a 1v2, and it's actually the 4K out of him to get Zero Tenacity, their fourth. The aggression towards Ivy were absolutely nothing for ITB because they cannot convert.
Yeah, and it's a little bit sad as well, right? If you ask Synopsy and Restar, they feel like they did more than enough to secure the round. You get a 3 for 1 out of that Ivy fight. It's 42 you're down into, and it's all because of Simkin. Oh my God.
Okay, that's why.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Show him how it's done.
Sometimes.
What a spray transfer.
Sometimes they just have a round. Sometimes when you're playing against somebody, they just have a round. Not a lot you can do about it. That is exactly what we witnessed there.
I was gonna say, both Synopsy and Simka had a Nemanja moment in this round, but Nemanja didn't.
Here, Synopsy. Oh, looking for that multi-kill. Just the one. Smooth. Oh, the jiggle not going to be enough to deter him. He doesn't actually bite on the first, and he's got a little bit of backup as well. So Joffle chucking a little bit of util, needs to be careful. There's a flash to peek in, but it's been smoked off. So ITB know that there was a heavy pop presence, and that's going to worry Kios massively.
Yeah. It's a game of timings once again, right? Are you looking lower? Are you looking upper? He's just hit him from upper right now, just staring at the lower ramp, hoping to get at least one kill. Spotted out. This is a really awkward fight, though. Kios needs at least one, but Sejoffel's just going to run him down. Not a single bullet connecting.
Yeah, Kios needed to do a whole lot more in that situation, but the timing just didn't favor him. Brute Monster, nice shot onto Raiko. Smear was holding for him, but he doesn't need to peek. Not anymore. Sejofo holding a headshot angle. It's a double up retake from himself and Red Star. And Red Star has already fallen. Smooya. What can he get done? Swings out connector. Brute Monster is just holding, but it's Sejofo to just tap his head away. It's a nice recovery from Zero Tenacity. It was looking like it was going to be ITB's day on that CT side, but this is going to be a competitive one.
Yeah, it definitely will be a competitive one. And if we've learned one thing out of this, that is that I feel like both teams, CT side-wise, could be trusted to put up a good performance, right? I mean, definitely for ITB that was the case. The question here is, how long will ITB need to actually readjust to the aggression that Z10 could be throwing their way, supposedly, right? Because for Zero Tenacity, it felt like they needed, what? They needed 7, 8 rounds, and then they got a little bit more comfortable. Let's see if there is going to be that transition period for ITB, or they'll be able to head start it right out the bat. As of right now, it's going to be another B pistol by the looks of things. Only that AVN will be alone, so no quick support for him. And if ITB just make their way closer... Oh, actually, going back in towards Pop, faking the B play? No, never mind. Just a quick clearance. A B play it will be. And Brute Monster will receive a little bit of support of AVN. Both of them just playing this one on the retake setup.
Yeah, Molly towards Con. Brute Monster is going to have to try and swing his way out. And actually, well, no support to AVN at all. He can look towards the heaven, but look at the amount of space that's being occupied right now by the T's. They're already close. Con, Kios, though, he can't get it done. Raiko will, though. And they look locked out of this situation right now. Zero Tenacity on this CT side, trying to pull off this retake. Nemanja just good for the one. That Glock needs to get away, needs to try and survive. The dink is going to be good, but you swing back for another bit, and all of a sudden it's all on Red Star. Tagged up from behind, putting pressure on Sejofo. Needs a headshot, and he's going to get it. Bomb not planted for him, though. He needs to rush. There's a kit on Brute Monster as well, and he will just steal it away. Red Star can't quite believe it. He knows that he's been outplayed there. Brute Monster, his eyes lit up when he seen that he was towards connector Red Star. That last player, knowing the bomb wasn't planted for him, and he landed on a gold mine.
Yeah, it was great effort coming out of Red Star as well, right? A 1 versus 3 clutch. You're in between players. You're getting tagged down. You're still able to get a double kill out of it, and you get a bomb plant. The question here is for ITB, do you force up? Or you just go for the half bite? Because with the half bite here, you can do some serious damage, and you were able to find 4 kills. And it's not too big of a deal if you let Z10 get another round on the board. I don't think so. You let them level things up. it's alright, but you will be risking the possibility of them building up that economy. So a big decision to be made here. What is the call? There was a tactical timeout, so supposedly a forced buy. Or you have buy it with a hero, Galil, and Reiko. I actually love that. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, it's probably the less riskier option of the two.
It's reasonable.
It is. Unless the Galil gets nothing.
Which is unexplored territory. New terrain when it comes down to ITB.
Yeah, usually it's all risk. Sometimes no reward. Let's see if they're going to get rewarded this time. Buddy system implemented. Raiko and Kios going to go together. They're going to walk in maybe to try and trade. Actually, Kios has gone very far ahead of the pack. The pack of 2, that is.
It's a small pack. A packy. Une paquette in French. Far from reality.
Minute left. Zero Tenacity.
Oh.
Getting aggressive here. This is looking nice for them. Flash is actually going to blind them completely. Red Star picking off player in towards main. ABN getting a double.
Careful.
Might just save themselves. Yeah, Red Star has gotten past, but Sajafo just making sure that no more players spill out after him. And Red Star, he can do absolutely nothing about that situation. As this game is leveled on up. And Zero Tenacity on their CT side, despite what the HUD says. Doing a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, we're gonna get that one switched in a second, folks. Don't worry. Production is on it. We're on the case. We have Inspector Gadget on the case. I don't know why I thought about Inspector Gadget, by the way. It was an excellent TV series. You've watched it when you were young?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was about, but I remember the theme song.
Is that man with the hat that has long cyborg hands that have multiple tools?
Yeah. I couldn't think of an episode, you know, at all.
Oh no, me neither. But
for the life of me, but the Inspector Gadget. Yeah. That was good, man. That was a really good.
That was the life. Those were the days. Back when everything was so simple. Counter-Strike was still played on monitors that looked like big metal boxes. Oh. Back to reality. As ITB will have their first proper buy now. The half buy in the previous one allows them to monster up an investment here. It's not the best one possible considering they couldn't even get a bomb plan in the last, but at least they were able to get a couple kills. So keeping that CT side economy honest. And again, we are witnessing those early nades in towards main, trying to keep the T's away. And ITB actually showing a really patient approach here. Minute 25, they haven't really made any moves, right? They're just waiting in. Player with the bomb. That's going to be Smuya, just lining up utility from T-spawn as of right now. The Ivy smoke potentially coming in. As the late A side take comes in, but there's another smoke, they need to beat it.
Just trying to sprint and funnel out through main. This is going to be a nasty surprise awaiting them in pop here as the teams will try and gain some kind of control, and they will. Are they expecting the second? No, but the trades are really good right now for ITB. But so will be Brute Monster. A lovely double. Smuya rips his head off. It was a little bit of a mess on the way out, but ITB just making sure that they always stayed that step ahead, just one by one, making sure that they trade, they refrag effectively, and ultimately that's what gets them over the line.
You know what this is a sign for? This is a sign for good communication. We did say that in one of those rounds in the first half on the CT side, there was a bit of a miscom probably coming in for ITB. This one was perfect. Spacing was great every single time. Someone gets killed from an angle that no one's watching. Someone just turns instantly and gets the headshot. This was ITB just playing the refrag game incredibly well. And sure, Smuya gets the last kill on low HP, but it was still decent. I thought for a second Kios would actually turn around and anticipate the B play. Completely blindsided. Good news is, Smuya has found another refrag elsewhere.
Yeah, they can take a lot of space out towards A if they wanted here. Brute Monster forced back in towards Connector. Simkid's making a really nice play though. If he turns and looks right, he should kill Raiko, but he's no idea that he's already gotten past him. This is awkward. This is so awkward right now for the T's, because if Simka hears that bomb, he's just going to turn around and maybe find a kill. Still looking towards main. Simka maybe has missed a little bit of a timing here, but turns back just to see it. Red Star strikes one down at least. This is a 2v4 that needs to go here for ITB. Red Star caught with his back turned and still wins the fight, but traded on out here by Brute Monster. Through that smoke, the spam is going to be good. Raiko now knows where both players are going to be coming from, trying to isolate this duel if he can. And Raiko on this bomb site, just playing a game of cat and mouse here, picking them off one by one. Brute Monster doesn't have a kid, and Raiko will get it done. It's absolutely beautiful from ITB, as they will get that one over the line. 2 versus 4, man. And it looks like everything is just going to go their way.
It's so clutch from Red Star and Raiko. And I guess this is one of the upsides of having someone like Raiko join in the team, right? Because there is someone that is almost as clutch, if not as clutch, as Red Star in those moments, right? You see them in a 2v4 like this one. Red Star, first of all, shouldn't have gotten that kill on low HP on the MP9. Flicks back, able to confirm it, and then Raiko just plays it to perfection. Isolating 1v1 after 1v1. Resetting the CT side economy, and this is into the breach now, giving themselves a great opportunity of potentially picking up the map, picking up their opponents. Of course, anti-eco has to be converted, and it will.
Yeah, AVN, last player standing, just hitting him with a few jiggles, and is actually not going to peak, so this round will go on a little bit longer than maybe we expected. Oh, the Zoo's ready. Are we going to see it put into action?
Come on,
He's trying to
AVN.
bait somebody in.
Come on, AVN. You are the man. The myth. The god of thunder.
Oh
my god. Bait him in. He actually killed him.
Okay. Yeah, he could get a second as well. Synopsy's really low if he turns back.
Yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
You know, that was a good attempt.
Yeah. So the eco swept under the rug there, and I don't know, Zero Tenacity are in pretty dangerous water right now. And it kind of comes hand in hand with when a new map is added into the pool, when they've got a lot of changes on it, and this early on, you try and pick into it, you don't know how well the other team's going to play on it.
Sure.
So it's always kind of that unknown, and it is always kind of that little bit of a risk, because you can pick into it, and the other team can just absolutely smoke you. You've no demos to go off.
Yeah. I mean, there's no prep right now, right? You just gotta try and be ahead of the wave, I guess, or just be up to scratch with the meta, right? And know what to expect. Because there's only so many ideas out there for how people could play train, but then again, when you're going in against a certain team, stylistically, they could just have a different approach to the map than other guys, right? I wouldn't say that so far we've seen ITB do something that is so much out of meta, but I would say that they've been doing a good enough job to make Zero Tenacity realize they've had enough time to practice.
Oh, he ducked in real life.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
No man, you're just like me for real. But ITB spill out onto the bomb site to get a bomb flap.
Just say a bomb fat.
Oh my god.
Right.
Retake's still on here though.
Yep. No, I can take it away. Don't you worry. Get it out the system. Simkit. Nice headshot onto Kios, and Red Star is dropped in a 1 versus 3 clutch, and unfortunately he couldn't jump over the bullets. Even if he tried, that would have been a fun sight. But yeah, Nemanja did go down, unfortunately. They win the round though.
I just find that so funny.
I respect the level of focus.
We don't get to see the cam.
We don't have a camera replay.
No, unfortunately not. But oh man, that was a thing of beauty, man. Just 3 players swinging out heaven, and Nemanja, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Oh man, that's too good. Yeah,
Take cover. Made me think about the Lion King. You know, Timon's song about ducking down, finding cover from the hyenas. That was Nemanja right there.
I don't even remember this one.
I'll play it to you. Not now, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Zero Tenacity ITB, can you guys just hold on 1 second?
Yeah.
Ted is showing me Ted is showing me a very niche reference here.
What a wonderful phrase. ITB do find the opening kill in the meantime though, courtesy of Smooya. Nice early pick onto Brute Monster, and Kios, he's been pushed away from B lobby, but again, the thing is, those smokes will eventually fade, and with 60 seconds still left on the clock, ITB, they can do pretty much whatever they want, right? There's barely any util left on the CT side. The only, I guess, guarantee they have insurance in towards B is AVN's presence, but he's gonna get spotted out, and he's in a whole lot of trouble. Gotta back off.
Yeah, there's no way that you can stick around there. There's no quick rotate either, so Nemanja's the closest player that HE is nicely timed to just chip away at a little bit of health, but ITB are just going to hit this B bomb side here. And the problem is, if Synopsy finds a kill, he's going to keep them very occupied. Oh, they're calling them back. Oh, AVN is forcing them away here. Nemanja just needs to be ready. AWP. Oh, could have found more than just a one. Nemanja missing too many opportunities. And, well, eventually it's just down to Sejafo. And can he find AWP on Smooya? He needs to turn around. AVN is closing in behind him. Smooya rattles off a shot. And it's down to Kios. Tucks in towards the connector. A big clutch on here from the Belgian, but he will not be able to convert it. Zero Tenacity. It is going to be them closing the distance and bridging the gap once more. ITB's lead cut down to just a single round.
Yeah, this is a comeback in the works right now for Z10, and it's a 4v5 round as well. Even a 3v5. Great work by Smooya and Synopsy, but Nemanja, after getting the first kill, missing a couple shots still. Sejafo and AVN able to compensate, and it's been a difficult one for kills. That 1v2 clutch would have definitely turned the tides for him, but it's been a really worse for map individually for him. It's been difficult to find a comfortable ground, I guess. And you can't really fault him. I mean, he's getting all the hard labor roles in this team, but sometimes you're going to see him pop off, and it's going to be feeling damn nice. Unfortunately for him, the last round wasn't one of them. Synopsy, Red Star, Smooya, now Reiko have had their big moments, and if you're ITB, you're hoping for a couple more of those. At least they've been able to keep the CT side economy really honest, but the thing is, their own economy doesn't allow them to go for a force buy and try and capitalize on the damage.
Yeah, this is a weird situation to be in if you're ITB, right?
Yeah.
I mean, money, terrible. And you'd love to. You really would, wouldn't you? You'd love to be able to give this one a go, but you just can't. And
no.
It does beg the question of, you know, how heavy do they actually want to invest in this round? You know, like, how many pistols do they want to even put into it? Do they even want to purchase a pistol?
I think under those circumstances you have to. I mean, you're working with a decent loss bonus. You probably get a little bit of util as well in there. It would be the right time for a cool set piece play if you can pull one off. You need to do some damage in a round like this one. You have to. It would just put you in a good position, in a really good position.
Well, the clicking finishes, and we get back underway.
Sure. Time for the half buy. Let's see. A couple smokes. A flash from Synopsy. Okay, this is a set piece that they've trained, right? This is a really specific utility purchase. So let's see what they have been cooking up. This should be good. Main smokes to keep them on high alert. Bait out the util, and then you go for a late A split with 3 guys running out of pop.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Re-smoking towards Ivy coming out of Red Star as well. Oh no, Smooya, sorry. Bring it on.
Oh, flash could be terrible time. Nemanja. Oh, it's a mess.
What?
Yeah, only one. Flash finds Simka as well. The Technos are going to try and make their way past, and obviously he's still having a look around that smoke, but Simka's already here, and he's actually gotten away, and he's got so much backup. You do not want to peek into hell right now. Bomb planted. Red Star's going to walk through a smoke, and
didn't see him.
One player gets picked off. Yeah, they had no idea. Red Star's in a really good spot to really cause a headache or two for the likes of Zero Tenacity. And Red Star, he might just have to confirm a kill here, and indeed he will. That'll just put the panic surely onto the Zero Tenacity players. Red Star acquires that AWP, scoped in, trying to go for the peak, and well, SHUFFLE with the wide will shut him down. This game is all level, but ITB, they've been cooking with a round like that.
Yeah, you were just hoping that you were going to be able to catch a line of sight onto the player that is planting the bomb, that is defusing the bomb rather, if you're Red Star, right? With the AVP, unfortunately, had to walk forward, and SHUFFLE just goes for the wide swing. Still, this is a good half buy, right? This is what you wanted out of this round if you're ITB. You get a bomb plant, you get 3 kills. You wanted to keep the CT side economy honest. Now you get the full investment out. And if you make this one work, then that's going to be a massive reset or a massive hit for Zero Tenacity. This is the one round to take the entire map here for ITB.
Yeah, that Molotov is great for the likes of ITB, just denying any control up through B main, but the problem is the crunch is happening from Pop, and he's turning to look at this. Red Star gets dinked up. You weren't expecting the second. You're going to try and run him down. Now AVN can strike. That's 2. And AVN just needs to get away here. Smooya can't quite believe that AVN has gotten away to safety. Still sticking around on the jiggle though, but he's terrified that there might be another player over towards Pops. And obviously strikes though elsewhere. And all of a sudden, it's a game of cat and mouse that Nemanja will come out on top in. Smooya, you have another clutch in you.
Low HP on the first player, nade on top. Not gonna finish him off though. And Smooya, he's low himself. Needs to be instant. And with the time running out, that's gonna mean Nemanja can just get a little bit closer. Another nade in towards red. That's gonna clear it out. Smooya catches the right timing on the first one. Just thinking around, looking for the headshot. Needed it instantly. But Nemanja is able to beat him to the punch. That was a damn good try coming out of Smooya. But again, Z10 able to run away with it. That's 4 in a row now, Jack.
4 in a row, and honestly, this is ITB now really back to the drawing board, to be honest. Yeah, they're going to call a tactical timeout, and I'm not surprised whatsoever that they've decided to go for it now, because this is slipping away. This was looking comfortable, this was looking good. You were in a position where you were 10-7 up at one stage, and now you've managed to get a few bomb plants. You've had a couple of close rounds, but you just haven't been able to get the better of Zero Tenacity. This was your chance to punish. If you manage to take this map, if you're ITB, you go over onto a Mirage where Zero Tenacity, it is the least comfortable map that Zero Tenacity play. And that's just factual. So, a result here on train would be huge for this ITB roster.
Yeah, definitely would. They will have to fight tooth and nail for it though. Here we go again. Round number 22. And it's looking like a quick peek coming out of the opening towards be a bit of a failed piece of util. Towards the top of Bob. And Smooya, just a whisker away. Was even thinking about pushing through the Molotov to try and hunt AVN down. Decides against it. They slow it down a bit. Where do you want to go next though? This is the only rifle that you have in the mix. So an early opening out of the op would have opened up an avenue, but now the B door is closed. They will try their chances into our spot instead.
Yeah, this boost is so common that Zero Tenacity are just not going to be open to it. They used it so many times on their T side as well, and after spotting the op getting aggressive over to you're just not going to give Smooya in that situation. 50 seconds, ITB, you're going to be forced into trying to reclaim this A main control, but the brunt of the damage has to be done out through Pop. But if you lose the bomb in this situation as well, that's going to be a big problem, and you are just slowly running out of time. Red Star and Synopsy swing across, and you're aware that somebody's close by. No, they're not. Simka claims 2. That round is as good as done. I would not mind if Smooya tries to back away and save here.
Yeah. doesn't feel like the worst decision ever, and Smuya will be able to get one kill, supposedly even a second one if Shuffle goes for the swing, but with only 20 seconds on the clock, there's nothing they could do about this one, and never mind, saving was never really a possibility for Smuya as AVN was coming in from the B lobby. This is going to be 0 Tenacity up to 12 rounds, and because of actually putting Smuya on the hero open the previous round, that means that if he wants to have one here, it would have to be a glass cannon. ITB will have the AKs, will have the util, but it's a really difficult situation you find yourselves in right now.
Some nice shots coming out there from Smuya, but he's not going to opt for that glass cannon. He's going to opt for a rifle, and honestly, ITB might just try and send it out in main here. A couple of players, they're burning up a little bit. This aggressive stance being taken from 0 Tenacity is really good. Nemanja trying to get behind that white box as well, just to make sure that nobody can spill on out. As 0 Tenacity just have so much control in this situation. That's the problem. Oh, but Nemanja spotted, obviously given away by that PC util as well, but there's not really much you can do about this, right? I mean, you can't try and force him out. You can't risk running through a smoke like that. Instead, they'll go for a boost. Right, though. Does he see Nemanja? Yes, he does. Nemanja, once again, he'll physically recoil.
Yeah, and this is really good for Nemanja, right? You disengage Brute Monster in the meantime. We'll drop one in towards T-spawn. And actually, that's the bomb being dropped. Red Star now needs to somehow try and find a way to recover it. And all of his teammates just making their way out the A-bomb side. This is such a chaotic one. They still have the bomb dropped, and they will try and find all the other kills. Joffle's not burning, though.
How is he not burning? How?
But he still needs to deal with the Oper. Yeah. And this smoke is not going to cut it.
That's the problem. Brute Monster waiting. Are they going to try and run over the top? And well, Brute Monster just ready. This could be it. This could be the map here and now. Red Star somehow still standing, somehow still alive. He still hasn't got his hands on the bomb. And surely there's only a finite amount of chances before you go down. And there it is. It is going to be 0 Tenacity. Taking a risk, picking into train, but that risk pays off, and they go one map up against ITB.
That is crazy. What a finish that was from 0 Tenacity, and I mean, the train nearly backfires right in Z10's faces, right? ITB, they looked incredibly competitive, and when you think about the amount of close rounds that we saw, there was probably a point to be made that ITB should have closed it out, and they had the chances to run away with it, but 0 Tenacity just showing some great resilience, and some credit has to be given away to guys like Brute Monster, like Avian, like Simka, going absolutely massive in a lot of those rounds. And Z10, I mean, I don't know if Train is going to be the new Anubis for them, but so far, so good. You've played it twice. You've been able to take down both Sashi and ITB on it. This is looking good from Z10.
It really is, man, honestly. Look, good recovery there. I do worry for them a little bit when we're heading onto a Mirage, though. I think this one could be a little bit of a bridge too far, but look, they won their map pick. That's all they can hope for. They're hoping for a result to snatch it away from ITB, and we'll see if ITB are going to be able to respond after this.
Anubis 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. See Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Well, Zero Tenacity's train is definitely one to be looking at and one to be looking forward to watching even more in the future, folks. But for the side of Into the Breach, there still is a lot more to be played for, right? Z10, in the end of the day, did pick into that train. So the fact that ITB weren't able to convert on it, Jack, is not too big of a deal, right? We still have the Mirage coming up, and Mirage has always been the bread and butter, for that ITB team, especially with Red Star and Reiko loving it so much, with Smooya showing some great play alongside Synopsy as well on map number 1. It still feels difficult to imagine that Z10 are going to be able to upset on a map that usually doesn't go their way as much. But if you had to give them a chance on a scale from 1 to 10, how much would you say Zero Tenacity have for that Mirage?
I'd say probably about a 4 out of 10.
Sure, yeah, I can back that.
Look, it's just the fact that ITB and Zero Tenacity have met twice. They've played Mirage twice, and ITB have won a 13-9 both times. I mean, kind of speaks for itself a little bit.
Absolutely.
Zero Tenacity, look, it's not their best map. It has never been their best map, and it never will be their best map. It's always kind of, you know, the 6th map in their veto at all times.
Right.
It is always kind of down there. Like, I would value everything else just such a head and shoulders above. But if they come in and play, because man, Zero Tenacity are such a difficult team to predict, because one map they'll look on, and then the other next map they'll look completely off. Sometimes they will just come into a series, they'll have a close map 1, and then they'll just absolutely run away with the second map. So I don't know. I never want to kind of count them out and write them off. I think ITB were a little bit unfortunate. I thought maybe they were going to close out that train, and then we would be having a completely different conversation of how ITB are a shoo-in to, you know, get this one over the line. But Zero Tenacity, honestly, I just wouldn't count them out. Not just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point to be made. I mean, if they were to steal away that Mirage, to be quite blunt about it, they would have to win both pistol rounds. Someone would have to pop off, supposedly maybe Brute Monster, Simkill, and Nemanja, right? ABN's always been a good Mirage player though, so this is a bit of a relief, I guess, a bit of a silver lining. But you would need a couple of your individuals to pop off. You'd need them to win a lot of the clutches, and what you're hoping for is probably the majority of the clutches going your way as well at the start, right? When you're looking at the individual form for ITB, that's the one thing. That's the reason ITB is such a good Mirage team in general. All of those guys individually are great players. All of those guys, if you take 1 for 1, they're probably better than their counterparts on the other side of the server, right? The one thing that makes Zero Tenacity so difficult to play against is the fact that they've built up such a nice system, and I guess they have that really unique approach to a lot of the rounds and a lot of the games, right? But the fact that I mean, ITB just have 5 individuals that on a good day should be able to best Zero Tenacity, especially with Red Star hitting some good shots, Smooya looking good on train, Synopsy looking fantastic, Reiko having a couple good moments. It really is difficult to imagine that ITB are going to go into that Mirage feeling incredibly cold. So yeah, I completely agree with you there. I feel like there is a thin chance for Zero Tenacity to pleasantly surprise all of us, and obviously you're never going to be able to count them out. But when we're talking about Into the Breach and the lack of consistency, Mirage has been the only map on which they've consistently been delivering good performances and wins.
Yeah, look, Mirage has kind of been that constant for them. I would say Anubis as well has been that one that, you know, they've kind of leaned on. But Anubis, as you know, probably not one that you want to pick into versus ITB, because it could go either way. That's why we have it as a decider. But But yeah, look, this one is kind of an ever-present. It is always a constant. But ITB sometimes have those kind of weird games when they come into this map and they underperform. And that's all I would worry about. That's what I think is going to be the win condition for Zero Tenacity, is that if ITB come into this second map and they underperform, Zero Tenacity could definitely beat them. But
I mean, there was a moment in which they were losing a lot of Mirages, right? There was that moment towards the latter stages of November, I think, where they had lost like 5 out of 6 Mirage games, and that was a bit of a head scratcher for both me and you and everyone watching, I feel like. But now it feels like things are good. They've won the last 3 in a row.
Yeah, exactly. 3 in a row. You know, you can't argue with that. Looking to make it 4 here, and they need to if they want to stay within at least a shout, with at least a chance to go into that 2-0 bracket today. Or in that 2-0 bracket at all, because if they don't go in it today, they won't be able to get into it. That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. Yeah. You either get into it the first time you get a chance, or you don't get a second chance.
No second chances
To go 2-0. Yeah, you will get second chances to go into the playoffs, though. It's a bit confusing, isn't it? They're not paying us to know about. Well, they actually are. Yeah. Well, let's watch Counter-Strike, shall we?
This is looking like it's going to be an A split up through connector. Actually, no, they're going to boost into window. This is perfect.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Brute Monster.
He wasn't looking for that fight, but hey.
Yeah, I mean, look, if it's given to you, you may as well take it. Oh, the man just gets shut down here. That's 2 quick and easy kills. A lovely shot from Smooya with that P250 holding on to that jungle control. He needs to be very careful. The USP can definitely challenge him at this range, and SHUFFLE will actually get the better of him. Jungle control is going to be very important here for ITB, and especially with the connector player in play as well. That could definitely help things, but still, you need to deal with Kios. That's a lovely goosh from Red Star at least, and they still don't know about Kios, who was just going to sit on the bomb, and he could just sit on the bomb and just start knifing.
I guess. Tap, not really coming in. Kills is just body blocking us right now. Now we'll get... Oh no! Kills, he just wavered all the shots. They're sticking it. They're holding it. They're on the defuse. Zero Tenacity pulled this one off. I've lost my mind completely. They even get all the kills. Someone get me out of here. This is a mental asylum.
That is lunacy that they're able to pull that one off. And it was...
Look at AVN, man. He's laughing. He can't believe it, bro. He doesn't know what's just happened. Look at him.
Because it was such a mess from start to finish on the retake. They get goosed up. They don't have jungle control. They don't have con control. They smoke on the bomb. Kios is somewhere in a smoke. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Well, ITB, invest. Are they going to be able to get this one back?
Oh, you're praying for it to happen, right? The last thing that you want, as we had that conversation before the start, is for C10 to get this around and then the conversion and then just fly away with a nice early lead here on the CT side of Mirage. In the meantime, though, Palace Pop coming up, finally close range. MP9 able to get the first one. This is such a difficult angle to clear up. He's actually going to be quite vocal about dropping down, and that's going to create a bit of a timing for them to just walk out, but Nemanja is going to find a second one and even a dink onto a third.
Oh, AVN coming through at a perfect timing. That's a great opportunity for him to strike. Yes. Can he get the second? No. Ooh, okay. Just keeping their head above water right now. They are only treading it just to stay alive. They're not going to make a swim to safety, because there's no safety in that round at all. Zero Tenacity cost them a lot of men, but they will take it. And that investment, no bomb plant, means that ITB should not force into the next. I say should not because we are watching ITB.
Yeah, you never know. But they probably will not either. Probably. Most likely. We think. They didn't. That's good.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a quick play out towards the ramp. Smoke is going to go down. That's a good flash. And, I mean, you're completely isolated if you're SHUFFLE. Taking a lot of space. Good flash. They'll line up in towards Sandwich, though. That'll make it look quite easy. And, well, support was arriving, but you could not survive long enough. And these pistols still trying to occupy this space, but without a smoke, it's just so difficult to cross. And well, that's just going to be an easy cleanup, surely, for the likes of Z10. This time they'll keep 3 alive as they get 3 on that scoreboard.
Yeah, that was solid enough, I'd say, from Z10. Right, you still lose a couple, but it's, I guess, unavoidable when you're playing against a team like Into the Breach with the amount of pure firepower that they have. And now with Reiko's addition, this just becomes automatically one of the most, I think, even bothering teams to play against, uncomfortable teams to play against, right? Because there's a lot of players that would just do wild things in the server, and Reiko's one of them. You can never overlook Into the Breach in a round where they just go for 5 pistols, and even if they don't have a lot of util, most of the time all they need is just 1 flash. Sometimes they don't even need that. That's how much firepower they have. Some great cinematics.
Good flash peek and Synopsy, wow.
Right.
Rips the head off, but that's an instant trade back and a double HE as well. Red Star is not looking too healthy after that either. Looking good. Trapped in towards the side of Con. Nowhere to go. Simple as that.
Yeah, Brute Monster on the other side of this smoke though, and he's just fading it. Reiko, does he realize he's just gonna walk right past him? Reiko's got no clue. Brute Monster, does he read into it? Does he look towards his back? It's a game of timings, and Brute Monster is able to come out on top. Smoke doesn't even face straight away, so refract, not really a possibility for Restar as of right now, but Brute Monster is on an island. They've just walked out the bomb site. He's trying to buy time. There's no way, Brute Monster. He's so evasive. And yeah, you're talking about Simka, the flank coming out of ramp any moment now. He's gonna get so close and doesn't deny the bomb from going down, but he's gonna be able to find that kill, and that leaves kills in a 1 versus 3 clutch. And he didn't have the best map one. This one will not start much better either. It's 4 rounds on the board for Z10, 3 serve. ITB, at least you get a bomb plant, but this is not great. It's not flawless.
No, you were pulling the strings of Zero Tenacity as well. You were making them feel uncomfortable, but you just couldn't capitalize on it, which is the worst case scenario. And yeah, timeout called here from ITB. Not surprising at all, because that was a round that you should be winning. So that's kind of a maybe a de-stressor, I would say, that you know, all right, let's just take a breather, because if we don't and we continue to make these kind of small mistakes and not capitalize on, you know, the kind of rotations that we're pulling Zero Tenacity into, yeah, definitely there is going to be a little bit of tilt. So make sure to keep everybody cool, calm, and collected. But it's Zero Tenacity that are collecting these rounds one by one.
Yeah, that's the one thing, right? You want to put a stop to it, even if it's a cheeky set piece, even if it's just 1 round and then they win the other. You just want to make sure that you keep your foot, or you put your foot in the door to start off with, right? You don't want to let Zero Tenacity get 7-8 rounds in a row before you get your first here on Mirage. You don't want to make them feel like they can just run away with it, especially when you're looking at how comfortable Brute Monster, AVN, Simk, and Imani have been individually so far. You want to get them out of their comfort zone, and by the looks of things, an A split will be the solution, or at least the attempted solution.
Yeah, it's not very quick though, which is kind of worrying if you're Zero Tenacity without that much information, and will actually probably push you into a little bit of an information play in a moment. That would probably come towards the B apartments. But actually, you're just going to smoke it off, and now back up a little bit. Red Star smoke towards the ramp, decides not to take the peek. He's going to just wait it out, wait for his connector players to get closer. And Zero Tenacity seem to have a good idea on this. They seem to have a decent enough read with AVN playing up close, but it's just if they can stop this connector pinch.
Yeah. Nemanja needs to find something, and Reiko's so instant on the headshots. Sijofo comes in huge now. Flash actually blinds both parties, and a Molotov on top. Sijofo will be able to find 1 more, and he's low on HP, but staying alive might be enough to at least give them a chance.
Smoke. Gonna fade. Yeah, need to get this bomb down. If you're Red Star and he swings wide, that's a big problem. Kias is going to have to try and get his hands back on it. AWP is going to be holding for it. Brute Monster's going to connect. Leg spotted. Oh, Kias will at least get that bonus money, but it's a laugh. It's a chuckle from Brute Monster because he knows ITB surely are getting frustrated now. That is another round that they get out onto that A bomb site and arguably should have converted.
You know what I'm wondering about? I'm wondering whether Red Star just decided on his own that he wants to peek into the Oper and he was like, well, that's the only way that I can get a safe plant, or that was just how chaotic ITB are and they wanted to actually double or triple peek the Oper, but the others weren't ready. Because you could plant safe actually. You do have the plant that is safe from both short and CT. You just need someone to make sure that the CT guys don't push forward. But I think they were in position to do that. That just felt a little bit disconnected there for ITB. Felt a little bit discombobulated.
Does look a little bit all over the place, which is just not going to do you any favors at all.
Unfortunately, that nade doesn't work anymore. Shows how much Mirage they play, by the way.
Simply his head off. There's the peek from Palace. AVN now strikes from Sandwich and he is under pressure from all sides and just gets pinched. Now, Zero Tenacity, they give a lot of respect here to ITB right now. Problem is just going to be a double swing in at any given moment and two players fall. Bomb out on the second player. And now Synopsy, you pick up the bomb, but how will you be able to get back into that round? Well, that's one way. You know Brute Monster's alive, you're just wondering where is he, but I mean if you're thinking about last round, you know he's possibly just posted up from short, so you're going to back away from this A bomb site and see if you can maybe just try and get out towards B.
He doesn't know where the Oper is though, right? Yeah. And Brute hasn't moved, so Synopsy actually does have the time to shift in closer. Is there a world in which he actually has a line of sight and is able to get the kill? I don't think so. I think Brute Monster just hugging the wall with his back. And Synopsy would have to drop down, but there is a world in which he just doesn't hear the drop.
Yeah, there is, but now he will. He'll see the smoke. Flash coming in as well, trying to dodge it. As Synopsy, he will at least get the plant. The Brute Monster's happy enough to give it to him. I think that's exactly what he will do. Give it to him. 6-0.
That is looking terrifying right now for ITB, right? And they're still getting the bomb plants. They're still finding kills in a lot of those rounds, but it's just the fact that every single time the round is left to a 3 versus 3, it feels like Zero Tenacity are much better organized, right? It feels like they're all on the same page. In this previous round, the double swing comes in towards default. ITB didn't even tap the bomb before it did, right? The timing was just great though, when they find both those kills. It's not like ITB are not ready for the plays that Z10 are throwing their way. It's just they're not able to deal with them.
This is a little bit of a change up here. They're going to head over towards this B bomb site. This time Zero Tenacity have a heavy lean over towards B, so Brute Monster's going to be forced away here, but still, this should be a good defense right now for Zero Tenacity. But look the amount of space that Kios is occupied. Still, though, stopped. And look, you just can't get out of the apartments right now. You still need to find these kills, but Simkill's finding them all, locking in that B bomb site, and surely locking in a 7th round here. Synopsy to try and save and salvage something from the round, but there is nothing on offer, and there is nothing being offered up to ITB so far.
Yeah, we said choo-choo before the start of map number 1. That's because we all got on a train. The problem for ITB is they've been thrown right under that train, and Zero Tenacity are riding away with it. It just feels like you're running into a brick wall every single time. You decide to switch it up, you go for a B-pop, and that was a full investment coming out of ITB, by the way. Same as, well, this one I guess not to the full extent. Squee is the only one on an AK, everyone else on a bit of a half-buy, but you just run into a 3-man setup with an AVP on B. What can you really do about it? I guess switch it up again, go for another set piece, this time in towards A. Just hope for the best. You just need something to work out at this point if you're ITB. Whatever it is.
Just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Brute Monster this time over towards CT. Able to stop the first, trying to find some trades out onto the bomb site. They're not really scaling is the problem here. You can see they're stuck in towards Tetris. Now Raiko is of damage there, and Red Star and Raiko will get a little bit closer, but it's down to the Bulgarian, it's down to Red Star, but even he can get nothing done. Zero Tenacity, they are absolutely stomping all over ITB right now, and there's nothing that they can do about it. You can take a timeout, you can have a discussion if you're ITB, but this is just a detilter of a situation right now, because everything that they've tried has not worked, and plain and simple, Ted, they are just being outgunned.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you think about it, you pointed out they weren't scaling this time around. It just feels like every single time when they do the initial execute, they go out and they're waiting for the CTs to actually re-aggress. That's why they're stopping, right? They're waiting for the CTs to overpeak. The thing is, they've gotten the opening fight. They have no reason to peek you. But every single time ITB wait for that, it doesn't happen. And whenever they try and scale a little bit quicker, then Zero Tenacity throw in the flashes, then they storm their way through the smokes, then they go for the fights, and they catch ITB off guard, right? So if you're into the breach right now, you just feel like whatever you call, they're just 5 steps ahead, right? You feel like there's nothing you can do about it.
The frustration definitely setting in for a lot of the ITB players. Kia's yet to register a kill. Smuya 3-8, and Kia's, oh, he's 0-9. Nemanja just getting the better of him to start things off this one. It does you no favors. It really doesn't. Nemanja still picking up frags. They thought that they had Sajafo dead to rights in towards connector, but Nemanja had his teammate covered. And now, ITB, a 3v5 to try and make their way in. Silencer is going to be spotted. Synopsy at least claims one. There's at least a chance here for ITB.
You don't have any presence towards the extremities, though. That's the issue, right? If you want to go up short, the Oper's there. If you want to go B, there's a player on side. And if you want to go back A, they've pushed in towards the ramp with 2 players. So, yeah, you get a kill. But what do you make of it? Where do you go?
You have nowhere to go. That's the problem. And Smia goes back to just clear his flank, to clear behind. You can see that the push actually came all the way in there from Zero Tenacity. They cleared all of T-spawn. They see nothing, so they're happy enough just to back up. This is going to be a B play right now. Synopsy's still just applying the pressure, but as soon as he scales out onto the bomb site, Nemanja is surely just going to be ready. 30 seconds.
I don't think he even does, though, right? In a 3v4, it doesn't feel like he can afford it. He wants to fall back and actually help his teammates.
Oh, that's a lovely peek from Red Side all around. That smoke catches him by surprise. Simka was spotted. Big problem because he knows he could be pinched right now. Red Star making the steps. This is a big fight. And now the peek from the window. Out of bullets. Synopsy's going to go down. And Smuya now left in a situation that he needs to come big. Clutch up. A 1 versus 3 would be massive to give ITB their first, but it's just not in the cards. Surely the molly swings wide. Smuya looks for that fight, and there's just simply nowhere to go. As Zero Tenacity once again will get it right, but Synopsy, man, oh man,
that's painful. He's just 3 bullets, and you can't fault him. He was in no position to get a reload off the entire time. But
no,
it's just that one kill. That's it. That's the difference. If he gets a refrag, this round is on.
It's just not your map. When that happens, there, you're 8-0 down. That is the kill that basically, you know, really seals the deal there. You just know it's not your map.
Yeah, the stars are just not aligning right now for ITB, and you can't even say this is a mistake on Synopsy's end, because it isn't. It's just unfortunate. Things like that just happen.
Well, Synopsy was the reason that they were in that position.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes things just don't go your way. So far, if we're using things to, I guess, replace the word rounds, that is exactly how it has been for ITB on Mirage. Things not been going their way. This one could be different though. Raiko able to get the kill onto Brute Monster. The retake will come in the shape or way or form. Simkip has been left in a 1v3 clutch though, and surely this is going to be the first round.
I hope so. There's the first peak, and well, the trade there necessary. Kios with his first kill of the game will give ITB the first round. Their first round, should I say?
Yeah. That is good.
Yeah, look, but and there's a big but coming, right?
I think there is a bit but it has been the T side of ITB.
Right? But a lot of those kills are actually just spams through smokes.
Sure, yeah. You know what? I don't care. It's all about getting the rounds at this point. It's been a difficult enough day for them in the office. We can give them the few rounds that they get. Well, the few kills that they get, actually.
Yeah.
Rounds is not even plural yet.
One player over towards the A-bomb site to defend. And then a lot of fortunate spams through smokes.
No, that's great.
Tenacity gets at least one. That still gives me a little bit of hope. But yeah, they have 3 players over towards this A-bomb site. Pressure being put up towards the ramp. Reload needs to be pulled off as the play might happen in a moment. That nade actually hit the player straight on the head. Kia's going to try and swing on out. Nemanja on the AWP of all things can only get 1. Zero Tenacity. They've lost this A-bomb site once more. That HE surely going to expose somebody, but not in the way that AVN was hoping for. ITB, they could be onto the second here. But Simka, he's yet to have his say. Red Star 1 HP, and Smooya not looking too healthy either.
Yeah, this is doable for Simka right now. Has 2 flashes to work with, has a kit, would have loved a smoke or a nade or a molly, but still, there is a world where he's going to be able to isolate those multiple 5-second players. They went towards the palace. This is the one that he needs to win, but Smooya is able to come out on top. ITB, this is the 2nd round on the board. It's a long way home, but at least you're making the first steps.
Yeah, it's a very long road home. When it's dark, it's winding. You've no idea how long it actually is going to be when you're on foot and it's uphill. Nemanja dropping in towards under. They should know, and they do know. Smooya is going to try and walk on him. Oh, he's been spotted. Nemanja should just turn around now to look at him, but it's still not enough. 2 kills to the good. But those 2 kills take him right back. Brute Monster. That is insane from him as the B play is going to happen. AVN trying to lock it down with a 5-7. Good for 1. That just keeps Zero Tenacity in with a chance. But without a kit, you're going to have to go quick.
Yeah, gotta pick up the pace. Needs to find the first kill really quickly. Shuffle's gonna get a 1v1. Gets the headshot straight away. Synopsy goes down. 2nd player spotted. First kill fine though. The Red Star throwing it to the 1v1. This is one that you need to clutch up, but Brute Monster is just not missing right now, and Red Star offers himself up for the taking. It's double-digit Zero Tenacity after the first half of Mirage, and the big question is, what is going on with Into the Breach?
Yeah, that's the question on everybody's minds, and probably on the players' minds of ITB as well. Well, like, what is going on? Like, how have we not been able to be competitive? This is arguably one of our staples. This is, you know, one of our better maps. And
it is, yeah. And you know what's the crazy part about it? It still feels like every now and then you see an alright impactful play out of Red Star and Reiko. They're just not able to turn anything into a round right now.
Well, we did see, I mean, already today, 5 Bulgarians make a 10-2 comeback. Can 1 Bulgarian make a 10-2 comeback?
Shout out 500, my ghost. But yeah, I think this one is a little bit out of reach. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
No, you know what? I'm gonna put it out there. If Red Star and Smooya or Reiko is the 3 of them I'm looking at. If 2 of those 3 combine for 55 kills at the end, sure. Yeah. As of right now, the most you can get out of combining kills between 2 players on Into the Breach is 19. That's between Reiko and Synopsy. If that number becomes 55, I believe.
Smooya's got a little gap to work with here in towards the window, which could be put to good use. YaLLa now has spotted it and has dealt with the threat instantly. And Kia's dealt with.
Okay. Reiko, time to shine. Red Star is there as well. You get a 2v4 on that A-bomb side. You need some crisp, clean headshots out of the USPs. Reiko yet to get spotted out. They know where Red Star is. They are actually overlooking the possibility of Reiko being towards the back of the bomb site. And he's going to take great advantage of it. There goes the double. Red Star needed another one though. And he won't be able to find it. Synopsy gooshed up. Think down and taken down by the Glocks. That's 11 on the board for Zero Tenacity. And yeah, even I'm not sure if I believe anymore, Jack.
You try and get the positives out of that one. And unfortunately, Ted, usually you are very, you know, glass half full.
Yeah,
But
you know what? I never lose hope, and I want to say, sure, Red Star and Reiko had a good moment there. Reiko especially with a double. They did put them to good work. This one looks over though, unfortunately. Pretty
unfortunately.
GG. Yeah.
I think ITB kind of know it as well. Unless
at least they're not going out of the
happens.
event after this one. At least it's just a 1-0 game, so if you lose this, you're in the 1-1 bracket.
So look, let's see what happens in this round. If they lose it, definitely they are going to be dead and buried. But there is an opportunity, maybe. Synopsy holding. Oh, a few too many missed shots there. Red Star up close, running low surely with the Deagle bullets as Kios tries to get something done to at least keep them occupied towards that B bomb site, but it's all eyes on Smooya and he is instantly taken down. It's 12-2 and ITB simply are crumbling, cracking, falling apart at the seams, and it's because Z10 have been relentless.
Yeah, relentless is the way to put it, right? Everyone's just so locked in, and the most impressive part about it is that it's not a Nemanja 25-5 performance, right? That's a conversation we've been having for a couple months now. It's everyone else actually stepping up. Simka's having an 18-6. Brute Monster is on 17-6 as well. AVN and Sijovo have had big rounds. It doesn't feel like Zero Tenacity rely only on Nemanja to have a good performance anymore, and this is probably the difference between Zero Tenacity in the first 6 months of 2024 and Zero Tenacity now. You just feel like they could be a lot more dangerous even without Nemanja popping off. And this one should be the final nail in the coffin. Of course, as I say that, Nemanja will get a double kill, but at this point, it just feels like anything that Z10 touch will just turn into kills and rounds.
It does feel like that. It really does. Synopsis can't stop them being held for as the jump up happens. Still one more player over towards this B site, but forced away because of the Molotov. Red Star just going to be ran down, jumped down, and yeah, this is just ITB surely being put out of their misery in this situation. A 1v5 with Reiko, unfortunately, is never going to happen. Even with the first collected, the chair player should just deal with him. It's Nemanja, of course, to seal it. A 13-2 absolute dismantling of ITB, and man, look, it just wasn't their day, unfortunately, on Mirage. They fought tooth and nail. They gave us a very competitive train, but I don't know, just that T side, man, nothing went their way.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes there's going to be those games which you're looking at and you're saying, hey, there was only one team in the server today. I'm willing to, I actually want to disagree with that, because I think Into the Breach were pretty much in the contest on map 1. And I honestly don't know what happened on Mirage, but again, myself and yourself had that conversation right before the start of the Mirage. Sometimes it just feels like ITB go into a map and nothing's working out, right? And everything is just so discombobulated, so disjointed. Mirage was a perfect example for all of that, and that's taken nothing away from Zero Tenacity, right? Everything was working out for Z10, nothing was working out for ITB. And there is a universe in which, or a world in which you could imagine ITB closing out map 1 and then Mirage being completely different, because they were in a position to steal away that first map. But in the end of the day, this is just simply a day to forget if you're Into the Breach. And yeah, I mean, a day to forget. For Zero Tenacity, as I think we've just lost Jack, by the way, folks. For Zero Tenacity, that is a day to remember. A great performance out of Simka, a great performance out of Brute Monster, out of AV, and out of the entire team in general. And it's a really impressive way for Z10 to kick things off in their 2025 campaign. With that being said, though, I feel like, especially considering that was just a 1-0 game, nothing is lost for ITB. They still have a lot more chances, and you can definitely see that the potential is there firepower wise, but hopefully they will be able to show a little bit more going into their next games, because we do believe and we know for sure that they can deliver a lot more. With that being said, though, unfortunately this was everything that we had time for today, and unfortunately we're having a bit of an off day tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, the next day we're gonna be we're gonna be going live is going to be the 23rd, which is 2 days from now. This is going to be on Thursday. We're gonna have Sashi take on the Sinners and Gun5 take on Nexus in the 0-1 bracket. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us today here at the YaLLa Compass Winter 2025. We're taking a day off tomorrow. You do the same. Well, probably not, because it's the middle of the week and you're probably going to be working. But you know what? We're giving you a little bit of an off time, and then we're going to be back on Thursday with some more Counter-Strike here and some more pretty decent action. So make sure to be here. I will be here, and hopefully you will be too. Until then, have a good night. We'll see you soon.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?